Also, opening the StarCraft is also useful if we're going to cast StarCraft. What a day! What a day. Bam! Today's Wardy arrives. Alright. Hello. hello. How we feeling, guys? How we doing? I'm just going to need to set up for a moment or two, but in general, we've got a couple of things ready to start pretty much. Klaus Twitch, level 8 energy core. Bam. Crazy. The dedication is real. The dedication is real. So my plan is to just go through basically as much or as many of these playoffs as I can. I don't know, like, they're playoffs, they're best of fives. I don't know how many we're going to get through. Maybe we just get through the round of 8 today and I have to reschedule in some casting for the semis and the final. Maybe, as a possibility. So that might be the approach. That might be kind of the approach we take. But we're also just going to run through this in the playoff bracket order that the playoff bracket was in. Which means we're going to do Q vs Reynor. It's listed in the bracket command and in the and stuff. So Q vs Reynor, Clem vs Maru, and Trigger vs Rogue, Serral vs ByuN is going to be the order that we go in today. So that's what we're setting up for and what we're going to do and all of that. I'm just getting a couple things ready, guys. And we can kick this off and get ready to go properly. Into some action. Cool. Afternoon. Good morning. Hello. Hope you're all doing well. This is live a replay, as it says in the stream title, and everywhere it is a replay. I'm live, but the games will be replayed. These were played this time last week. I wasn't here last week, so unfortunately I missed out on what was an awesome tournament, apparently. Did not get to participate in this myself in terms of casting it live, which was sad, but yeah, the next best thing is to cast the replays. Yeah, so that is exactly what we're going to do. Plain and heckin' simple. No messing around over here. Yeah, no messing around over here at all. Just plain simple. That is going to be what we do. And yeah, I'm just going to get ready for that in a couple of moments. I feel like I keep talking and then there's a little buzzing going on as I'm talking. I think it's just because the other stuff's not set up yet. I also need to move the StarCraft. Wait, did the StarCraft sound reset again? No. It's the same this time. Cool. Cool. Right, guys, I'm just a moment or so. I just need to get a couple things set up and we're good to begin. So apologies for a moment of not being ready. In fact, I'm going to run one more round of ads just to start us off, just to make sure we're clear of ads. And we're going to cast, like I say, at the very least, we're going to do the round of 8. I don't know how long these games are. I want to cast about 5 hours-ish, give or take. So we'll just see what 5 hours does for us in terms of these best of 5s if we have time. Well, there's no way we get through everything, is what I'm thinking. There's no way we get through everything. But if we can get through a good amount, we can work with that, you know? So that is currently my game plan. If you guys have any complaints about my game plan, then go wild. But I am not listening, for I am believing that this game plan is the game plan. Cool. So with that game plan set, we're good over here. YouTube is on. Hello, YouTube. Hi. How you guys doing today? Hopefully wonderfully. Yeah, I believe the first map is, just going to double check what the map's written down here. Old Republic map 1. Cool. So Old Republic map 1. Let's just jump in and cover some best 5s. And let's see what it gives us. I really feel like we're going to end up splitting this into quarterfinals and a semi-final day. I just don't know when that semi-final day is going to be, because I'm kind of booked up for the next few days. It might be like next weekend? Question mark. It might be when I get home. On Saturday next weekend, maybe, is a possibility. So, anyways, we'll figure that out. For now, let's actually just cast some games. Let me just put this on an observer. One of the best parts of this is that I do not have to observe myself today. This was cast by a bunch of wonderful people, and that means that we can just sit back, relax, and let them observe for us. Oh, do I need health bars? I need health bars, don't I? Nope, health bars are on. Ignore that. Ignore me. So again, these games are from the LIULI Cup Finals, $10,000 tournament. These are the, this is a quarterfinal series. All of the things that we're going to cast today are going to be quarterfinals. These are all replays. It was played last week. I'm just catching up on the tournament that I didn't get to cast live because, like I said, I took a week off for myself last week. I did some of my own things. So yeah. Yeah. Beautiful. What's up, Vara? How you doing? What's up, Black Bear? Hello, everyone. I know Pigfest is on as well right now, but I I can't just not stream the entire day. So yeah. I know Pigfest is on right now. We're overlapping a bit. I know I'm only doing replays, but like, I don't want to go too far off my own streaming schedule, so we'll overlap. I think they've only got like one series left or so. I've been watching a little bit here and there. So I think they've only got one series left. So once we should kind of clear them soon, which is fine and dandy. So you just have a little SCV coming across the map. Hatching the gas in the pool down. Orbital command center on the Reaper. All building up here as we work our way through this CVT. Opening matchup is Reynor versus Cure. So obviously we didn't really cast as many of the group stage games as I wanted to in the end. Just the way that it played out. Didn't quite get as much chance. Like I said, I was meant to stream on Friday. And then we probably would have done more group games over the course of yesterday and Friday, but we did some of like the heavy hitter ones. But someone like Q actually made it out of a group. I believe he defeated Classic to get out of the group. Obviously we saw her. We didn't see him, but he played against Serral as well. Didn't go well for him. I checked some of the results now that we are here in the playoff part of the casting. I'm not going to go back to the group. So I looked at some of the group results, and yeah, it was Classic kind of bombed out of this group, and Q was the one to knock him down. So it was actually very cool for Q coming through some TVPs in his group to kind of succeed and move onwards. Seeing how his TVZ looks to Reynor, a player who I almost feel as though Q has an okay shot against, but Reynor is a very difficult opponent. You know, let's not beat around the bush here. We all know that Reynor's a freaking great player, fantastic guy. Great Zerg. Do you feel like there's been now and again times where Q can kind of get the better of Reynor? I think it has to be on the builds. I know the later the game goes, I think the more and more confident Reynor will feel here. The more ability he has to kind of play fast and play around, I think that's a big weakness for Q. So I think that's going to be something we can kind of look at as kind of something we got to figure out as Q here in this series. Like I say, he usually has a lot of tricky builds and a lot of kind of weird things he can pull out. I remember casting him versus Reynor on Tourmaline recently, and I guess that must have been the Team Liquid Map Contest tournament, so maybe not quite recently, but I remember that series as well. You know, another one where we kind of think back to things and have some eyes on things like that. As a couple of Hellions come through, Barracks and the Command Center coming up. Zergling Speed is still about halfway done as well. And we just have ourselves a couple of Queens, a few drones all coming through. Rax Command Center on the way up as those Queens continue to drop into place just for the moment. Spreading those creep teamers down and getting all that underway. And the Reaper and the Hellions still moving about for a little bit as well here. As the Queens continue to spread that creep, push out onto the map for a few moments. Forward base from Reynor initially is maybe interesting, but outside of that, I feel like this is a very standard starting point. Nothing super crazy, nothing super weird to begin with. Everything looking kind of just fine and dandy in these early moments. Hellions and Reaper will make their way towards the top side of the map. Going to loop around and look for the chance to hit from the high ground. Will not be able to do that though. Nothing found just yet over there, so no opportunity found on that one. And we are just going to see the Hellions and the Reaper combining, looking for a couple of shots and chances to try and get a little bit of something done. A little grenade or two. See if Q can find a way in and deal some damage. I was intrigued about Old Republic. I feel like this map was kind of set up to be a big macro map, and then I don't know if we really get that a lot of time. The base layout is kind of interesting, though. I feel like I don't see this map go like late game a whole lot. I feel like Terran's kind of like 8 racks on this map. I guess some of the forward bases help you with that as well. Terran's able to hold 4 bases. Coming up again beyond that can be sometimes difficult too. Like getting to the external bases on the edges that are kind of a little bit more easily ran by the Zergs and so on and so forth can definitely be, like I say, a bit tricksy. Reaper and the Hellions still gathering in the center. We do see Medivacs, Marines, and the Stimpag upgrade building as well. Double engineering bay on the way up. Reactor being brought through. Had a depot on for good measure. We have a Baneling nest in the lair, so really the tech across the board is just pretty standard. Nothing really to even shout about here from Reynor. He's playing very typical with the left finishing in the Bane nest. We'll just get the Baneling speed on the way. We don't really see anything from Reynor right now. That's just that he's rushing towards any kind of specific layer tech, just Baneling speed initially, and he's going to go double Evo Chamber behind this, so he'll take those later upgrades. But to have the faster Baneling speed, typically in TVZ, you're kind of looking for one or the other. You're looking for super fast melee upgrades, or you're looking for like a Baneling speed kind of quickly. So at least you either have well upgraded Lings, or you have speedy Banelings, both of which can kind of help you through a lot of the difficulties that the Terran proposes to you throughout the early stages of the matchup as the Marines take a chance to stim on in here. They get a couple creep chimmers right off the bat, so we get some creep cleared out. Just going to open with that right there, and then the Queen's going to pull back over to the side. The other Marines going to be there for a couple seconds. They start to pull back a little bit. Marines obviously with the scan getting rid of some of the creep spread and just playing cleanup for a few moments as the 1-1 upgrades continue to come through. Baneling speed will be a part of that as well. The extra Lings all coming up. Double barracks building from Cure, add a factory on also. So just get a few more bits and pieces on in there. As, like I say, the upgrades are definitely going to be one of the major factors in amongst this, as a few Marines will unload on the medevac on that left-hand side. The Widowmine also just dropping down into place. You just see this reactor finishing up on the barracks in a moment or two. Extra reactors all coming out. Marines still fighting. Zergling still going down. It's going to be felled here. So that Zergling does drop. And now another few Marines going to take a stim forward as well. Couple shots firing. Widowmine just on burrows, pulls back the other way. Not going to get too committed here or anything. We do see that Hydralisk Den still being brought up as well, so that Hydra Den coming online. Still got the melee upgrades coming through too. Add on the Lings, add on the Banes. Like I say, some little bits and pieces being brought online with that for the moment, so we get that going. Let's see what we can add in next. Is just have the Marines still chilling. Widowmine is going to sit right there as well and just hang around for a couple moments. Just to see where we kind of take this in the next couple moments here, as we have the medevacs will make their way forward through the right-hand side. Secure just hitting a couple different drops, trying to take advantage of some of this upgrade lead already. Just trying to play a little bit of multi-prong. Reynor, Lingbane Hydra, not going to mess around on lair tech too long. Infestation Pit is already on its way. That opens the door to Hive, and obviously with Hive, you open the door to, spellcasters. You also open the door to a lot of the, the opportunity to kind of, I say spellcasters, obviously Vipers. Obviously Lurkers are a possibility with Hive upgrades. Infestors themselves could be brought into play as well. If you feel like a couple of Infestors to lock down some of these units could kind of benefit you, that's also something you could play toward here as Reynor. So there really is kind of an array of choices right now in terms of how that potentially goes. A couple of these mines going to get blasted initially. The Marines continue to pull back over the sides. Pulling out of there for now as the Drilling Claw still coming through. 2-2 upgrades, vehicle plating, all being added on. We do see a couple more creep humans being picked off as Marines take their chance to stim up through the middle of the map, knocking down a bunch of that creep right from the very get-go. Hydra's on the way, +1 missiles, +2 carapace. Continue to build as well. A few Marines again will take a little chance to stim and just finding themselves a little bit of extra opportunity and damage onto a few Lings as they showed up. Lurk Den building from Reynor and the Hive, so we see exactly his plan, which is mostly to prioritize getting to the Lurkers, and if you can get to the Lurkers, he's going to be generally pretty happy from here. He should be pretty content with where this kind of places him to kind of continue through. It's going to be seeing the Marines and Mines will start a fight here. A couple of Widowmines able to get off towards the Ling Bane. Definitely going to be a pretty decent factor as well. The more we can do over there, the happier we're going to end up being. Finish off a Spore, gives us an easier pickup and getaway. Less damage on those medevacs is never going to be a bad factor. Another Widowmine shot trying to line up for a couple of Banelings, but not going to find it just yet as the creep teamers continue to be cleaned out. Decent splits forward. Wow, actually, Reynor not really losing many Lings at all to those mines. Felt like he was at least giving up a couple clumps of Lings, but not the case. As he pushes back against this, the drop on the top left side currently lifted and not doing anything. Reynor has full kind of reign to just kind of push through. He may actually get all the way across the map. This drop over here just realized it can unload and is not actually going to be in that much trouble, so maybe that's a distraction enough to pull Reynor back for a little bit here. Because you just have the Burrow, the Infestors, the Lings, and the Hydras. All of that continuing through. The few Banes still moving about. +1 missiles, +2 carapace. Continue to come up. The Marines will come around once again. And we will see where we take this. The Lings do get the wrap on a few of the Marines. Just a little bit done here. And on we go as the Bio Army settles in. Medevac's still going to be chilling out together for a moment or so. Again, Adrenal Glands, missiles, and +2 carapace. The Burrow all coming online. Add the 3-3 upgrades in there from Cure, so he is going to get himself towards great upgrades very shortly. Just not quite there yet. Okay, the Banes is running up. A couple of Widow Mines looking to take their targets. Not really able to find too much straight away. Let's be realistic, right? Not too much being connected onto just yet. Still got the 3-3 building from Kyo. Like I say, eventually that will be an upgrade lead for him once again. But until then, things coming up from Reynor. I mean, he's going to get Adrenal Gland soon, so the Ling is going to be better. The Lurkers are getting upgraded. We've got a couple of Infestors added on. He's got the Nidus Networks coming up as well, so he can start controlling this game in a much better manner as well. There are just a whole lot of positives that are heading into kind of Reynor's favor right now. If this game goes another couple of minutes for them to all kind of sink in and kick into play, then it's going to be pretty darn fantastic. We've got a Ghost Academy coming up as well from Kyo. We've got the few extra Widow Mines too. The Marine Marauder still coming about. Just a few more units unloading into your upper left-hand corner. Kyo settling down into the bottom right-hand side. Things settles for a couple of moments here. Those Lurkers coming up. The Banelings on the way. Adrenal Glands coming through. Adaptive Talents coming up. Plus 2 missiles, plus 3 Carapaces. Like I say, the upgrades are looking fantastic. It's a good chunk of units up in the top left. We do see the Infestor Fungal able to land for a few Marines, able to land for a couple of Medivacs. Widow Mine shot, able to get some work done as well, so able to join in on the fun. Another Widow Mine trying to line up, hits a few of the Banes, a few of the Zerglings as well, all taking some damage here. Another Fungal coming down. The Medivac's being caught once again. Java Knight is coming up into the main base there, so it's the natural, sorry. So opportunity for Reynor. It's going to pop as well. The Lurkers are out. It's never good, because now you're going to have to deal with this with units, and, well, the Marauders actually get rid of a decent amount initially, but then they are not going to make their way through, so this natural has to evacuate. Now you've got to send a bunch more units back to deal with this, and this gives Reynor positioning on the map. And that's the issue. Not only are you distracted by actually just straight up having to deal with this, you're also just going to be out of position for everything else that goes on at the same time. Reynor's position on that natural, I don't even know if he needed to bring the Queens out of that Nidus. Although kind of cute it gets if you start spreading some creep and very disruptive. So if you get those creep tumors down, like I say, like an added bonus almost. The Queens might tank for the Lurkers a bit here, but I don't think there's enough to necessarily truly ruin this attack in. Widow Mine somehow got very close and personal. Okay, I will not tell a lie, these Lurkers lasted so long, these Queens took forever to go down, and so while we do kill every single Lurker, it took a long time, it took a lot of units. Reynor jumping on the bottom side as well, or into the middle of the map, I should say. And of course, Reynor, you can look at the bank account, is absolutely rich behind this. He's got so much money to work with. So Reynor is absolutely booming in terms of the cash available to him. And with that amount of cash available and the rebuild potential, while Kira is sitting at, what, 1/6 supply? And not really a lot of cash, and he's just lost his natural mining for a significant period. He just lost a future base he was about to expand to as well. I think we're at a point where we probably more or less probably call this a day. For Kira, this game is not looking pretty for him. Maybe not call it a day, but call it a game perhaps soon, because I think Reynor just said, I don't need to kind of hold back. He's going to keep up the aggression. If you knock down this forward base, that's another base you just don't have as Kira. What a fungal, catches everything. Marauders are all that's left, so it's not even worth the Banelings rolling into them at the end. But that's just a sign of just how much it already died. The Marines going down quickly. These Hydras swarming, and like I say, Reynor has no reason to let Kira stay in this game for any extended period, right? He does not need to do him any favors. Knock down that forward base. Kira's going to struggle to continue mining. The more that Kira struggles to mine, the easier this gets for Reynor to get closer and closer to closing out this game number 1 in this best of 5 series and pushing himself off to a very solid starting point in this playoff matchup, quarterfinals of this LIULI Cup. The bit ByuN still stepping through. The Hydroling Lurker continuing up as well. Widow Mine's going off the Lingbane Lurker. They'll take a chance to step through here. The ByuN will step forward. Ling's being cleaned out a little bit. A bunch of changelings are coming down. The Banes are going to swarm. This ByuN army still stepping forward as well. Kira just going to say GG. I mean, you just can't withstand attack after attack after attack of this at the end of the day. Like, this is a realistic, like, oh yeah, this game is ending soon kind of moment. And sometimes it's just better to kind of get yourself out of those scenarios and into the next game. Kind of just see what you can play with next time around. I'm going to run the ads, guys, just to kind of make sure, just in case. These are playoff matches, long games potentially, just in case we end up in like a long map, because it's super possible with these guys. And also, I think later on in the day, it's not bad for us to be ahead on ads, because even if this series doesn't go long, I think there's potential for some longer games further down the line. So I just would like to kind of have us kind of clear on the ads a little bit, so I'm going to be a little bit aggressive with them early. So apologies, I know it's just one game. We don't always kind of run them as much as that, but in this case, I think we will be, like I say, just a bit more aggressive about it today. Game 2 coming up in a few moments. Like I say, we'll just continue through, give about a minute for ads, and we'll jump into the second game of this best of 5 series. Getting that ready to go. Ready to party on. Boom, boom, boom. Bum, ba, bum, bum. Sweet. Alright guys, we're gonna jump into this game 2. Let's do it. So I was just checking an email I just saw quickly. Make sure we're good on something. Got a lot of sponsored stuff flying around at the moment, so always good because it allows us to obviously turn some viewership into money, which allows us to turn some more StarCraft 2 out onto the screen for you guys. Take you guys in game for game number 2 of this BO5. Kick this off and see who is going to make a statement here. Will Reynor get to a confident 2-0 lead, or will Cure look to bound backwards and undo a little bit of Reynor's setup so far? You will see very shortly as we get this game 2 underway. Winter Madness Hour map as we start this off. Which delivers more income, YouTube or Twitch? I mean, my Twitch does because I have more viewers on Twitch. If you mean for like an individual viewer, then I really don't know, honestly. Probably, honestly, if you watch Twitch, probably Twitch, because I can run more ads on Twitch. But honestly, if you're looking to kind of do this to kind of decide where to watch, you just watch whatever you prefer to watch on, you know? Like if you like YouTube and the way that YouTube works and how it works for you, then watch on YouTube. If you like the chat on Twitch and the community here and it being a bit more active, watch on Twitch. I always encourage you guys to just watch wherever is the most convenient for you guys to watch, you know. Or wherever you feel the happiest watching, or whatever just works for you. Like I say, anything like that. It's best that you guys are comfortable. The reason we stream to both is to give you guys a choice. I like to watch both. I know you do, Black Bear. A YouTube and Twitch enjoyer. Double dip in that viewership, man. Yeah, like I say, I mean, it's probably pretty minimal. Like, I can run more ads on Twitch, but I don't know if Twitch's CPM is worse necessarily. It's the sort of thing that I just don't look into that much, honestly. So, yeah. Like I say, it's more important that you watch wherever you want to watch, because there's more... The most important thing is that you come back and keep on watching, and you keep on tuning in. So, whatever makes you come back more frequently, aka watching wherever you want to watch the most, that is the most important thing to me, because the most important thing to me is you keep on watching the games, because the viewership means a lot when it comes to getting sponsors and stuff like that, and obviously just people watching StarCraft is generally a good thing, thumbs up, you know? So, yeah, that is absolutely the most important part of it all. We've been saying this for a long time. It's one thing that we've been able to answer consistently over the years. Well, yes, people, usually the question is, what's the best way to support? Like, should I donate or should I sub? And versus, should I watch on here or there? But, like, the idea is the same, where it's like the best way for you to support is actually to support in whatever way is the most convenient for you and whatever way makes you feel good supporting, you know? It's about your experience, not necessarily what we can make out of it, so... Cure doing the Cure thing. 2 more barracks coming down. I told you he might be kind of quirky with his builds, or feel the need to kind of, or the reliance to kind of get something done with his build orders, and this is definitely one of those scenarios with the extra 2 barracks coming up. So this looks like 2 Rex Reaper. It is 2 Rex Reaper. So we're going to go 4 Rex behind it. So it's going to be a massive bio army extremely quickly on the follow-up. It's quite committed because you're not going to get a 3rd CC early because you're going to be pumping out so many units. You don't have the minerals for a 3rd command center. And it's also no starport. So when these units kind of come across the map, it becomes pretty dangerous pretty quickly There's a lot of units that get involved right away. That's definitely going to make this a very interesting kind of little, few moments to kind of play out and see where exactly this goes. So, yeah, intrigued to see how this turns as we get this on the way and ready to resume. Links coming up, a couple of drones and that queen on the way out right now as well. So we bring all of that straight through just for the moment. And, yeah, Marines and Stim Pack coming up. The Orbital Command on the way in. The SCV producing as well just for a couple of seconds here. And the Marines will just gather on the depot. And yeah, for Kure, this is kind of about trying to hide the idea of what he's doing. Like, do not let Reynor figure out the extra 2 barracks. If he knows about those extra 2 barracks, if he knows what's up, that's immediately a disaster for you as Kure. So you need to try and stay clear of that happening. And then try and get across the map with everything all at once to just be kind of, haha, surprise. Reynor's going to want to keep scouting with those lings. Even if you just see the move out happening, get around the move out, see if there's like a hidden second wave of Marines, which maybe, depending on how Kure moves out, he might move out with like what looks like the 2-1-1 setup. And then in reality, he has like 10 more Marines behind from the other 2 racks. Those are the scouts that you can make here as Reynor to try and convince yourself as to what's going on and to, make sure that you're set up properly. Like I say, it's very committed from Kure, so Reynor can take some damage from this and be okay because there's no third CC. What you can't do is kind of take the damage that kind of knocks you down so much so that like a follow-up attack is going to be able to do even more and keep on capitalizing. Because if you get yourself stuck in kind of that, domino effect, that's already going to be an issue. Now, that's a lot of Marines Reynor just saw, and that is every Marine Kure has. So I actually think that's already a scout good enough for Reynor. Because now you know that that's a serious amount of Marines, and maybe more so than should be available off of a 2-rack Reaper at this point in time. So I think you're already a little bit aware. There's a lot of lings on the way. Queen defense. It's just lings. What is funky is these Marines are going to have stim and combat shields. So they're going to be a little tankier with the combat shield, but the stim kills them off. Every stim is going to do damage. If you could force a stim and then kind of make the fight drag out, amazing for Reynor. Lings on the map, looking to wrap around. Catch that army if you can. 1-1 upgrades will start for him. Just the +1 from Kure. So continue to commit into every aspect of this. Makes it look like a continued 2-base all-in, essentially. Single engineering bay is a big sign of that. Because you can only really afford one while also cranking out so many units, but also because you're never going to want to build an armory. So if you get +1 attack, the engineering bay is still useful because you'll then start +1 armor and eventually maybe get to +1/+1 if this goes long enough. But there's never really a world where you want to stop long enough to invest into an armory and 2-2 right away, right? If that's happening, then this game has gone very badly wrong for you already, unfortunately. So that's a little bit to look at there in terms of how this might go. But yeah, basically the signs are just a 2-base all-in. Reynor definitely sees it. I mean, these first Marines never really got to do much. Reynor cutting at 55 drones feels very responsible. Lair and the Bayonets on the way. I love the Burrow. There's only 2 orbitals in this game. So if you have Burrow in this situation, you're basically setting yourself up for success because you're basically going to say, right, well, what I can do here is if I just, burrow a couple of Banelings here and there, like, it's so hard to have enough scans to, scan for those every single time while also having to stay on top of scanning after, the creep tumors and everything as well. So I love that. Baneling speed now on the way with the left finish too. We've got a few Banes coming up. Kure ever committing to this attack and actually just waiting for kind of the larger army to build up here has me interested. I actually really wonder if he could have done something with that first Marine move out. I get it. It's kind of scary to be moving out in the way that he was. I understand why he was a little bit hesitant to really commit to it, but yeah, I get it. I just don't really necessarily agree with his decision not to go for it, I suppose, at the end of the day. So Bane speed still coming through. The melee upgrades coming up. The Burrow is coming online. Lings, Overlord's building. The few Banes will continue in as well. And the few Marines is going to jump onto this hatchery already. Working their way through that. That will be a cancel. We are going to scan ahead, and a couple creep tumors will get cleaned out pretty much immediately here. So we knock those creep tumors down. And the rest of this Ling Bane still coming up. Burrow coming through as well. Just going to see the rest of this Marine tank force coming back across to this side of the map for the moment. A couple libs, the tank and the Marines all building through. Tank will siege up. The army of Kure pulls back over to that left-hand side. To Carapace on the way in. Libs I like a lot as well. Man, those Banelings are just sat there. They are just waiting. That could be such a massive connection if Kure just moves to the south slightly. Oh, I can already feel the viewership on the YouTube short, but it's not happening just yet. Oh, pain. That would have been so sick. Kure's gonna go around the left side. Ah, these guys, they hate the highlight videos, huh? They hate the highlight videos. How dare they? Did you see a Ling getting picked off here? A few Marines gets him forward. We do scan these couple of Banes, but Reynor actually unburrows and gets to pull away from. Uh-oh, Kua. He's moving backwards. He's moving backwards. He's going to go through it. It's going to be massive. Oh my goodness. You know what? It was huge, but it wasn't even as big as it could have been because he actually hit when the tank was overhead. So you actually hit while the tank is there. And I actually think that's maybe a mistake from Reynor because the tank absorbed some of the damage when it could have been even more stacked Marines. Still cool. Still exciting. Still something to get shouting a little bit. But yeah, that was a moment or two where I did feel as though that was perhaps possibly a... yeah, genuinely, I am actually a little sad. I actually thought it was going to be more exciting. I hate how anticlimactic that is, but... it's not really anticlimactic. It was still exciting. It's just I felt like it was going to be a bigger deal, you know? I'm still going to take half a second to tap out here and write down the timing to make the clip for it for YouTube. So why did they only place one Baneling, not two? No, he had two Banelings there. You need the two Banelings to blow up the Marines. Otherwise, they don't kill. What he has here, that's just a Zergling, for example. So the single units are just Zerglings that are scouting, but when the Banelings are burrowed, the Banelings are in pairs. So you're probably just seeing the Zerglings. Three is a bit funky because you don't actually usually get much more from three because either they splash onto the same Marines or any Marines they splash onto that you wouldn't have splashed onto before are probably just going to take the one Baneling shot and then not die. So two really is optimal. And then anything more than two, it becomes too expensive to just kind of risk for nothing. Because all of a sudden, if you're kind of putting 6 Banelings down and they just get scanned, well, just 6 Banelings that get caught, you know? So two is like cheap enough that it works and it's very effective. You just have very diminishing returns from that point on with higher risk that it's just not really worth it. Extra Banes wolfing in, the Lings will gather up. 2-2 on the way in. The upgrades for Pure looking reasonable. Kind of wild that this was a 2-base all-in game from Pure and we never actually 2-base all-in. I think Reynor just had too good at reading it and Pure just said, yeah, I'm never getting anything done. But what's funny is that he's not wrong because actually Reynor is only on 69 drones still. So Reynor's still not in a mega economy. He's been ready for the fight the entire time. So Pure kind of slowly teching away into what is actually becoming more of a... you know, more of kind of like a, okay, later stage kind of game or so. It's actually, it is going to work for him in the end. Like, it is genuinely going to be of benefit to him at the end of the day. Just kind of a very weird way to get here, and obviously it does cost you a lot to kind of get to this stage, so... A couple of factories coming up, that planetary fortress coming in, so we're going to go massive on the factory units later in this game. Reynor just sat there waiting for his opportunity to arise. You know, on Winter Madness, figuring out just what it might be that he can possibly go into. That Queen trying to get after the Liberator. Just going to see the other Liberator there. Sat poised, ready to potentially strike as well. There's a lot of Ling Bane. It is a lot of Ling Bane. Can't really disagree with that, honestly. There's a lot of Ling Bane that's out and about right now. It is pure Ling Bane as well. There's like now a handful of Hydras, but like this is 150 Lings. And it's also, I think the most weird part of this, right, is that it's usually so much more worker count from the Zerg, so usually you have so many more workers to rebuild, and instead this is actually just more and more units. Blood Mines here have potential to be massive, but Reynor dealing with them well so far. I was going to say, as he loses a few units, I wouldn't even hate him going into drones, because I feel like we're at the point in the game where actually he could just do with having additional economy available, having the chance to build more stuff up. I feel like that's really something that we're kind of on the verge of having been very important. The Armory and Ghost Academy coming up. A couple of Widow Mines coming through. Ling Bane Hydra continues to move currently into the center of the map. 3-3 upgrades coming online as well. And that vehicle plating on in. A couple of mines still coming through. Bio Army gathers up. Just going to see, again, Adrenal Glands, +1 missiles. Seismic Spines coming online here. The extra Banes all producing. You're now a 4-base Terran player. I really don't like this for Reynor if it goes on too long. You know, like, I genuinely do think this is one of those scenarios where, like, we actually do have, like, a very visible problem of, like, you're just not on the work count you want to be for the long game. Be interesting to see how well the army can trade. That's a beautiful Fungal. It's going to do a lot. The Fungal into... I was going to say, the Baneling's just about getting there in the end. One Widow Mine did go off. It was not terrible for Kua. Reynor has to rebuild 40 Lings out of this, at least. Considering the situation, the fact that Widow Mine went off and helped is nice. I was going to say, that Widow Mine has so much potential, but goes down without being able to actually connect, so that's going to be just kind of sad. Now Hydra Bane just pushing its way through, and we are going to see whether this is just straight up enough. Like I say, Reynor will not have as much rebuild behind this as he might usually, but he will have the power of the... yeah, he might not have as much rebuild behind this, but he will have the absolute power of just the pure, amount of units. And yeah, he didn't really run out here at any point. 86 Lings on the rebuild. He did have a lot of minerals available, so a lot of Lings on the way up. He didn't have many Banes left over. That might not matter, depending on what he ends up fighting against. Maybe pushing to that natural is a little bit difficult, but... Oh, he has burrowed Banelings here, and they're going to unburrow and go boom for 21 SCVs in total killed during this assault. I love that. Just burrow the Banes in amongst the chaos. Terran doesn't realize it. They're looking in 100 places trying to defend. Now an Infestor just burrows up to the front, and at this point it's oppressive from Reynor. He's just going to do all the things in all the ways that are going to benefit him. The Infestor pops, it drops the Fungal. Does exactly what it's meant to do. Absolutely beautiful. Ling Hydra continue to run forward right now, and just looking absolutely, like I say, utterly pristine. As this Ling Bane Hydra will just go all the way. Just keep on shoving. 7 SCVs going down. Damage really is very, very decent at this point. And that is going to be good enough for the GGs, and we get to move into a 2-0 lead here for Reynor in this BO5. So Reynor absolutely swarming in this quarterfinal. This was such a weird game because, like I say, it felt as though Kua was just ready to all in the entire time. He was always just like on the verge of 2-basing, and then he expanded. And like I say, I felt like he actually did not end up in a bad place, because I actually do think Reynor put himself in a position where it was a bit awkward. Because Reynor put himself in a position where at the end of the day, what ended up happening was that he was behind on drone count from where he would usually want to be, right? So he got behind, like Kua's setup worked and his build away from it worked, but then he still needed to be able to take better fights. And he just didn't against how swarmy that army was. Maybe he could have played it a bit more slowly. Maybe there's a couple things we could have possibly peered out there and kind of thought about and figured out a little. Hard to say. But, yeah, I mean, let's be fair. Reynor wins this game, and in the end it looks convincing. But we truly were, very simply put, truly were that fight going wrong away from Reynor being dead. Right? Like, if Reynor doesn't win that fight, his drone count is not good enough to sustain again and again and again. So Q just had to find a way to win a fight. And I wonder if it's just because Reynor had so many more units than usual, like Q kind of didn't really know how to approach that, and that kind of makes it a bit weird as well. I actually do think that realistically is something that can kind of be kind of seen there and kind of looked into and kind of considered as kind of a factor as well. So, yeah. I think Kira as well also in a couple of those fights, like he was very spread out, and if he was a little bit less spread out and didn't get as many units caught straight off the bat as well, I think that also could have been kind of a little bit of a factor perhaps. So a couple more things that we maybe could look at there as we get ready for another game here, guys. Coming up, it's going to be game 3. I'm new to the game. Don't get how Terrans are supposed to win versus 150 Lings. I think if you're just more consolidated defensively, and like I say, there's a couple moments where he is just split apart and he gets fungled and he loses a bunch of units in very inefficient trades. And Reynor only has that amount of units on the map at that one point in time because he's super committed with lower drones than usual. I actually think that the reason we don't see Kua play well against it is because he's probably just not used to playing against that amount of Zerg on the map at any one point. Like I say, it's actually kind of a unique scenario that we just saw play out there a little bit. That's up, Freaky. Thank you so much for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated, mate. Have a good one. You have a great one yourself. Thank you so much for the 2 months of resubscribing. Super appreciate you. Thank you for supporting. And yeah, keep those Primes coming, guys. I will just say it plain and simple as we start up this game. Oh, excuse me for a second. I got to get ready to hide the game link. Just got to get up to our obs. Oh, they weren't even a hidden obs this time. Yeah, just going to say, obviously, if you're enjoying the streams, you're enjoying the cast, and consider supporting, guys. Obviously, it's not a WardiTV event today. That doesn't mean you can't support the stream still if you're enjoying what you're hearing. And all of it does allow us to keep on streaming, keep on casting, keep on producing events for you guys as well. So if you like the sound of any of that, consider subbing up, using those primes, etc. They help out massively. They really do. Prime sub, just anything really helps. Like, just being real. Prime sub, donation, even if you just take a moment to like and subscribe on the YouTube or follow the Twitch channel. Numbers go up is good. Numbers go up means more support. Numbers go up means more StarCraft. So, and of course the Patreon page, but we'll talk a lot about the Patreon page the next 3 days with the WardiTV Mondays and Winter Championship that are going to be happening over the next 3 days. as well. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we've got you guys covered. I'm actually away Thursday, Friday, and Saturday this week, guys. So this is my last time going away anywhere for a little bit. I'm very simply just going away with Helen for a couple of days, and we're just chilling. It's over the Pig Fest, so it's kind of tough for me to kind of cast on those days anyways, and it's over the Pig Fest playoffs, which are usually quite lengthy, so it kind of lines up very nicely. And I might be back on Sunday for some. I'm thinking maybe on Sunday next week is when we do the rest of these replays, if we don't get finished today, which I'm pretty sure we're not going to. So maybe Sunday next week we do that. I might... Oh no, Sunday next week is Euthermal's 2v2 Cup, yeah. No, it might be... I might come back on the Saturday, and on Saturday I might do the rest of these replays, and then on the Sunday we have Euthermal's 2v2 Cup, so that's actually, I think, what's going to go on. So yeah, I think that is actually the plan. I think that's actually how this is going to go over the next week or so. So to be fair, I'm only really not here Thursday and Friday. Saturday's a maybe. Saturday, I'm traveling home. Usually just come home in the morning, though. So I might stream in the afternoon. Depends how I'm feeling. Anyway, just some scheduling. Let you guys know what's up. Let you guys roughly, plan your lives around the Wardy streams, because that's normal, right? Who isn't planning their life around the Wardy stream, Yeah. Find out who the true fans are. Well, we do have the Reaper taking some damage. Road Drone coming up here from Reynor. You're up 2-0. I do not hate the idea of just getting a bit aggressive and just throwing a couple things at your opponent and seeing if anything sticks. You've got a 2-0 lead. It's looked good for you. The thing about these Roach pushes nowadays as well is, it's going to be fairly committed, but it doesn't have to be, all in, do or die. It's not like, these can sometimes do well enough just to kind of level the game out and we just play on. So it's not like this is, straight up 50-50. It works or it doesn't. The game ends or it doesn't. I think there's a lot more depth to it nowadays, which makes these Roach kind of builds a lot easier to kind of justify going into. And in this case, it's actually just going to be defensive Roaches. He actually has the gas to play a lot of Roaches, which is why I absolutely was convinced that he was going to build more than this. But yeah, Kua saw the Roach Roaring, and hence Reynor just pulls away from it and just says, nah. And it's going to be nice because Kua still has to respect it as though the Roaches are coming, right? You can't just pretend that it's not going to happen. So you can't play around you can't just play as though it's yeah, this is fine, whatever. You still have to play around the concept of yeah, this could absolutely happen. This could be coming my way right now. So Reynor still gets the benefit of that from this. And like I say, he's just droning behind it. He's not on the drone count he'd want to be. 30-29, Terran has the advantage. So it's still not ideal for Reynor, but it's somewhere you can kind of play from. And again, if you're comfortable in the later stages, playing into that later stage from a little bit of a deficit should be very manageable. And again, that is the benefit of just being the favorite in a matchup like DVT, where it's so mechanical, it's so mechanically focused and so macro heavy, that even if you go into certain scenarios with a bit of a little bit of an edge to your opponent, there are just so many mechanical ways to kind of pull the game back in your favor. And I definitely think that kind of reigns very true for Reynor versus Kua, where Kua is an absolute macro machine, but Kua is a very precise player. I wouldn't say he's a very fast player, and I do think that for ZVT that becomes a little bit of an issue for him sometimes. And in certain game states, and especially I think someone like Reynor understands kind of that is Kua's weakness to some extent too. Kua just moving out there, and unfortunately that turns out to be a bad move as he loses all those units. This is impressive because this was only 2 Roaches into 2 Ravages from Reynor, and obviously the Lings that were made as well. It's a good thing we didn't salvage the bunker on the high ground thinking we were kind of clear of trouble, because it's very possible he could have done that. But yeah, this is amazing for Reynor because he did not he did not unit up any further than those initial units. And so this has just been super efficient. 17 Lings go down. We now lose a Ravager as the Banshee pops. But yeah, we lose 20 Lings, but all of this extra lost mining time, all of this time the Orbital Command is not building SCVs. These are all moments that add up against you here as Kua, and actually just give Reynor even more benefit from kind of having played this the way that he's played it, which has been very non-committal and very successful for how non-committal it has ended up being. Barracks settling down, a couple of SCVs and the Banshee coming around, Marine, Cloaking Stim, all coming through. The Banshee will take a chance to go now down to the south. The way it goes for a couple of moments there. So we'll see a couple of Queens are going to gather together. The Infestation Pit wants to go down, so it's going to drop that Infestation Pit into place for the moment. The other Banshee pulling back up through into the middle of the map just for the moment as well. It's just going to pull that back over in that direction. A couple of Hellenes, the Marine, are going to make their way over as well, just for now. Get that in position. On we go. See what we can do as the Engineering Base, Barracks, Reactor, all coming through for a little bit. The Carapace upgrade coming online and settled in to play for the moment. Infestation Pit building through, the Evo Chamber coming up. Let's see, the couple of Banshees going to get going. They get rid of a drone and a hatch. Actually cancel the hatchery, which is nice. So at least delaying the 4th base of Reynor. And you're seeing that this game is not perfect for Reynor, right? Some of his setups against these Banshees on the 4th initially is not there. You know, so there are consequences. There are repercussions to having opened the way in which he's opened. There's definitely not been kind of like just a free game to kind of do as he wishes or anything along those lines. So definitely worth, like I say, kind of keeping that in mind a little bit. As you see those Queens hitting the Banshees hard, pushing them back the other way for a few moments as the 1-1 upgrades and the stim pack will be building through here in a few moments. The Banshees get rid of a little... Was that drone oiling out the front? I didn't quite see, but either way, Banshees cleaning up map control essentially is the takeaway from this. Cleaning up that map control, pushing this around. You see that melee upgrade still building alongside a Carapace upgrade that's on its way as well. 3 additional Infestors building right now from Reynor, so bringing those 3 Infestors up. Butcherlings coming through, the Hive is building as well. Banshees take a chance to get rid of a little bit more crew spread. We see the Spore relocating over to the sides. Yeah, the 1-1 and company coming through. Just gonna see the couple of Banshees firing off a little bit more. Melee and the +2 Carapace. Lose my words. +2 Carapace on the way in as well, so we can bring that up for a couple seconds. Yeah, lots of that bio still sitting tight and tidy, waiting for its opportunity to show itself and maybe make some moves as well in the next few moments. Means we'll head down the map. Away they go. Adrenal Glands, Melee, and the Carapace upgrade all building up still, so we see that coming through. The Ultra Cavern very much on its way in. The Lings looking for that run by into this mineral line. Gonna take a turn, gonna aim after a couple of these Widow Mines that are out over here. Bang, bang. Some of the Lings go down, but a lot of SCVs fall in his queue is trying to move onto the map, so it's a great timing already to just strike through his Reynor and to find some damage right off the bat here. So able to get straight over. 8 SCVs went down. Most importantly, Q turned around for a few moments, which is almost always going to be a benefit to you, right? Anytime you're able to kind of, make this slow down a second or two, it's just always going to be pretty much a little bit beneficial in the grand scheme of things usually. So yeah, that part definitely very, very nice. Let's just see the 2-2 upgrades, the Ultras coming up as well. Continue to bring that into play just for now. Couple Banshees also going to go and put some damage out. A few of those Lings still taking their shots at the moment as well, so taking a few more bips and bops just initially here. The Marine Hellbat Medevac is going to come swinging over to the left side for a few moments, so we get rid of even one more Zergling again, so just going to knock that down once more. Yeah, the 2-2 upgrades, the Concussive Shells, the Drilling Claws, all of that continue to be brought in. Widowmine going to land onto a few of those Lings. But you're going to make that attempt to kind of run through here. They're just going to get a chance to surround. Q has a lot of units onto the map. Split away from these mines. These mines to friendly fire. I was going to say, I don't know if we really love the idea of mines firing into the chunk of Marines there. That actually feels very scary. Now the Lings continue to push through. The Widow Mines are going to pull back for a couple of seconds. We are just going to be seeing the SCVs continue to get chased by those couple of Lings. Lings have to turn away there. As the Hellbats. This army's still kind of sitting on the map. Infestors and Ultras, though, pair up to be a pretty darn dangerous combo if we're not careful. We do grab a fungal. Kind of feel like we should just be running, but then we are going to see the Medevacs caught in that fungal, which kind of takes away the running potential a bit. Why isn't the turn on Wikipedia? It is, but this is replay casting, so if I link you guys to Wikipedia, it's going to be full of spoilers. But if you want to go check it out, then you're more than welcome to. Just don't spoil us, because a bunch of us do not actually know what happens. There's the Banshees. Ooh. Let me get the Infestors. We actually got 2 out of 4, which is not bad at all. Nice catch from the Banshees as they're going to keep on putting the pressure in, and if they can get rid of another Infestor that's full energy, that would be massive. It gets a mediocre fungal as the Banshees clearly feel, the Infestors clearly feel pressure from the Banshees to do something here. We just have nothing against these Ultras though, man. These Ultras are just going to go chomping. And chomp they shall. It's going to be seeing the Ultras still going to hit there. The Marines coming back around. A couple of Ultras still trying to push their way through this. You're just going to say GG. Apparently that one is going to get wrapped up just like that here on Mothership. And that will be that. So, that's going to kind of just round out that series just like that. What's very exciting, guys, is the next matchup on this list is going to be Clem versus Maru, which means this is going to be the first time we ever get to see Clem's Protoss versus Maru's Terran. So we're going to go Clem Maru next. If you're not sure what the rest of the bracket looks like, it's Clem Maru, Trigger versus Rogue, Serral versus ByuN, and then that's probably all we do today. We might do a semi-final, but it's very likely we save the rest of the games for another day. Depends how long the games take. I mean, this was only less than an hour for the first best of 5, so it's possible. I mean, it really just depends how quickly we get through everything, to be honest. So, yeah, it's not impossible. What I'm going to do, though, guys, is I just got myself my lunch. I'm just going to quickly eat my lunch, a few minutes, and then we'll come back and we'll jump into the rest of these games. So I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes for more StarCraft 2. We're going to continue into Clem versus Maru. Just straight after this, I'll see you guys in a couple of moments. BRB. Alrighty, guys. Sorry for that. Just finish my lunch. One more bite. Cheeky bit of Ellie Cam in amongst it all for you. Yo. Let's go watch Clem vs. Maru. What's up, Spawns Revolution? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting. Much appreciated. As we get ready to kick this off into this next game, it's going to be Clem Maru. Coming around right now. So it's going to be a opening game here, guys. On the camera, in the bottom right hand side, we're going to start things off. The blue Terran player here, going to be Team Liquid's Clem playing Protoss the first ever time against Vitality's Maru in the upper left hand side. I'm so glad I wasn't casting this series live because I actually don't know if I could have handled the chat. Because no matter what happens, either Maru beats Clem, and chat goes wild, being like, well, why would Clem ever play Protoss versus Maru? That makes no sense. Of course you can't win versus Maru with your off race. Or you have Clem winning, and it's like, man, it's so ridiculous. Clem can play, Clem could have never beaten Maru in TVT, so he has to play Protoss easy, right? Like, whichever way this series went, I absolutely guarantee that the Twitch chat would have been an absolute nightmare. So I'm kind of glad that we're just kind of chilling with the the replays, because then I feel like you guys are not going to be as aggressively kind of complaining. So yeah, that's a benefit, I guess, from this whole situation. As you just have a couple of probes coming around, the barracks and the engineering bay coming up. Engineering bay being the block here initially, so Maru just going to try and block the natural. I always feel as though this is going to kind of help you kind of take the game into your own control a little bit. You can force the pros to expand a bit later. Just kind of keeps you honest as well, so it's an interesting starting point for Maru, choosing engineering bay block. See if he keeps that up throughout the series or how he wants to do it. I want you to reenact chat. No, not at all. I just, because even if you guys meme, like, even if you guys do reenact this, there's just not going to be as many people here as when it was live, right? So I'm just happy, because I actually feel like this is one of the series where I would have just been tilted, because like there just would have been so many takes in chat, and it's like ignoring all of them would have been a genuine effort, you know? Like it would have been genuinely difficult for me to ignore each and every one of these statements that I would have just felt the need to reply to, honestly. So yeah. Instead, we can just enjoy the games, and I can read chat and not get tilted. Amazing. What a dream. When the streamer needs to minimize the chat. I mean, yeah, absolutely, man. Like 100%. Like, it's a thing. Like, certain things just tick people off in certain ways, and this was absolutely just going to be one of them, you know? I just know it. I can just already smell that this would have been one of those times where things just went off the edge, you know? Twilight, Stalker, Warpgate coming up, Cyclone Marine coming through, making a few Marines, Starport on the way initially. I'm just going to be seeing the blink still building, the Gateway continue to produce. Get a couple of depths just going to sit on this ramp and put some damage out. Reactor and the barracks both taking some shots, taking a couple of hits here initially. We do see that blink building on the Twilight Councils. Again, that's straight up and running. Clem is probably going to build a lot of blink openers in this series. If it goes all 5 games, maybe we see a little bit of Stargate, but I do think he's going to open with what is most comfortable to him, and most comfortable is 100% going to be the blink play. So definitely expecting that the majority of the time here over the course of this match. Just get the few gates and that blink coming through. The robo facility and the probes will build up as well, so those numbers definitely increasing. Cyclone gets a lock onto an adept that will do some damage, and we'll actually knock that down, chase that away. Push that out of here for a moment or two as the Marines join back up together. Again, we just see the blink and so continue to come through for a couple moments, so bringing all that online. Maru's already going to push a little bit with these Marines and the Cyclone. It's one base from Maru. It's no second base, no expansion. I'm going to go 4 gates. He's going to have a lot of unit production, but does he have the preparations to deal with this attack arriving so soon? The first parts of this are going to arrive when Blink is just barely finishing, so definitely a worthwhile question where there's not a guarantee that this is going to be an alright kind of defense right now. Let's see what Clem can do. 4 Stalkers. Cyclone gets a lock on already. No battery is going to make this tough. One of the gates in the front going to undo some of the advantage that Clem has. Robo facility at least double powered, so we will be able to keep power on the Robo. I guess you have to start an Immortal, but now supply blocked. I guess at this point we're just going to go with Blink, and we just, blink the siege tank. You see the SCVs sat there to repair, going to make this a trip. Okay, we're not even going to have the damage to kill the siege tank. Oh, that's kind of just going to be it, guys. That you do not defend this if you cannot kill the siege tank, and Maru just says one base, wham bam, going to kill you off early, and is not going to believe in the power of Clem's Protoss to kind of deal with this. So just Maru coming straight in and just whacking Clem down. Super quick opening game, but yeah, just coming in and just saying, yeah, full belief in what I've got. And just putting that straight into action as we get ready ourselves for game 2 here, which will be on 10,000 feet. Can probably just go straight into a second map, I think. Fast game 1. Let's just go directly into game 2. As, yeah, Maru not expanding and choosing to be aggressive. Now, that's not something Maru's going to do every game, because Clem can definitely start to kind of play around that and counter it in a big way if you try and make this kind of how your game plays. So let's get in and see what will happen for game 2, as we have in the top left-hand side. The blue Terran player here is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. Taking on the red Terran. Sorry, did I say Terran in the top left? It's obviously Protoss. Red Terran in the bottom right-hand side. It's going to be Vitality's Maru as we enter game number 2 of this BO5. Alrighty, so game 2, best of 5, coming on through as we have the pile on the probe on the way. T-Bone on an SCV in production. Get set up here for a couple of moments early. Let's see where we can take things. Just have a gate and assembly coming up and a forward barracks from Maru, so not super aggressive, but definitely kind of opening this series, kind of saying I presume they just had lag, but that's trying to make sense of the chat. But yeah, I feel like just opening the series and sort of saying, you know what, I'm not going to let you play normal. I'm going to try and expose your kind of maybe potential lack of knowledge about certain game states and certain situations in the matchup by kind of doing some weirder things, which I can kind of get behind from Maru. I don't hate that. I think it's kind of a smart choice, right? If you think the guy might not be super expertised in every single one of these scenarios, then yeah, let's make it weird. Let's kind of throw him into a bit of a situation where he's going to have to kind of figure out, where you don't let him just play into what is the most solid setup for himself, which is just, you know, easy peasy blink, no problem at all in terms of what's setting up for or anything like that. And this isn't even that aggressive. It's just making Clem maybe a little bit afraid, especially after the game 1 was already kind of funky. You're going to sneak a bunker right into the back of the natural, which could be kind of annoying. Not sure if the Zealots saw this or if Clem saw this. I don't think so. Otherwise, he'd be walking over there right now. The Zealots stopped moving, obviously indicating that, no, we're not quite aware of the fact that this is happening, which is a little scary, obviously. So not ideal. Again, Reaper going to go back and forth a little. Just going to move around there for a couple seconds. Let's have the probe. Going to be in some trouble. We actually can pull more probes. Don't have a unit here to really deal with this just yet. So Clem, in a moment of frustration, having to deal with this Reaper. And obviously with that bunker up, there's always going to be that safe haven for us to kind of pull that Reaper back to. Get it back in position and to reset things right now. Another barracks looking to come down. The Reaper going to go after the probe here. It's going to chase for a couple moments. Probe will fall. So probe goes down. Cleaned up already. The Stalker and the Zell going to keep swiping their way through that bunker as well. So looking for a little bit more damage as well. And yeah, just going to see the two Stalkers trying to do a little extra. STV doing their thing to repair. Zell going to pull to the front at the same time. We'll continue to put some pressure out here for a couple of moments. Some damage being dealt, getting some work done. Going to see the Stalker and the Zell will continue to go through for just a teeny bit extra, trying to find some extra value for a moment or two. Two Reapers join up. Take a moment to settle. Like I say, we'll see where things take us. We just have the Wolf Gate, the Robo Facility, and the Twilight Council continue to come online as well. Just have ourselves the two Reapers. We'll sit on that high ground and wait for their chance to show some potential of what they want to get up to here. And move into that kind of phase of this game. Gateway and the Robo Facility still coming up. Medevac loads. Gonna go take a couple units off on a Wander as well. Blink still Chrono boosting along again. There's Command Center coming up. Barracks and the Tech Lab coming in. What's up, Dominator? How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 58-month resub for the Prime. Appreciate you. Clem not like TVT so much that he played Protoss. I mean, Clem's been playing PVT exclusively for over a year now. It's been like a year and a quarter. He's not played an official matchup of TVT since he switched to Protoss in the finals of Home Story Cup against Gumiho. So yeah, he doesn't like TVT. It really plays against his playstyle. It's very volatile. I don't hate it. Like, it's the matchup that didn't vibe with him, and he is extremely good in PVT as well. Like, his PVT is absolutely world class. And really hoping that we see that here today against Maru, because I think this is one of the matchups where people still have a question mark, where it's like, well, could he really be like Maru PVT? Like, this is someone he struggled with in TVT, but could beat sometimes. You know, he beat him in Game as 8, round of 8. You know, a big offline event in TVT. But most of the time, Maru would win. So this is the kind of matchup where it's like, is Clem's switch to Protoss really justified? You know, just in case watching him beat up on Kira and ByuN and, you know, all these other Terran players super consistently isn't enough justification for people, maybe versus Maru, and gives us an idea of whether it is or not as these Reapers hop in. They get rid of a couple of probes right away there. They got some damage dealt. You're now going to be seeing Stalkers up front, going to delay the bunker a little further. Look how much that's going to do. These Reapers are going huge, man. 4 workers going to be killed. That should be it. The Stalkers have the damage to clean this up before we lose one more. That was very nearly 5, though. I'm still on a 6-worker lead, as the Observer will get caught as well and scanned. A good spot from Maru, able to recognize that, pick that off, and clean that up. Charge is building through as well right now from Clem, so we can get that charge on the way. Stalkers here will intercept this medevac. It will go down. We got the Nexus and the Forge continuing to build online right now as the auto turret goes into the background. Just going to sit behind that mineral line and chip away at a couple of workers that show up. We'll have the factory moving over to the side just a little bit as well. Barracks moves onto the tech lab here. And yeah, the Nexus on the third base for Clem finally on its way as well. Not exactly quick. It's been a bit of a weird game. And Clem definitely slowed from kind of the typical timing of things as that auto turret tries to go through. Not going to find much just yet, though. Stem combat shield +1. All these upgrades building by, obviously very important for Clem in this, for Maru in this game. Important for Clem too, because once those upgrades are done, that's going to be coming swinging toward him. So definitely expecting that to be a pretty major factor here as well. Seeing what exactly can happen from that. Where is Maru going to in this game? Currently, no sign of a third base. 3 racks though. There's also not any sign that he's necessarily just going to sit on 2 bases or anything. Stem combat +1 all coming through. Marine Marauder medevac building as well. You imagine Maru's going to move out with those upgrades, Observer spots its army, then steps away. Don't want to keep it in obvious kind of viewpoints. Terrans are getting so good at spotting and killing these Observers. You really do want to try and preserve them as the Protoss players. Scan as the Observer tries to get out of reach. It doesn't manage to. So yeah, Clem not with perfect information right now. Still be able to make a bit of a move. We are going to see a couple of Stalkers already going down, getting picked away at there. Tank's getting some good shots off. Bio Army pushing upward. Combat Shield finishing in the next few moments. As yeah, Marine Marauder medevac all pouring through at the moment. Command Center coming up as well. A couple of these Stalkers. Just going to take some damage. The Bio stemming through. A couple of Stalkers taking hits. The Zealot's going to take some damage as well. Widowmine goes off on them. The Robo Facility cranking out a Colossus would be really nice to have defensively for Clem. Is it going to pop? Oh, yeah, we are going to save the Robo. It's kind of close, though. The Colossus popping out. We are now going to go on top of these tanks. We're going to lose the Colossus pretty quickly. The tanks, oh my goodness, they are not going to be able to do it. The Colossus stays alive at the very end there. It does not go down. Oh my, Clem is going to keep that alive, and he blinks, and he gets a full medevac on the chase down as well. What just happened? What a defense from Clem. Wow, that was clutch, because that felt as though it was about to absolutely spiral completely out of control. And instead, we're sat here yapping about Clem, who is now up 20 supply in the game. That's actually a ridiculous save from Clem, because that felt like it was absolutely doomed. With the Colossus, first I thought the Colossus wasn't getting out, then it got out, but the tanks were just shelling it. Now the Colossus is still alive, and he cleaned up everything else, so you actually have a Colossus to poke with, and yeah, it's low HP, so you've got to be super careful, but there's, in theory, not much that kills this Colossus if you have enough to kind of hold back the Bio army. Let's see. We've got some Zealots to tank. We've got the force fields available here as well if they are required. So there is that possibility kind of in play as well. We'll see a couple of shots from the Stalkers. Going to get rid of an SCV already. See the command center taking a couple more nibbles as well. A few more hits there. Medevac's coming back around, and just seeing now the Widow Mines unloading onto this mineral line. Away they go. Stalkers now going to turn their attention to these couple of mines. I mean, nice damage from Maru just everywhere. Actually, Widow Mine does get a few probes as the probes were stuck and had to run to a corner clumped. So that's going to be 8 workers killed. Maru's still dealing damage to stay in this, but he's in trouble across the map. Just loaded a bunch of units into medevac, so not as much damage as he might like here. The bunker goes down. That obviously softens up the opening and definitely gives you kind of a way through here as Clem to kind of direct his attention. So that'll be a big factor as well as +2 attack. Thermal Lance on the way. Marauder Viking still producing for Maru, trying to get a defense ready at the moment to deal with this onslaught of Protoss that Clem is still providing. Most importantly, no third base. Well, Clem goes to 4 bases. We got to make sure this base gets secured, because without a third, he can't stay in this game. And so far, Clem's been denying that third by showing up with the Colossus and just kind of poking onto it from this right-hand side. A couple of Vikings available now. Maru dropping across the map means not as many units here as he might like. Lifts the base up once again. Clem, if he realizes the lack of unity, he might be able to kind of put 2 and 2 together and just say, well, hold on a second. You must be attacking me if not everything is around. Units heading up that left-hand side. Clem, like I say, he looks at this. He's got to recognize it's kind of a lack of unity here. Is he about to drop a recall? Does he feel the drop on the map? No, he's going to move in. Scan from Maru down. It's very obvious. We'll see if Clem responds with the recall, or if he's just going to let this army push into the natural. I mean, the thing is, you've already pushed the third back again, so I don't know if I would have minded the recall here. Just get a good defense going. Now he's going to recall, but he recalls kind of half the army. It's an interesting amount. Now the Widow Mines are going to make it fireworks as those units recall straight into a lot of mine fire. Maru still lifts up and gets away. This was very messy from Clem. I think he could have recalled sooner with everything, or you just commit to pushing into the natural, or you just commit to pushing those units when they were outside of the natural, because there was a time where they weren't even really in position there at first either. So we're going to see these 3 Colossus. This is the issue without the Vikings. The Colossus are going to do so much. And all the medevacs were across the map, and we had to build Vikings, so we've had no healing on this main Bioforce, and that's actually going to get the GG to be called. Maru is going to tap out of this game, and Clem is going to take a game 2 to tie this series up 1-1 in the best of 5. We're going to be all tied up here for the moment in this series. So tied up, 1-1 in the matchup. We're going to get ourselves ready for a game 3 in just a couple of moments. So we'll get this game 3 ready to go, and we'll throw a couple of ads down just before we start game 3 off, guys. We'll get this going in a couple of moments. Thank you for joining us as we get game 3 on Celestial Enclave ready in a minute for you all. And that was a I feel like there was so many moments in that game where you could kind of switch your decision, and things really kind of play out very differently, to be honest. Yeah. Is that paid to the Widow Mines? Yeah. Probably. I mean, the Widow Mines did a lot there, no? Mines are pretty sick. A very cool game. Very cool game. Where are we at? Minute and a half. Boom. Let's do it. Let's jump into game 3 then, guys. Keep this best of 5 going. 1-1, all tied up in the quarterfinals of the LIULI Cup Grand Finals. Let's see what Clem and Maru have to show us on the next one. Like I said, I think this is a genuinely cool series, because you're seeing Clem, who is actually considered to be one of the very best PvTers out there, against Maru, who I don't know if Maru's really being kind of seen as like a necessarily an amazing TVP player as of late, but he's obviously always at a generally just high level. So that's kind of a weird one to kind of look at as well, for sure. I'm able to get my freaking observer that I want here. It's like, ah, there we go. Made it. There we go. So yeah, let's see what game 3 brings us as we get this on the way. Ready to party. CV probe coming through. Take a couple of seconds. Get set up. Everyone who off races does so with TOS. That's because TOS has less intricacies when you already know the game at a very high level, I think. A lot of how you kind of approach things as Protoss are more easily picked up than... Like, for example, off-racing as Zerg is very difficult because when you play Zerg, your understanding of the exact situations and what you're scouting all of the time is so difficult to pull off because if you build a few units instead of a few drones, that's a decision you have to make every 20 seconds, basically. But if you make the wrong decision with every single cycle of unit production or at any cycle, like, you could die, right? At this high level. With Protoss, some of those decisions are there. Same with Terran. You know, same with Terran. Like, Terran, you do not have to make that decision. You keep building SCVs and probes all the time, right? So, Zerg definitely one of the more different races. So I do think off-racing with Zerg is always going to be a bit more of a rarity. And what can I say? Terran hard. Yeah. You actually see a fair bit of off-racing with Terran actually as well. I think it's just Terran oftentimes requires that kind of super heavy microing. And sometimes players don't love that, especially when you have to super heavy micro while keeping it with macro. It can be very difficult if you're playing something you're not familiar with, right? So yeah. And there's the Zealot. I'm going to take a couple moments of damage right here. Just going to see the Reaper and the Marine punching through for a couple moments. So see Zealot will go down. Adept taking a shade up to the high ground, so it's going to go spotting around a little bit as well. Also just trying to see what's up for a couple moments. Pretty, well, not a super slow game, but a little bit of a slow game where we just take a little bit of time to set up here and figure things out, see where we're going to go. Couple of devs going to be there, a couple of Marines going to be in trouble, perhaps. Going to get a couple of those right away. It's going to be seeing the Adepts do shit out. That's a nice little starting point from Clem. Not bad at all. TOS is fairly stable. It's kind of funny because I actually think Protoss used to be extremely volatile early game. But I do, and sometimes that's still very true against some of the Terran pushes and so, but I do think early game Protoss is a lot easier to kind of live with now. It's like, it feels like Terran early game may be more volatile. I think Protoss early game is still volatile, but it's not as volatile as it used to be. There used to be this really kind of weird balance of Protoss where it's like you used to balance your tech. You kind of needed tech, but you needed to get to your tech without dying. But if you got to your tech because you were too safe, then it doesn't matter because you get overwhelmed. Like, Protoss used to have this as much more of a factor. Nowadays, you play a lot more of the kind of the gateway heavy styles with Protoss. And when we talk about like this idea of off-racing and kind of, so on, it takes away a lot of the intricacy of like early game defense a lot of the time because you're just building a lot of units no matter what. So it can kind of take away, for example, like some of the Pro styles are still like this. Like if you play Oracle into Blink, it's extremely dangerous because you're so fragile. You need to be so precise with your defense and have the right units, the right time. Army splits are going to be super valuable as well. But there's so many styles now that just don't require that to the same level. You're such as just playing straight up Blink, right? Which is why you'll probably see if people play off-race, playing Oracle into Blink is probably just not going to be seen because it's like I say, super volatile in PvT. I say, I think Clem, over the course of this series, I'd be surprised if he strayed too far away from just opening Blink most games. And that's kind of the thing as well, is that Blink is just such a good versatile opener. It's like, well, why not? You've got something which is easy. There's not, I keep saying easy. I don't mean easy. I just mean in comparison to other things, it can be seen as easier. You've got something which is like, the concept is a bit easier to understand. The situations are a little bit more kind of self-written. And it's very good and it can do many different things. In this case, you're already just going to see straight away, bam, bam, we're getting aggressive here and damage is being done. You know, so damage being done right off the bat. These Stalkers putting some work in. And Clem just getting rid of the bunker means that continued trade here is effective. Stim not done yet. When Stim finishes, it makes it an easier trade for Maru. He loses 7 SCVs pulling in to defend this. Of course, this is pretty committed from Clem because it's 4-gate Blink. So it's very, very aggressive. It's one of the more aggressive Blink openers you can do. But that does rely on you doing some damage because your third base is later when you do this. Your kind of setup in the game in general is going to be a bit delayed when you do this. So generally speaking, you are setting up into a little bit of a weaker position as you go about this. But the general idea is that the benefit is that you have 4 gates of Stalkers and you have a ton of units to attack with. So Clem wants to be able to do some damage here, but it is coming at the cost of having, basically needing to do this damage as the Stalkers blink up again. Bunker actually going to go down already, so the bunker falls. A couple of Marines now being chased. Marauders going to stim back into this and see if they can have something to say. But this is honestly just a lot of units right now from Clem. He has a ton of stuff ready to go, and Prism goes down, however. Okay. This was looking a little scary for Maru, but man, the last few moments here, some Marauders in the back line, and especially getting rid of the Prism and a few units inside the Prism is going to offset the numbers quite heavily. I think Clem chased a bit too far. Not being able to walk away kind of down the ramp and instead having to walk away into a corner and blink away made it a bit ugly. Obviously, the Prism got too deep. If the Prism's dying to bio units, you absolutely ended up going a bit too deep there. And that is going to be Maru finding himself a defense in the end after it was not looking super pretty at first. I like this, a few Stalkers blinking across here into the third, onto the in-base would not be bad. Get rid of a few workers, but it is dangerous because you blink in, no other way out. Right now, Maru's also moving onto the map with everything else, so it's a little risky. I think Clem actually maybe lost a little bit too much with this in the end. And again, the issue with 4-gate blink is that you're obviously very reliant on the Stalkers, so your other tech is not in play yet. So now that your Stalker count is not as good as it was, it's going to leave you in this really awkward position where actually Maru is looking pretty good numbers-wise, and you just don't have much to do about it. Turn onto these Stalkers, you see they just keep on dying. We're on our way to charge, but it's not going done anywhere in the near future. It's going to take what feels like something of an eternity to finish even. Stalkers coming around, a couple more of these Marines getting knocked down as well. Another Marauder or two. Clem might just about find a defense, but it's not come cheaply. Like I say, he's lost the majority of his units. He's only staying alive via Warp Prism Micro right now as we try and play Lift the Stalkers, but even that's not perfect from Clem. And I think Maru +1 done. +1 armor about to be done as well, so it's a full 1-1 set of upgrades. I kind of get the feeling, the vibe that he's probably gonna... Okay, so he's gonna need to build Medivacs still, so you'll get some Medivacs off this starport that's on the way. I wonder if the current lead that he created for himself is enough. I mean, work account from Clem is equal with the Terran, but when you consider, Maru then has triple Mule, that should benefit Maru as well. He is working on an in-base, which is a few less mineral patches, so there's not as much saturation for Maru to work with. Whereas Clem is expanding through the bottom of the map and not taking the free easy base inside of his main to start us off because he feels like he can just take that at a later point. And now the Stalkers are going to look to be a little bit too much, so what was initially, maybe Clem overstepping his boundaries on the other side of the map, now Maru arguably oversteps, reinforcing one too many times, loses a chunk of units that could have probably just been back at home. These last few definitely did not get much done. The Stalker count just got back up to that kind of critical mass against what it was playing against. Overall, it's good for Clem, though. I mean, the big issue I have is resources lost is going to be very hefty on both sides. But 27 dead Stalkers. Every Stalker you build is gas. And every bit of gas you spend is money that's not going into your future tech, right? And right now, Clem's game is just Zealot Stalker. And if Maru can just keep this game kind of steady and not rush into anything, I think that's the main takeaway here, is that Maru does not want to go rushing into anything right now. Just get Medivacs up, get your bio going, get into Ghosts. If you get there and don't rush to take fights before then, I think your army's going to be extremely effective against what Clem has. And Clem, it's going to be very scary because he's going to feel the need to constantly attack and apply pressure. And if you're doing that and trading out units, you're not going to find as much of a chance to kind of tech up behind it. He adds an Immortal, which I like, and he is going to throw down the Robo Base, so we are going to see a little bit of tech from Clem. But even then, if Maru goes Ghosts right now and then builds Vikings in response to the Colossus, I think that's also fine. Because you're essentially getting onto Ghost Viking without ever really being away from what you kind of need to kind of deal with this. You can build Vikings right now in preparation for Colossus and then add Ghost pretty freely as well. I feel like Maru is set up well to kind of go in that direction. Fourth base will be a big telling point, because that fourth base, A, opens an easier attack for Clem as well, right? An easier base to jump onto that's more open-spaced. So I think that's going to be kind of, you know, something of an immediate factor right from the beginning. Now, there's the Ghost Academy from Maru. Like I say, very quick to go into the kind of, essentially the double tech. So he's going to get Ghosts and Vikings very close together. Whereas usually playing, you know, into fast Ghosts against Colossus is like, uh-oh, putting ourselves in some danger here. It just doesn't really feel true at all in this situation because of the fact that Clem's army composition is just not that good. The tech is not as quick, so you do not need to overbuild Vikings right away right now. Big attack, like I say, fourth base being an open space gives these Zelds a much better opportunity. That one Immortal is a fun addition. It bulks up the army for Clem for sure. It's not necessarily a bad thing. He's going to take another big stint forward here as Maru looking to get just to the front and chase a few of these Zealots down. Zealots being chased, Stalkers as well. Vikings would love to get rid of the prison, remove the ability to kind of reinforce this army at all would be pretty incredible. The bio keeps on going and getting rid of a couple more units still. Still seeing the 2-2 coming about. Marine Marauder, Medevac, Drilling Claws as well for the Wood of Mines. Lots coming up from Maru here as Clem comes back around the right side. Again, Colossus are building. Tech is on the way from Clem, so you are seeing him hit some kind of level of tech here. Like I say, that is was not necessarily a guarantee in the first place. Fire army spreads, the few Zealots charge forward, take a Marine. It's a massive warp in. Can we just deny the Prism? We'll kill it, but not before the warping comes off. The thing is, the bio army was close by, so we're not really out of position for this either. Army steps up. We're just going to have a few Ghosts on the way. The Drilling Claws coming through. Marine Marauder Medevac still building. Just going to have the army of Maru heading down to the bottom. Just don't think Maru's army is going to be shifted, honestly. Just don't think there's really a chance for that at this point. I think Clem is kind of just... I mean, I think he's dead because especially there's already just a few Vikings out from Maru, and the Colossus count is not super high, so a few Vikings are going to do a lot, especially when the Stalkers can't even get close to them. Maru doesn't even need to do anything fancy on the bio here, just stand, fight, trade out with the units that arrive, and Maru going to take a 2-1 lead in this best of 5. Man, this is a game that started off so well for Clem, but he really overstepped his boundary, and it just shows still how fragile and how easy it is to kind of get carried away with this Protoss army. You know, he had a lot of Stalkers. He felt like he was doing very well, which was all true. But you put yourself in a position where suddenly the Terran can fight back and actually guarantee a few kills because you don't have a way to get those units out of there. It really does snowball. And Clem has been basically all in off that 4-gate the entire game because at no single point of this did he ever tech up to a level where it was like, okay, Clem, I see you. Like, I see your tech. I see where this game is going for you long term. It might not have been the same all-in, but it was kind of a continuous, like, from one all-in to another, because he was just constantly on pure gate units. Yeah, he was expanding. Yeah, he had bases. But if he didn't keep damage being done with the pure gateway forces, it gets to this stage where Maru's army is A, too big, and B, too much quality. Ghosts and Vikings are just going to be way too good to deal with it. I don't hate that Clem tried to tech up, because I actually don't think he was going to do it with purely Zealot Stalker. At the same time, maybe he would have been better just to not throw the Colossus down and just... I don't know. I think he was actually kind of doomed. Like, the supply didn't say he was doomed, but the general kind of state of the game kind of did say he was doomed, you know? So, yeah. Just getting a little bit too feisty, I think, Clem at points. Oh, at that single point. Yeah, that forward blink, that one moment, I think, really defined everything else that happened. And the thing is when Maru overcommitted, it was so much later that it wasn't as impactful. And Maru's overcommitment lost him like a handful of bio units instead of like the core of your army from the early game, you know? So, you know, there's again a lot of moments, but I think that was one of the main ones. Clem is going to go and bring this around. Now having to try and tie this up as we go into a game 4. We're going to be on Mothership. I'll just give it 30 seconds for some ads that are playing, guys. We'll get into Mothership here for 4th game of this series. Again, we're going to have this Clem Maru series. When this wraps up, we'll do Trigger versus Rogue, and then we have Serral versus ByuN. These are all the quarterfinals from the LIULI Cup Grand Finals. So all of that's going to be happening today. I don't think we're going to do anything more than quarterfinals. It really depends how long the games take. I mean, if this series ends in this next match and it's like 10, 15 minutes, maybe we are on schedule to do some semis. What I'm wondering about, though, is it even worth me doing like a semi-final when maybe we could just pick another day to do both the semis, because there's also a third place match. So maybe we just pick another day to do like the rest of these replays and make sure we can cast it in full, is what I'm kind of thinking. So, yeah. I'm kind of thinking that we probably just do the round of 8 today. And go from there. That's still kind of my plan. Like I say, maybe if the round of 8 is very quick, we do a bit of the semi-finals too. But I really presume it's not going to be, because it's, you know, tip-top StarCraft. What's going on? And as we get ready to zip-zap zoomy on in to some more games. What's up, Deku Chance UX? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. I'm going to throw us into the lobby, guys, so we'll get this going in a second. Go on a mothership here. Get this ready to go, go, go. Scan out observer setup already before you guys see the screen. Perfect. All right, down a game in the top right will be Clem, the blue Protoss from Liquid, taking on the Red Terran. The 6 o'clock of Mothership for this game 4 will be Maru. There we go. We are going to move over there. There we go. Beautiful. All right, let's see what we get up to. Let's see what we have happen. Let's get this all started here and ready to go. Kicking this off into play. Rex and the Gas going to come up here initially. Gonna get us started on this just for the moment. Just going to go with that to begin with. Get this started. See where we go as the probe comes around. A couple of gas coming up. Gate and the assimilator coming through as well. Reasonable for a moment or two. Are disruptors bad now? Yeah, kind of. Disruptors are just a little bit too different. Like, they just don't do enough consistently enough. You know, a lot of the times the Terrans, they will dodge away, they will split, just don't get those big connections. And a lot of the time in the past, what the Disruptors were able to do was kind of clip the edge of the army, but now that they don't one-shot Marauders, unless they're stimmed up a bit, and Ghost as well, like, they just don't kill enough things for that kind of chip damage at the edge of an army to really be meaningful. Because realistically, a Terran should have Marauders in front of Marines anyway, right? So you do see Disruptors kind of like a follow-up to the Colossus. Sometimes the players don't want to go into Storm and they want to kind of, you know, keep their kind of Robotech rolling and they want to kind of switch up some of the splash damage. And there's still a role Disruptors play. They still force you as the, you know, defender against Disruptors to kind of split away. They force you to stay back. It means your army can't be chased as easily because you can send Disruptor shots to kind of stop the chase down. They still have a role to play, but they're not really... They're definitely not good like they have been in the past. They're definitely in a weaker position at the moment than they've been at other points in the meta in the history of StarCraft. So, yeah, they're not ideal, I think, is a good summary. Not ideal. There's going to be a little starport coming down over there. Hellion coming up on the factory. Barracks building through. A couple of those Reapers coming about. Let's get ourselves settled in here for the moment. Twilight Council, Adept, and the Wolf Gate will all build. Again, no surprise to see Clem going back to the Twilight. We'll see how aggressive he gets with the Twilight here on the map. So, like I say, it's definitely one of our kind of bigger question marks of kind of how this all plays out as the Reapers and the Hellion will gather for a moment or so. CV just patrolling there, the reactor. Sorry, Tech Lab coming up on the starport. So Maru actually going to be kind of aggressive with a proxy Tech Lab starport. How interesting. It's a proxy cloak Banshees. It's going to bring Banshees across the map super quickly. Cool. I'm kind of into it. I am kind of into it. Reapers and the Hellions going to get through and kill the Adept off. I am genuinely kind of into it because it's the sort of thing that's like, it's not super complex, but it's like if those Banshees just arrive a little earlier than you're ready for, maybe. It's a cool way to maybe just get some damage done. You're not overly committed. Yeah, Starport across the map has to fly home, but you know, you can go into a lot of this with the barracks and the factory behind it as well without needing the Starport production, so it's not the most common of proxies, but I kind of like it. See if Maru can get some damage done with this as the Robo Facility and Gateway both build through from Clem. Blink on the way up. Of course, he was 1-0 down after game 1 and brought himself back to being level after the end game 2, so we'll see if he can repeat that kind of bounce back here in this game 4 now. Down 1-2 in the best of 5. Lose this series though, and Maru would go to the semifinals to play against Reynor because they are on the same section of the bracket as the Reynor Cure series that happened earlier. So that is kind of fun that we know that it's guaranteed a TVZ in the semifinals, whoever wins this, because it's either Clem versus Reynor or Maru versus Reynor. Both exciting matches, actually. Reapers and the Hellion trying to move up to the top. Stork is going to be there. First Hellion gets shot down, blown up immediately. That Hellion goes down. A few Reapers are still moving about. Siege Tank, Banshee, and a couple of additional Marines are still building by as well. So continue to bring that through. Get that set up. This Banshee's going to go around the top, through the 12 o'clock, and in toward the 3rd/natural here in the next few moments. Proby's already going down, so we are going to see a bunch of those dying. There's a battery, but battery doesn't care about the double Banshee. Stalker's down in position, though. I mean, 6 workers only is actually... I mean, this would be good if it was like 2 just regular Banshees. And considering we have batteries up, there's not going to do any more unless you build another, which he is building one more. Obviously, for it being the proxy as well, 6 is okay, but not maybe as much as you wanted. Losing a Banshee, I think, is something I would have liked to have avoided. Right now, he kind of wants to bring the 2 Banshees in together again, I'd imagine. He's actually going to build another one, so that's the 4th Banshee on the way. Every Banshee you build is longer and longer that the Starport does not go home, and the less and less likely I think that we actually ever go home with it at all, maybe, which is obviously kind of interesting if that's going to be the case. Banshee tank just moving through. Stalkers will blink around for a moment. Charge just coming up. Forge and the gate probes coming in. Clem did find the starport, so he now knows where that starport was at. So you finally get a little bit of that information, but now it just lifts off and pulls away. I don't think it's ever going to get home, though. It's floating to the left-hand side, so unless we're going to build our medevacs on a proxy whole game, we might need a new starport back at home, or just go with our medevacs for an absolute eternity here as this Banshee tries to slip by up the right side and sees if it can get through. Answer is, not just yet, it can't. Looks up, though, and, okay, I mean, it can get through, but I just think one Banshee is not going to find anything here because we have the batteries to make sure that it doesn't get anything extra. And you have those batteries to make sure the rest of this is just fine. Plus one charge coming through, the extra gates in production still. Reapers will take a second to hop up on the left side. The Banshee's still on the move. Starport coming about a moment or so. 1-1 upgrade, Stimpack building. Marines tank, extra barracks all coming through. The orbital command coming up as well. Grid still coming by. Reapers going to get rid of a couple probes already, so 2 probes go down right off the bat. Again, 1-1 Stimul building through. Tanks on the way up. The Marines still building by. A lot of that's still coming over as the Reapers are going to go in after the probe already. Taking a few shots. Probes will take some damage. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield, and concussive shells going through as well. A few workers still coming around and taking some more hits as the Reapers get back to business. 4 workers killed. And turning back around to put a bit more damage out onto ward these stalkers again. It'll go down, but not bad for Maru again. Just getting in, getting about 4 probes. Really able to do very well with a lot of the little bits of harassment in this series. I think throughout the games, we've seen Maru consistently getting back in, getting more damage done, finding a little bit extra to what we were maybe initially imagining kind of happening. Colossus is still building. The +2 attack still building by as well. Got an observer that gets scanned down by the Marines. We're able to knock that down as well, at least. Now the tanks in a big siege as the bunkers are going to set up as well across the bottom side. Oh, sorry, they're not bunkers. He's just going to build depots, sorry. So he's setting up some Sim City, basically, something to kind of absorb some Zealot charge and to make things a bit more chaotic, but I thought he was going to build a bunker or two and just be very safe. Clearly tell what level of play I'm playing at. I'm like, a third base? Going to need 2 bunkers for this, guys. And we're going to get 4 more probes, but the Banshee count is continuing to fall. It's kind of the continuous issue right now is scan up. That is another observer that gets shot down already. 2-2 still building. The vehicle weapon upgrade building as well. Plus on the way. Upgrades all coming by. That thermal land's going to be done very shortly. The couple gates in the next is building through as well. Sensor tower is going to start up out at the front. We do throw a 5th base into the center there from Clem as well. So you throw that 5th base down. Supplies again very even. Clem 72 workers, 69 of Maru. So worker count is pretty even across the board as well currently. 2-2 and that vehicle upgrade as well, also just being added on into play right now. Maru just kind of saying, yeah, Ghost Academy, Vikings, another command center. It's not super defensive right now, but I wouldn't hate the idea of him being super defensive in general, right? Because we know later game TVP is generally something that the Terrans enjoy and the Protoss do not quite enjoy as much. So I actually would love to see one later game between Maru and Clem. Let's face it, right? Like, we have never seen them play TVP against each other. This has been a very kind of early to mid-game series so far. Give us one game that goes a bit longer, that goes a bit deeper, and lets us really see who can kind of duke it out deeper in this. What's fascinating is Clem is going to play this kind of Colossus into Disruptor style. No storms at all. That means he generally wants to be on the map and being aggressive, put himself in positions where he can take advantage of the Disruptor shots and so on. So I've got to imagine that's going to be one of the main takeaways for Clem here in terms of what he tries to set up for. But yeah, if you're not trying to deny Terran bases, you're probably doing things a little bit wrong. You need to be kind of consistently aggro in this game, in this scenario, so you try and keep that up and running. As we can see, Nexus and Cannon coming on through, setting up once again. It's a lot of tanks. It's going to make it difficult for Clem to kind of sit at an edge and poke through. There's an EMP for an observer, but it actually EMP'd on top of his other ghost, so it actually cost it actually costs Maru some of his energy. Only 1 ghost left with an EMP at the moment. Might be impactful because Clem is just about to start fighting. Here we go. Like I say, only 1 EMP available. Double Disruptor shot is going to hit double Siege Tank. That's actually really not a bad first wave of the Disruptor hits. But it could have gone a whole lot worse, so we take those for sure. Liberators, Marines, Marauders all coming through still. +1 ship weapons coming up as well. As well, it's coming back around that right-hand side, and we reset ourselves into the middle right here. I'm going to take a moment to open up some rocks, just open up some general space on the map, so giving himself some extra room to work with for the moment. And opening those rocks up definitely going to give him some more space, but we are going to dive for the right side. Disruptors here will just go for the siege tank. I've got to say, so far when Clem's fired the Disruptors, they've been pretty effective at landing, and landing on something meaningful as well. Obviously helps when you fire the double Disruptors in. Prism going to die to the missile turret, but not before the Zealots get out. So that's going to cause a disruption for Maru. We'll have to pull units back into the main to deal with this. And yeah, we'll have to pull units back over here to deal with this. And that maybe gives you the opening on the front door for Clem, but I don't think it'll do enough. He clearly didn't feel like the moment was there. He's going to try and swing around the left side. He'll be spotted by the sensor tower, so Maru can reposition. He's already got some tanks kind of in position there. So I don't think this is a position for Clem at all. Too much SimCity. Oh, it's a great Disruptor shot, though. Lands on a bunch of Marines and clips down the HP bars of Marauders and Ghosts. That was actually a very good Disruptor hit. Got to take those when they come around. It's not going to happen every time, and especially not when there's so many tanks available to kind of target down a bunch of those Disruptors as well. So like I say, we've really got to try and, grab onto our opportunities when they come about. These Disruptors will just go for a single Ghost, but it's going to cost you... I think it should have cost you 2 Disruptors. I think Maru could have targeted the other one in the end, but he hit into the rest of the army instead. So just 1 Disruptor in the end. Like I say, I really felt like that maybe could have been the opportunity for 2 with Clem. dives in, loses Colossus, killed a couple of siege tanks on the bottom side. The Zealots kind of charged around that corner. Very booster on the way, +3 armor coming up. Extra disruptors, the Dark Shrine in the gateway building as well. Still got the 3-3 coming through on the side of Maru, so bringing that up. The extra Liberator is producing also. This army just settling in the center. How do we want to approach this? Couple shots will fire in. Gonna land a little bit short of the siege tanks initially. Not able to quite do enough over there, unfortunately, as the bio will try and fire through as well. Just see the Dark Shrine coming up. The Next is still on the way. Shields and the armor upgrade continue to produce in, so Clem again bringing a lot of that on the line right now. Notice on the Vikings will continue to come through. A couple of shots, big fight starting to break out here for a couple of moments, so a bit more damage being dealt. Another disruptor shot coming back up to the top side. Try and get a little bit more out of this. Going to charge in once again. Quite a few units nearby, as we are going to be seeing the EMP onto the Stalkers. Clem losing a lot. Does want to, I mean, you can see the eagerness from deny the 5th base. The Terran gets to 5 bases. Again, we talk about the comfort of the Terran later in the game, and we're definitely kind of somewhat on track toward that right now, where we're not far away from seeing the Terran be on that kind of comfortable position late here. The disruptor shots will hit at a siege tank. On 5 base, it's going to happen for Maru. Like I said, I do think that creates issues for Clem. He's going to go into Shadow Strides. He's going to get the DT Blink available for himself as well. Still pretty rich, trying to find another opening here. I love what he's doing. It's great movement. Moves the Stalkers into an aggressive position. Bam, they're immediately useful, and boom, he cuts off the reinforcement pathway with a disruptor shot that gets a few Marines straight away because of it. He's going to get an orbital or so here, and then probably just step away from this, straighten out some of the Zealots as he retreats, but man, like, hard to not love the movement of Clem. It does feel like everywhere he gets to, he has kind of a plan on how he sort of, you know, takes advantage of the position. Kind of love, he killed off only one of these rocks earlier, and it kind of has allowed him to move through that position, but then it's still choked up if the Terran chases him through the same position. I wonder if that was intentional or just kind of like a fortunate circumstance of when he kind of got pulled away from those rocks and he's never been able to get back to them. Another good set of disruptors. And we really picked this game to talk about how disruptors have not been as reliable lately, and something we can't love as much as we once did. And in this game, the disruptors are just like, hold my beer, because we're going to show you some disruptor shots that are going to be heckin' impressive pretty much the entire way through this. PTs get through, siege tank goes down. A couple of others are going to swing themselves onto the sense tower for a second. Obviously not bad to get rid of potential just vision of where your army's coming from all the time. It's something that costs gas as well, so for the Terran to rebuild into it is expensive. It's a lot of Liberators, but we're going to get the disruptors to zone the bio back, gives the Stalkers a chance to get underneath, but man, there's like still 5 libs. We kill 3 of them, it's going to be a massive 15 Zealot warping on the right side to defend this base. Battery goes down, but the Zealot should be good enough to kind of come through and just kind of deal with the bio. At the very least, going to force it to step back and away. Clem at 86 workers starting to overtake the upper left side of the map as well. As you can see, that's a good another set of disruptor shots. I thought he killed more SUVs there, but these disruptor shots also threatening the center of the army and giving you a bit more room to work with. However, no Zealots in position, and this Stalker force being chased back. And Maru finding an opportunity to get a lot of damage done onto this army as well. A couple Liberators siege up, try and keep it pushed back away. Maru creating some space between his bases and where the Protoss army actually feels like it can be right now. So, pretty big deal right there. As extra Marine Marauder, Liberated Viking continues to produce. Close is going to go zap zap as we do see Clem on the right side. Double Prism into the main. Is going to see one of them living. I don't actually think long enough to warp in because the Vikings are chasing for it. The army on the right hand side at the same time. Not doing too much as the Prism denied. So yeah, double Prism just thrown to the wind there. It's going to be Maru taking some defense in the main, and you love that again. Force the Prism to rebuild is not exactly expensive, but it is expensive in terms of robo build time, right? So kind of force that, and does mean that for the moment at least you're not going to be harassed back in your base, giving you way more chance to focus out on the map as well. That is a big deal of this too. The ability to focus out on the map does so much for you right now. Colossus on the top side, dodging backwards. Good split from Maru on the top. Avoided the disruptor. He needs to decide what he wants to jump on here. He was kind of chasing the top army. He's like, oh, I need to go to the bottom. Eats another disruptor shot, man. Just can't keep eating these disruptor shots. They're clearing up so many of your units and putting them low HP. Gives Clem's army the chance to really kind of be aggressive into you. Clem trading 6,000 resource loss worse right now, but he does have a ton more bases. Of course, a couple of his bases are not mining at all, so some of them are just for show at the moment, and also for easy transfers. And if the Terran starts to drop you, you still have to get rid of those empty bases, even if they're not mining right now. So it's basically a way to invest some minerals into something that'll be useful in the future, and can even be useful as a distraction kind of on the way to that future position. Fifth base goes down. Massive kill from Clem. We talked about the importance of that fifth base earlier and how big it was in general that Maru was just getting to that fifth base to begin with. I'm going to keep pushing forward now. Man, I tell you what, Maru's army is just low HP, not being given much of a chance to rest and recover. It is just sitting low HP kind of the entire way through this so far, so not looking fun in that regard. Re-engaging in. The Stalkers do get underneath and they get rid of a couple of the Liberators right off the bat. Or laser beams from the Colossus, able to sit from afar. The Libs trying to hold that position, gonna have to relocate once again. Clem doing a good job once more of just forcing Maru to never be able to sit in the same defensive setup twice. Constantly having to bounce around against that. And obviously that becomes tougher now for Maru without a fifth base to kind of stay in this and to not drop down. Because without a fifth base, you're just not going to have the economy to necessarily keep you in this every time. So again, rebuilding and resetting becomes somewhat tougher and tougher at this point. DTs show up and kill the fourth. Now we have a replacement CC, but there's the effectiveness of the DTs as well as Clem gets rid of the base. He is going to get rid of the turret. And like I say, forces a new base to come in position, but that's one base closer to kind of Maru being out of bases, essentially, right? And Maru's not in the money kind of position right now to rebuild command centers. So actually, killing command centers is a pretty darn big deal. We're at the point where actually killing a CC is going to be extremely impactful and really can matter. So, big factor there. TT show up again. SCV's back in trouble. 23 SCVs go down. Ooh, good fight from Maru, though. Cleans out a lot of the Colossus. We find this Nexus here. This is what's funny. There's so much kind of fluff around the map. Like, a lot of these Nexus do not matter for Clem. But Maru is going to spend some time killing some of them, and that may give Clem the time to rebuild a little bit or to mine a little bit extra at times. No tech on the map right now. This is going to be the awkward point for Clem. Can he deal with this Terran army one final time without a ton of tech units? He's going to have access to Disruptor soon, but right now it's Zealot Stalker. He might just have to give up a whole bunch of space, as Maru is definitely smelling blood in the water. He recognizes that this might be his opportunity, so he's stimming forward. He's chasing this army down. He wants to cause the fight sooner rather than later. He recognizes this is absolutely the time to do it here. And he's going for the heart as well. He's not messing around. I said there's a lot of fluff in this game, but he's not chasing the fluff. He's going directly for the heart of the Protoss right now as the Disruptor shot comes through. The Liberators sieging up to give us this advancing line forward. A pathway we can move through with a lot more comfort with these ByuN units, knowing that they're well protected by those Liberators. A Zealot counter-attack going to find an orbital that is replacing the 5th base position. Stalker's playing through here. The Zealot's doing a great job tanking. The Vikings land, though, from Maru. It's not going to matter because he's just out of supply. All of his SCVs are dead. I didn't realize he's already on like 20 SCVs before this fight starting. So his economy had really been kind of battered and bruised. And, you know, obviously we focused a lot on the command centers that were going down. But obviously the SCVs going down as well. Kind of, you know, alongside that, just make it so difficult to replace economy, even if you do find a way to put a base on location. And that was just Clem absolutely playing full throttle. Like, this was Clem playing TVZ, but in the TVP, right? Or in the PVT, where he just holds down the attack button and he just finds all the different ways to attack again and again and just continues to try and find damage throughout and eventually ends up in a W position. Chillin' Jedi, thank you so much for installing the Foundation Galactic Frontier. We appreciate that. If you guys are enjoying the stream and you want to support for free today, we have a sponsorship going on with the Galactic, ! Galactic in the Twitch chat. If you download the game or if you install the game, that alone gives us some straight up money into the sponsorship. And if you play through to some of the different levels, you can absolutely help even further as well. We're not playing that on stream today, but we'll play it on stream at some point in the near future. So if you want to wait until you see it on stream, that's absolutely fine as well. No problem. No problem at all. All right, we're getting ready for game 5, guys. We're going to have to run ads because that was a bit of a longer one. So we'll just run the ads for a moment. We get ready for 5th map. So it's going to go the distance. The macro game goes the way of Clem, or the longer game goes the way of Clem. Fun stuff, fun stuff. Take a second and we'll be away with this, guys. Like I say, just give it a few moments for some ads. We'll get this ready to go. Like I say, we got Trigger versus Rogue coming up after this, then Serral versus ByuN after that. Here's the list of matches we're going through, because those are just the round of 8s from this tournament. You guys can hear me when I like hum, right? Like when I go like, because I don't hear it in my headphones, so my playback doesn't pick it up, but I feel like it does go out to the stream. It's kind of weird. You guys do, yeah? Cool. Good to know. I feel like those noises just aren't like in my ears for some reason. Oh. Stretch it out. Stretch it out. Alright, guys. Game 5. You guys excited? Gonna go to White Rabbit. White Rabbit. Let's do it. One final map here between Clem and Maru. I really looked forward to casting this series. Yeah, obviously I did hard to ignore some of the matchups that happened. And I didn't see what happened, but I knew that they played, and I was very excited, like I say, to kind of get to see this one. And it does deliver by going all the way to the 5 games, so thank you guys. Thank you, Clem. Thank you, Maru. Appreciate it. Giving us some cool stuff. As we have Clem in the upper right-hand side will be the blue Protoss player. Maru in the bottom left-hand side will be our red Terran. A deciding game to see who advances to the semi-finals of the LIULI Cup Grand Finals. It's Grand Finals 2025. I hate it when the 2025 Grand Finals or something is in 2026. Like, in January, it's kind of fine. It makes sense still, but, like, yeah, I had this with my own tournaments in the past as well. Like, our WardiTV, like, 2020 event and 2021, and, like, those big events would always be, like, more in January. That's why last year I changed it to December, because I was just like, man, I can't deal with these tournaments consistently ending the year after, the month after. Like I said, January is kind of fun, because I feel like it's like you're coming off the year, but the LIULI Cup 2025 finals in February was a bit of a shocker. At that point, I feel like you can just call it something a bit different, although I understand why they did, because they obviously had a bunch of players invited in based on LIULI Cup performances from 2025, so it made sense. Just, yeah, when you say it without the context, it sounds weird, right? Look at Maru for this game 5, man. Double barracks across the map, being a little cheeky here. Clem will scout, and you will see no barracks in the main base, so you can now try and make a call from this. He's going to throw a pylon onto the low ground, so it looks like he will try and still expand. Remember, Maru in the second game of this series set up with a single proxy barracks, and so he has set the precedent for coming into this main base and not actually being able to get a proper scout of what's going on because of the lacking barracks. In this case, this probe though is going to show up. He's going to see double tech labs, so Clem sees what's up, sees double barracks. Now he knows that pylon on the low ground is probably a waste, so we'll just go up to the high ground and look to begin establishing our defense on the high ground now instead. It's going to be our plan as the Zealot comes down over here. Bit of Marine Marauder still coming out. A couple of those Marauders currently building. Stalker on the Warp Gate coming through as well, just for the moment. And that underway. Marauder going to start shooting a couple of SCVs. Don't want to take too many free shots. They want to be a little cautious, I'd imagine. In the grand scheme of things right now, so we're going to try and deal with that for a moment or two. I see a couple of Marauders going to hit through there. Put a little bit of work in. Get some damage done. Do you have the Robo and the Warp Gate continue to come about? It's going to be seeing the Adept of the Stalker still gathering for a few moments, so Gathering that about, factoring the engineering bay coming through. Engineering bay is going to be part of the wall off here, making sure that the counter-attacking Zealot can't do much. Obviously, Clem on one base right now, building the robo to break out of this. Once again, Maru approaching a lot of games in this series with the concept of like, hey, if I do something early and throw you kind of off maybe your kind of typical expectations, I feel like you might struggle. I feel like it's kind of the vibe that we're getting, because he's done a lot of things just to, like I say, throw Clem off, try and hit him early, trying to catch him off guard. All starting that game one with the one base all in. That was a very good commitment and absolutely worked wonders, so that's been a very fun matchup in that regard. Let's do have the probe. Gibbs on patrol and the double barracks still coming up. Immortal and the warp gate coming through as well. The barracks going to start finally flying back home. The Immortal going to be a big part of the defense, especially against Marauders. Immortal can do so much against Marauders. They shoot them down so quickly with that bonus damage to armored units. Marauders really do end up melting in that situation a whole lot more than you'd like them to. Nexus and the Prism still coming up. Just gonna have ourselves the Adept taking a chance to step over here as well. Some damage on the tech lab, nothing too crazy just yet though, nothing too wild. So units will once again move themselves onto the map. Coming across. Jankel finishing it. Oh, Zeus going to give us a little bit to work with as well. A couple of barracks going to drop down into place. Pylon in the background getting set up also. So going to get that pylon online. Everything else coming in. I'm excited to see if Clem can really do anything pushing forward here. I don't know if he can, to be honest. I think he's probably going to end up just a little bit shy of really having enough to make anything happen. So, yeah, probably nothing too much coming of this right now. Siege tank and the Marine coming through, engineering bay, and the barracks still producing online as well. Observer gets caught. Maru being very good at spotting those observers, just like ByuN has been lately. I keep mentioning ByuN when it comes to killing observers, because it really has been something he's been super effective at. He's able to consistently come in and play denial after denial on observers, making life so miserable on the other side of things. So, Marauders, the couple tanks gathered together right here. Just gonna see the scanner coming down. The observer gonna take a few more shots of damage. It's gonna go down already. The tank's still siege. It's a nice force field. We're out of reach at the moment, so we're actually not in a bad place. Putting some pressure out right now. A bad point to be in at all. Another nice force field on the ramp. Gonna keep things at bay. The Raven and the Viking both going to be there to try and help us out with this at the moment. See that blink coming through. Finish very shortly from Clem to get back onto the map. Blink and that attack upgrade. Both coming through, getting that underway. The Viking, the Raven, both going to be there. Observer goes down immediately. Again, the extra gate's coming up. The Immortal, the +1 in the charge, building through. Attack upgrade. Banshee, the tank, and Marines all still building by. A couple of mules drop down from the sky. The refineries are coming up as well. Keep on bringing those in. There's now Raven, Banshee, Viking takes a step forward. Stalkers, and after a couple more units for the moment, a little bit of cleaning up being done. Stalker's going to try and fight back, get some shots off. We're going to see there's a lot of units from Maru. Clem, anything you can do to kind of reduce this number is obviously going to be seen as, you know, a pretty decent victory right now. So anything you can kind of do in that regard can absolutely help you. We'll see if we get much of it done as we continue by. The +1 and the charge both coming up. Stim and the +1, the combat shield as well, continuing in as well. All those upgrades continuing to rock on in. The attack upgrade building on the side of Maru, so that engineering base still working. In the end, he backed off. He's got Stim in combat. He's got the extras coming through, so not really feeling the need to kind of truly fully send this at the moment. Feels as though he's got more in the future. Like I say, with other upgrades coming online, it kind of makes sense that he's looking to the future rather than the here and the now on a push like that. Marine Marauder Medevac still building in. Stim back and combat shield. Definitely still an accompaniment for that as well. the Immortal. Going to shove its way through the tech lab there for a couple seconds. We'll get a bit of damage done. Clean up over here as well. Still got Stimpack, Combat Shield both building through, so we continue with those upgrades. And yeah, the +2 attack upgrade with the Probe Bay and the gates. Continue to roll out. A single Marine shows up, and the Probe takes some damage. The Probe pull through to do a little extra as well. Thanks to Siege and Unsiege. A little bit of a dance from tanks as they try and step up once more. Still only 2 bases here from Maru. It's only 3 barracks, so it's not necessarily a crazy kind of 5 racks or anything, but the longer he goes without starting 3rd base, the more it feels as though this commitment on these 2 bases really is just the plan. And 3 barracks can still be enough if you're still cranking out a lot of factory starport stuff, right? You can still definitely spend that money. It's obviously being true, especially now we're going to build 2 Vikings at times, so... The first Colossus out from Clem. Thermal Lance nowhere near being done. All his +2 attack. A couple of things that we're investing into right now that are not going to be full strength or power for this fight. That's coming shortly. The SCVs have been pulled. The attack is coming. Clem runs for the counterattack onto the natural of Maru initially with a chunk of Zealots. They'll... Not too much just yet. Anti-Armor still hits a lot of the important units. The Colossus and the Immortals. Force Fields will buy you a bit of time. It's scary to attack forward here into this. Units are leaking through. As the Force Fields were okay, but they weren't perfect. And that Colossus is just dying. The Zealots on the other side are doing great, but we've got to kill this army. And Clem just ran up into his main base. That does not feel good at all. Because now you're in your main base, and Maru is sat on the natural, just waiting for you to come down. The Nexus is going to go down. Obviously, you've thrown Maru down to essentially a 1-base setup here. Zealots are going to recall home. We're going to need everything to break out of this. Clem tries to come down the ramp. He's going to have a lot of SCVs to get through as well. The Siege Tank's not targeting the Colossus. There are 3 Vikings that are making the Colossus their job and their duty at the moment, so... Maybe that is why we see the Colossus going down quickly, though. Clem is just not going to have enough. GG has to be called. Maru is going to reduce Clem out of this series, and he is out of this tournament as well. He's going to knock Clem out and advance himself through into the semi-finals, and Clem is eliminated. Damn. That's crazy. What a fun matchup. A lot of people wanted to see Clem and Maru play for a long time. I feel like it actually kind of delivered. I feel like it kind of delivered a lot of different games. A lot of games that played very true to the kind of like the idea of... yeah, very true to the idea of just kind of TVP. Cool. All right, we're going to... take a second or two, guys. We'll run ads, but coming up next, we will head into the next match on the list, which is Trigger versus Rogue. Then after Trigger versus Rogue, we'll go into Serral versus ByuN. We'll do 2 more best of 5s today, I think, is gonna be the plan. So, yeah. Coolio. YouTube money just went down 25%. How does YouTube money go down? What even is YouTube money? Ay. Not the YouTube money. No! Oh, just because Clem's better? To be fair, Maru is actually pretty good for getting people to watch as well, to be honest. Also very reasonable. Can't complain about that. Anyways, well, so it's going to be Reynor Maru in the semi-final. Will not be cast. I'm pretty sure we're not going to cast that today, guys. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to save that for next week or so instead. I think it probably just makes a whole lot more sense overall. So yeah, probably just cast that next week. I think today we're going to fully focus on the on these quarterfinals. All right, so anyways, let's focus up because we'll get into Trigger vs Rogue. We'll get this started, guys, and just keep the games rolling. Like I say, just running in the bracket order for this event, and then Serral ByuN is the other quarterfinal that comes up after this. So with that all said, let's dive on in. Let's cast a couple games of PVZ. How lovely. Some PVZ, wonderful. All right, so it is going to be Trigger in the bottom right-hand side of the map. He is going to be representing Basilisk, of course, as he takes on Rogue in the top left, our blue Zerg player, here for game number 1 of this BO5. All right, opening game, best of 5, Rogue versus Trigger. Trigger must have had a cool group stage, man. I think he beat Hero to advance, because I believe his group was Trigger, ByuN, Hero, Scarlet, and ByuN is in the playoffs too, so I'm pretty sure he beat Hero to advance, which I can say is very cool. So, yeah, excited to see Trigger being here. Being a player who's just fun to follow, always improving. Definitely someone who's improving and also kind of actually seen success on the improvement as well. Like actually seen results while getting better, right? So very cool to see. Oh, exciting. Alright, well, we calm down from some PvT into some PvZ. PvZ, I always say, it takes a couple minutes to get going. Usually in this game, currently looks exactly to be the case like that. Just a hatch gas pool against a Cybercore and next. There's nothing super crazy going on in the first few moments or anything. So yeah, everything looking pretty regular for now. As we get set up into this and get ready to continue through. Cybercore next is both building by. Again, just going to see those couple queens and the lings all coming up as well. Bringing that straight through. Link speed will start from Rogue. Everything really, again, very regular for the first few moments here as we, again, get this PvZ underway and moving along for a little bit. Link speed will be breaking out. Just going to see the couple of links trying to get after the probe here for a few moments. The probe will be chased around. The drone crosses back over past the probe's pathway. You'll see the pylon go down. If Trigger tries to delay this natural as long as he can, he knows that Rogue wants to get to 3 bases about now, so the more he can delay that, the happier he'll be, knowing that he's just making his opponent's life a little bit tricky. Trickier than it wants to be, for sure. The Adept shades and moves over. A couple lings start getting hit. Sling speed, lings and the queen coming through. The overlord coming up as well. Just going to have the Adept being chased around. The drone becomes a spore. Adepts moving up together. A couple of them going to join in right now. Well, the end spell coming up next on the way. Everything just nice and normal. Really not too much to go shooting about. At the start of this BVZ, everyone kind of just happy with where things sit. For the moment, at least that's what it feels like. So let's see if that truly is the case as the Oracle wanders about a little bit. I see the few lings stepping up there, trying to see what's up. Trying to see a bit of what's going on. The Queen's going to be in position too to hit the Oracle back the other way. So a few more shots there. Oracle going to activate, chase down for a building drone. I mean, you can cancel this if possible. Kills the lava as it pops as well, so it just feels as though this is the best use of energy. Stops the drone from coming up. Trigger just going to take what you're given, basically. It's obviously not a lot, but it's, like you say, better than nothing at all. So we accept. Nexus Gateway, Fortune, Twilight Council all continue through. Those upgrades continuing into play right now, so bringing those straight about. Oracle just coming over. Queens are going to get a few shots off the hit. We do see the gates, the Twilight, the Forge continue to build by as well. And again, a couple more drones going down as the Oracle gets the strike over on the sides. 6 drones in production, Lair coming through. Again, gateways, probes, and that blink continue to come online. The +1 is going to be a part of that as well. Spore Crawler still building through here, and the extra drones producing as we speak. So the drone's still coming up. The Stalker still just hunting after the Overlord for a few moments. Chasing that down. Overlord falls. The Oracle pulls back down. And around that Oracle already hurting. Might be a better Oracle just to kind of have home defensively at this point. Try to, babysit it a little bit. Keep it safe. Something along those lines, if you can do so, would be lovely. Next, Chrono Boost along as we get resumed on all of that. They're about to finish again. The Overlords, the Evo Chamber, and the Hatchery will continue to come by as well, so we bring a lot more of this straight up into play as we just have a couple of Oracles going to fly through. The Queen's going to be there. You can see the Oracle's able to get rid of a couple of drones right off the bat, so 2 drones going down immediately. Extra drone still building through. The +1 missiles coming over. Hydra Den is halfway done. Got that Temple Archives building from Trigger. A few more probes coming about. Just going to see the units moving back over again. The Oracle's going to reset themselves for a few moments also. Lings run into Stalkers in the depths, unable to do too much in that scenario. Just going to have to pull out of there for the moment. As you do see the Oracles continue to make their way around. Looking to see if the opportunity will present itself to get super impactful or not. Again, charge and that +1 upgrade both building into place. The upgrades, the missiles, and the muscular augments for the Hydras, and Rogue gonna head straight to Lurkers. One of these matchups where I actually think that how am I gonna say it? I actually think Rogue's PvZ is or ZVP is a little bit of a weak matchup for him, actually, so kind of interested what the kind of series looks like, because I actually really think out of all of Rogue's matchups, ZVP truly has been his weakest lately, so see the Oracle dropping Little Revelation. No, it doesn't really do much of anything just yet. See nothing really coming from there at the moment. Both those Oracles are so low, gotta be super careful about them. Make sure we don't end up wasting them or anything. So, yeah, gotta babysit those a little bit here. Hydra Den is cranking those Hydras. Upgrades continue to move on through as well. So again, a lot of that still coming straight on through. Getting into place. Lurker's already morphing. Man, just very fast. Rush up to Lurkers. Kind of Trigger left to do his thing. Rogue left to do his thing. Trigger's going to prep with the Stargate and the Fleet Beacon, and we really are just going to kind of accept, like I say, the movement straight into the later stages of this game, which is going to be going straight up into the Hive and Lurkers and all of that. Like, no one is really doing anything to kind of stop this from happening, so very, very standard in that regard. Just, yeah. I kind of thought Rogue would do a lot of Lingbane and Hydra aggression this series, or just more kind of mid-game aggression. To be fair, I feel like Rogue a lot of the time loses PvZ super early in the game as well, where he just can't really hold on to a lot of the attacks. He's not prepped, he doesn't have the right drone count, army supply isn't there. But, so yeah, I guess any game where he gets late is actually still scary, because I guess my qualms with his EVP do not come from his late game, it comes from him never really having a chance to get to the late game, so in that regard, this is definitely kind of an interesting little situation. Just gonna see those Fusels are gonna swing through. The Mothership is on the way, and Tempest, like I say, we are accelerating the late game here from Trigger. We're 9 minutes in game, and everyone is just heading into tier 3 tech, because if nothing has happened on the map, then why wouldn't you be on your way to your tier 3 tech? Why wouldn't you be setting up for the late game when everyone else is quite clearly setting up for the late game? And that's exactly where we sit right now on this one. Contaminate is gonna mess with things. Funnily enough, that's that's actually kind of a weird one. It's a Tempest that was contaminated before it started building because he was supply blocked, and now as he gets unsupply blocked, that Tempest doesn't start because of obviously the contaminate. But what's really interesting is it wasn't on the production tab. So usually when you contaminate something on the production tab, it gets like halted. It loses its progress bar. But even when this supply block was unsupply, even when he was unsupply blocked there, the Tempest didn't take up supply still because it didn't actually start. The building couldn't actually go through the process of starting the Tempest. It's actually kind of very rare that you see that. I don't know if I've ever really noticed that, actually. It's obviously the expected interaction, right? Like, you know, it can't start progressing, so why would it suddenly have a progress bar? It's just, usually when you see something contaminated, it is on the production tab. But in this case, it wasn't, because it was contaminated before it started. I wonder, if something's contaminated, can you build in the contaminated building? Obviously, it won't start, but can you queue up in the contaminated building while something's contaminated? Because I guess essentially that's just what happened. Which I guess would make sense that you can. It's just, yeah. No, you can't. Wow, so this really is one of the super rare occasions where, like, you actually see something starting out of contamination. Yeah, that was like I say, it's probably not worth spending 90 seconds talking about, but a very quirky, unique thing we just saw. Like I say, probably not that interesting, but if you watched enough StarCraft, sometimes even the little things can be interesting, even if they don't really necessarily seem as though they should be. Ultra Cavern's on the way. Rogue is finding different ways to fight this into the later stages. Ultra's especially going to give him a lot more kind of headbutting opportunity and ways to kind of attack into bases. Trigger's just out of position, man. Ling's running by, doing huge damage. Nidus in the main base will be denied by the recall. But that means that, yeah, these Lurkers, okay, they get killed by the Tempest returning home. But the Lings then have just continued to kill everything on that natural expansion. I love these Lurkers just going to go elsewhere. The probes all stacked up over here. Oh no, 10 world workers go down because the Lurkers just walked themselves over. And I can't believe it, but these Lurkers are going to get away. And that's simply because it was just the Tempest damage output was not high enough to really punish all these Lurkers and to kill them quickly enough. So Rogue kills a ton of workers. Now his army supply went down. He lost units during all of this. He has a decent bank for the moment. Trigger not in a bad work count. 65 is still very solid. He still has 5 bases, albeit under some pressure right now with Nidus coming through and just run-bys happening in general. It's still not a bad setup for Trigger. Just Rogue definitely taking a bit of an eco lead. Might need it because typically the fights from here on out are going to be more efficient for the Protoss and a little bit less efficient for the Zerg. So having that eco advantage can be a pretty big deal breaker. Kind of a cool game, and a game that's been very passive and not a lot going on. Kind of developing into a cool game now, especially as Rogue just finds different ways to harass. Burrowed Lings hidden around, a few Lings showing up here and there. It's starting to pull Trigger around, and we're going to get a really good idea of how well Trigger can kind of deal with this stuff. This is the kind of the game where you should be able to deal with it very well as Trigger, because you're basically dealing with this from a very standard position where not a lot else is going on. So if you can't really deal with this chaos now in this sort of situation, that does not bode well for you. Again, Trigger is caught trying to move out on the map. This time, recall's on cooldown as well. So these units just getting in and around everywhere, being extremely effective on the side of Rogue. And they're catching Trigger absolutely off guard. These Archons are going to go down. We're going to lose at least one of them. Now Lurkers in this bottom left base. This Nidus finally went up because Trigger just had too much to try and keep up with. So it does end up running into trouble over there. This Storm finally speeding up the cleanup of these Lurkers. But man, just the entire army was moving up the right side. And now the entire army had to pull from that right side to the left side for these Lurkers. And they're going to get away after killing the Nexus anyway, because the Nidus is alive long enough. Not a single Lurker fell there. The base went down. It's only the 5th for Trigger, so let's not call it kind of game over or anything just yet. But man, this game is absolutely pressing further and further into Rogue's advantage. This game is looking beautiful for our Zerg in this CVP. Rogue is playing very well, and he's, like I say, he's definitely putting himself in some very, very good positions right now. Neuroparasite still coming through. +3 melee, +2 carapace. Continue to build up at the moment. Tempest's going to shoot. A few Templar gathering back in. Couple of hits coming about. Just going to see the cannons being saved. Parasite on the way for Rogue. He's done enough in this game to get even more of his tech online. A couple more Ultras, an extra Spire. You see all the upgrades continuing through as well, obviously, so that part is looking absolutely beautiful. It's just these Tempests and these Stalkers and everything else just swinging away at things and getting stuff done. Very fun. Very fun indeed. Having a good time with this, guys. It's been fun so far. It's been a fun game. Gonna see a bunch of Lurkers will settle here for a couple of moments. So it's gonna set those up. As you see the Neuroparasite +3 melee +2 carapace coming online as well. So that's an Archon. Then over here, we see the spine crawlers going down. The drones being picked away at. The ultras come chomping through. The Archon picked off. The zealots will fall. We see a bunch of spines going to go down in that upper right corner. The rest of this army just collecting the center still here from Trigger. A couple of Archons being brought through, 4 of them coming up. See the Immortals and the Robo coming up as well. Plus 2 air weapons on the way. You're going to see the Tempest able to go after the Overlord for a moment or so. You're going to see the Ultra's going to get there, pick off that Stalker, going to take that down. Yeah, we do have the Immortals, the Stalker, and the Archon able to knock down a Nidus. So that Nidus will drop. And we have the Microbial Shroud building as well, currently from Rogue, just to make sure we've got everything in this game. Man, I still swear down, the amount of times I see Microbial Shroud upgraded, but the amount of times it still gets used is just so low. Like, I see it gets upgraded a fair amount, it's like, but are we actually going to try and use it here? Hello? Yes? No? Maybe? And so often the answer is no, we're just not going to use it. It's, no, it's pretty crazy, actually, how much it gets built and then just doesn't feel like it. I mean, it probably gets used, it just doesn't even feel like it's impactful. It's such a weird spell, man. Nice catch here. Mothership recalls to actually jump onto some of those lurkers and actually does manage to get some damage done and pushes this back a little bit. So that's a pretty decent deal, honestly, as the lurkers burrow up again. Just going to put some more pressure out. They'll put some damage out over in that direction. Just going to see a few more lings. Getting chased away again, so a bit more being done still here. Still pushing around, getting a little extra out of all of this. Nidus over on the low ground. It's going to be seeing the Ultra's about to run in toward the Archons there, seeing if they can get involved. Not much going to happen. Void Rays are still active on the Lings as well. A few probes going down during that. And Trigger now looking to make a bit of a bigger push through the center of the map as well. Soul's just trying to go over in that direction at the moment to find some success. The Void's pulled back into the middle. Mothership is going to activate and try and push through onto the rest of these units as well, just for a little extra damage. The Focus decide they're going to play the getaway game. They're going to jump themselves out of here for a few moments, so evacuation is required and evacuation is made. We're still covering up. The Corrupt is coming through as well. Moral, Exemplar, Archon all gathering through, and just going to be seeing creep spread being cleaned out initially. The Lurkers sit defensively. Left side base probably just goes down. The Rogue is working on the base on the right side. That was under attack. There's drones here as well, so we can't evacuate those. They will die. Couple Corruptors going to get through. Tempest will take some damage. Go back the other way. The Corrupt is taking some shots as well. 4 Ultras, 4 Spores. All being added on at the moment. Those extra mortals coming through. The Blink and the +3 air weapons. Also in production right now. Four Ultras finally coming through. As we just have the extra upgrades coming about. Just gonna see our Tempest pulling up some more of those changelings. Continue to pick away at those for now. The Infestor Ultra Corruptor Force gathering. Blink, +3 air weapons, +2 shielding. All the upgrades just from Trigger as we are trying to step forward here on 10,000 feet. Right side base in some trouble. Hits a fungal. It's a great fungal, actually. Time Warp's nice in return, but the Ultras have a good surround on those fungal units, so a lot of units getting kind of caught right away. Now those Ultras are going to keep on chasing. A lot of these units have to pull back. The Voider is still active and trying to clean up a little extra as well. Just going to see Tempest shots onto the base. Rogue instantly just rebuilds 10 Ultras. His bank is massive, but so is Trigger's. It's big. Trigger actually has a lot of gas banked up, 5k, with 3k minerals to go with it. So we'll see again how well we can work our way through this. Going to be seeing the army coming about. Just going to move through for a little bit. We've got the 11 Ultra still building. Tempest and the High Templar continue to build in for a few seconds. Just going to be seeing the Archon's continuing through as well. Can you settle that down right now? Just going to be seeing the Tempest shots firing, a couple storms coming through. Going to be seeing a good growth landing on a lot of those units as well. The Ultras continue to chase forward. Parasitic bombs plus the fungals. Getting a whole lot done right now. Continue to chase down these Ultras, looking to clean this army out. Both players supply plummeting. Rebuild's going to be important here. Still got a lot of Ultras chasing the Tempest. Are they clear of danger? A lot of these Tempests are low. I was going to say if they turn on these Ultras, there's a lot of low HP ones. Have the easy pickings as well. 16 Corruptors coming up as Rogue recognizes the need to just clear out the Tempest count. A lot of Lings on the way. Didn't actually rebuild many Ultras. What did they rebuild with the extra supply there? More Lings. Lurkers get themselves onto a base, so just going to still have those alive too is amazing. So a lot of ground being kept alive here, and having the ground units alive really does a lot for you. So it's a pretty major benefit in the grand scheme of things right now, as you just see. Recall on the Tempest. They're going to pull back over. More models on the way up. Ultra still coming through. Other upgrades in general coming about at the moment. Just needs to kind of wipe the Tempest force out, right? Like, usually when you win a fight like that, you expect the Tempest to be wiped out, but you just didn't have enough Corruptors. But the Tempests weren't scary enough on their own to really kind of just overwhelm the ground army and what it was doing. So Rogue with a very solid fight here and puts himself into a very solid position here on 10k feet at the moment. Opening game, best of 5, quarterfinals, elimination match. Just have a couple extra gates and walls and the Archons coming through, and the Lurkers will be hitting that Nexus a little bit. I think these Lurkers are in trouble. Well, the rest of the army's here, so they were not in trouble at all, because everything else was ready to pounce, and Rogue just says, let's do this then. In we go. The Corruptor's going to dive on top of everything. The Tempest getting knocked down immediately. The Ultras keep coming through. The Archons and Immortals in some trouble. The High Templar standing strong. Trigger's supply plummets. I mean, again, it takes a lot of rebuild from Rogue. But that's exactly what the Zerg army and Zerg supply and bank account is meant to do. So he ain't doing anything wrong. He's doing it exactly as it should be here. Putting himself into a very solid spot at the moment, it feels like. Kind of like where we're going with this at this current moment. Does feel like that was a big win. Gonna see the Lurker once again, gonna get a couple shots off onto that Nexus. Damage being done. The Archons, the Stalkers will step through here. New Tempest on the way. Trigger's going to get close to maxing out. I mean, his bank is running low, though. So you got to think that Trigger's scenario in this game is definitely worsening. But still has the opportunity to kind of take something of an equal army supply fight. There's also an interesting fact that obviously Rogue is kind of mining the same amount of bases. Resource loss is a little bit in Trigger's favor, but not too much. Sometimes you expect ZVP to be a bit better. I think denying this base of mining in the long term is still going to be a big goal of Rogue. And obviously killing all the probes there. 23 workers going down at this point is pretty substantial. Trigger starts up 6 new workers. A few drones of Rogue going down that top left as well. Obviously for now, Rogue at least just mines off this right side base. If you can mine this out, he can maybe focus more on the left side offense. And maybe even defense of a base of his own over there potentially. At some point in the near future too. So he's going to shoot. Overlord will take a little bit more damage, so it's going to keep on swinging. And again, the Corrupt and the Ling is still building by. The Infestors is going to wander their way back over here. There's a few Ultras gathering together. Lings and the Corrupt to continue to gather up. Just going to see the Ultras going to make a dive down. The cannons going to get jumped on. The Nexus is going to be found as well. It's going to be seeing these Ultras really swiping their way through everything there. So putting some big damage out. Damage being done. Templar walks back the other direction. Everything else regathering. Bunch of Lings. A few Corruptors coming through. The Spine Crawls coming up as well. 5 of those Spines currently on the way out here. So bringing a lot of them into play as well currently. As you just see, a couple of Tempest shots. Going to hit the Lings as well. We're now 24 minutes in this game 1. Rogue and Trigger. Yeah, I told you guys. I felt like there'd be some long games today. Yeah, I actually didn't think Trigger Rogue would be long. I actually felt like Rogue would be very aggressive and not let games go super long. But he had a good setup in this game to just kind of really play into the later stages. So it kind of made sense kind of doing it the way he did. Tempest moving through. Tempest going to take shots. Ultras on that bottom side trying to come in, taking some more damage. We are going to have the Corruptors still going in after the Mothership. It's another nice Storm. Going to zone those Corruptors backward. A couple more Tempest hits coming through. The Broodlords taking a few taps for this, but the Broods are nice. I mean, the ground army may be doomed here. It's such a nice fungal. It locks so many Immortals in position, and they are meant to be the counter to these Ultras, but the Ultras just get to go chomping. Trigger sub 100 supply. And Rogue might not actually have what he needs to clean out the rest of this. Looks like all the Broodlords are going to get given up to these Tempests during this attack. And once again, maybe we need a few more Corruptors to come up. Rogue is... I think he's barely going to get it done, man. Like, he still has some money in the bank, but right now it's very mineral heavy. He doesn't have a lot of gas banked. He needs to take the extract on these extra bases. Deny the left side base of Trigger would be huge as well. Trigger's a little bit of army is here. Trigger just doesn't have much himself. He builds a few Void Rays, recognizing that maybe he can try and keep the air army alive, and if you keep the air army alive, that might just be his one way to kind of play this at this stage. So can't really blame him for that logic. It definitely makes the most sense of the situation. It's going to be seeing the Lings and the Ultras both going to jump onto set Nexus and pick through that, knock that down. And you're going to see the extra Void still building up. Like I said, they'd be nice to have, but you need them ASAP, and right now Trigger has 0 gas mining as well, so that's it. His army is going to look like this for basically the rest of the game unless he gets another base and assimilators up and running. I'd kind of be shocked if Rogue let that happen, because I think Rogue has enough to basically just fight. It just takes you too much time, I think, to then actually mine enough gas out of that as well to also be impactful, to also come into play, etc., etc., etc. So I think that part of this is a bit tough as the Tempest and the Voids are going to shoot. We see a couple of the Overseers getting shot back. We are making a shove. It's basically a check of, hey, Rogue, do you have enough anti-air to at least kind of stop this army? You know, maybe, possibly you don't, and then maybe this gets kind of interesting if that's the case. Fueling's going to break through. Probes are being chased around. Fueling's going to get in after a few workers here and there as well. Now jumping onto some of the cannons. Rogue spends the last of his money on a few Hydras, by the way. So again, this really is becoming a question of, do you have enough anti-air to actually eliminate? It's kind of weird, though, because... It is kind of weird, isn't it? Because actually we're still also at this question mark of like, well, I'm saying do we have enough kind of anti-air to eliminate this army, but does Trigger have a way to actually stop the ground army from just winning the base trade anyway? What if you just never kill this air army, right? What if you just run around the map and kill all the structures? That might actually have to be the case for Rogue, as you see the Corruptors, the Queens, the Infestors trying their best to knock this down. Mothership should fall here. And a few Tempests left over. Trigger's going to say GG. In theory, I guess if you don't deny the base, then we continue to be in a position where this goes on. Ooh, well, that was a certainly a game. Rogue takes it in 27 minutes to take the 1-0 lead over Trigger. And that is going to be a game 1 victory for Rogue. Man, what an opening game between these two. Definitely a little bit of fire as we get through that. Little bit of fire. Alrighty, we're going to jump into game 2 in a couple seconds, guys. We'll just give the ads a little bit of time to play or start up at least about a minute after a long game. We have to run them, believe it or not. I know, crazy. Crazy, crazy. If you're enjoying the stream on the YouTube, just take a second to say thank you for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It takes a few moments and it goes a long way to supporting the channel. Those clicks really do add up, so appreciate if you take a moment over there on that. And we'll be going, like I say, Celestial Enclave for map 2 here as we get this ready to go, go, go. Ready to begin very soon. Very shortly. Some would even say momentarily. Some StarCraft music just to keep you guys entertained. 3, 2, 1, and go. Let's dive into another game here, guys. As we kick off into map 2 of this BO5 quarterfinal matchup. In the top right side, Trigger, our Red Pros, unable to bring it home in that last game, as Rogue ended up kind of controlling the game somewhat start to finish. At the end of it all, he actually really hard to pick a moment where he wasn't kind of in control of what was going on, at least. Pylon and the Overlord both coming up. Probe on the way. Gateway looking to come down. Hatch and a couple of drones will build through initially. Get set for a few moments. Yeah, I'm just gonna have our gateway hatch gas ball. We need to take a moment to calm down after a little bit of a crazy game, to be fair. Access Cybercore Simulator all continuing through. Hatch gas and pool continue to come up as well. The link keep building, the drone coming through. Cybercore next is coming up for a moment or so. Get that underway. Looks to be building up. That Stargate coming through. Take a couple of moments here. And yeah, I guess main takeaway right now, nothing wild happening. It's Celestial Enclave, which is kind of interesting as a map. So, yeah. Let's settle for a moment or so. Stargate, Wargate, the couple of pros coming through, Hatch and the drones going about, Queen and the Link Speed coming online as well, so we build a lot of that into play right here, bringing them straight through, just for a moment or so. A little Adepty, going to come for a little journey about for a couple of moments as well. That will shade in. Now the Lings and the Queens are both nearby, but the drones are nearby as well, so we will lose two. Wasn't too bad. Pretty quickly dealt with by Rogue. A little bit of lost mining time. Definitely not the end of the world, but there's still a little bit of something that adds up, obviously, as a couple drones and the Queen gather together. Just gonna nibble. Pylon take some damage. That Nexus coming by. The Oracle just gonna be there, chase the Lings down as well. Things coming about, again coming through. So the Queen's gonna shoot, the Oracle will take some shots. A few hits coming by already. Put that in position right away here. Let's have ourselves the final one getting picked off. So Rogue activity with the Lings looking good. Gonna go into melee upgrade at this point. There's melee upgrade coming about. The few Lings and the Leather Rotron continue to come through. Get this set up. So that's the Appling plus one building. The drone getting ready for fourth base. Defense so far pretty good from Rogue across the board here. He's going to get a wraparound. Stalker's going to take some shots. Some damage being done. The Halfling's going to get a wraparound on the Adept there. He's going to see Adept going down. A couple of Stalkers and the Adept together going to play the defense. He's going to keep the Lings back for the moment at least. So things do kind of get kept away for a couple of moments. Going to get 2 series as the Spire and the Bane Nest both come through. Hatch and a melee upgrade building as well. Some extra bits and pieces. Like I say, the melee upgrade going to be very far along. I've not seen as much melee lately. It's something that I think is still very good, but a lot of pros started to do things to really punish the melee upgrade builds. So mixing it into a best of 5 feels a lot easier right now than maybe mix it into the best of 3s and so on. Still just swinging for an Overseer at the moment. Looking for a little bit of extra damage, but nothing too wild. Neither player going for the in-base, kind of half-base as well. There's less patches available there, so it's not a full base on the in-base, but it is obviously a safe base to take. Rogue takes it now as like a 5th hatchery. Not bad. You may as well take it at some point, right, and start mining it, but it's definitely not something you're rushing to. Even Trigger doesn't take it as a 4th. Stretches himself out a lot in the top of the map, and I actually think against the melee upgrade build, I would have much preferred to see him actually take the in-base here, because yeah, it's less patches, but I actually think it's going to give you a lot of an easier time while you then get set up to deal with the Lings and so on. I mean, this is awkward, because he is on his way to Storm. He'll have Storm soon, but you're still going to be drawn across multiple bases and multiple positions, especially if Rogue broke the rocks down on the right side of the natural. Oh my god, he's going to get a catch on the High Templar right now. One Archon has to morph. These Lings just having a wild time, because there's nothing that's good against Lings at the moment. The Oracle finally shown up, and Archon morphing that she dies. And both of the kind of groups of High Templar morph into Archons, and now there's no Storm available. Muta's on the way, about to make things a little bit more chaotic here all over again, and absolutely likely going to make this even more difficult on the side of Trigger, who I actually think is not really well set up to deal with Mutas at all. He lost a bunch of Stalkers too, and every Stalker that he loses is a little bit less defense available against the Mutalists, right? So that just becomes a big problem in and of itself. Now the Mutas show up. We're going to get rid of a few probes. I actually start to fight the Stalkers that are warping in straight away. We blink backwards, but that means we can still kill off a couple of these Stalkers. So a couple Stalkers going down. Maybe the Mutas shouldn't have dove the Stalkers. Maybe they should have kept going for probes. There's a cannon there as well. I want to move away from one more Stalker. A few Lings slip by. Trigger making a couple of mistakes, leaving some open doors, leaving some open pathways to obviously just punish and capitalize in this game right now. And that's definitely what's starting to happen here. There's a few more Lings getting jumped on by some Zealots and some Stalkers. The Mutas are coming back over as well. Just going to see another Phoenix going to get picked away at now. Oracle still trying to sit tight and make something of this. Blink back over. The Mutalists will take a little bit more damage once again. Just going to be seeing the Mutas still kind of committing onto Stalkers, just trying to reduce that number. Another Phoenix shows up. Not sure how much that Phoenix can necessarily change things right now. Feels like probably not too heavily. As the Stalkers come back through, the Mutas are pushed back one more time. The few Lings going to continue once again onto that Nexus on the right side. Lings in the main base. Overall, this is 18 probes going down. And again, that's the sort of economy losses you can't really continue to withstand over the course of this game, right? So, becoming a little bit painful here as the Mutas are going to come back through for 20 additional probes. And overall, big deal. Okay, almost sub 100 supply, actually. He's now building 3 Phoenix at a time, which is great, but every Phoenix you build is something that does not really respond at all to the, it's something that doesn't really respond at all to the ground arm. I mean, I actually think the Lings are going to start becoming just as much of an issue here as the Mutas are, because if we're investing that much into the skies, like I say, the ground investment is definitely going to begin lacking, and you're definitely going to begin seeing it. Lings going to jump onto the rocks. A few more Lings going to run through. A couple of probes can be jumped on. All those workers begin to go down. Nice storm. A bunch of those Lings getting cleaned out. The Mutalists show up once again. They knock down one of the pylons powering some of the Phoenix, so going to take those straight out of the equation, I guess. When Stargate goes down, now actually going to dive onto these Phoenix. This game's over, man. This is just completely done and dusted. Like, absolute brutality from Rogue. He is just not giving Trigger any room to breathe in the slightest. And Trigger runs into kind of a brick wall of offense from Rogue. He just does not stop at anything. Nothing breaks him down. Absolutely brutal stuff as we get ready for a game 3. And Rogue has the chance to just end this series right now. So a win here for Rogue sends them through to the semifinals. Let's just go straight to a game 3, guys. No break. And see what happens. Alrighty. Game 3. And Rogue leading 2-0. Thank you, Children, for the level 4 on the sponsor. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. It's in the bottom left-hand side. We are going to have ourselves the red Protoss player. This is Trigger. Taking on the blue Zerg in the top right. It is Rogue. Game 3 of our series. Right now. Rogue up 2-0. Map away from advancing through. Trigger got to try and reset and recover at this point, it would seem. Probe moving over. Hatch gas and pool all coming up for a couple of moments. Just going to see that probe continue to move in. I feel like Trigger is obviously, I mean, there's only 2 games. First game, very passive. Rogue wins a longer game. Second game, Rogue gets more aggressive and makes it very difficult for you even to set up later on. Probes moving about. Link speed queens and the Lings coming over. I'm just going to have our Stargate building. Next is about finish. Adept building through. Take a few moments early to settle down here. Okay, we'll drop down the Adept and the Wolf Gate. Still coming up. Link Speed and the Queen continue to come through. Just going to see the Queen able to play it, and the Adept will. A few shots of damage. Things will move up to the high ground and get after that Adept as well. The Adept just chase around for a couple seconds. Again, let's be building. Wolfgate and the Oracle continue to come around. Lings and the Adepts will go to battle. Adepts just have to kill the Lings. They can't get in reach of the drones. The Queen's putting good damage out as well to shut this down. Oracle activates, a couple of Lings going to get chased. Again, the Adept continue to come through as well. Eva Chamber and the few drones continue to come up for the moment. Queen's going to shoot. Oracle takes some damage. A couple of drones going down so far. Just going to see the melee upgrade starting up. 7 drones, 8 drones on the way. The Queen continue to come through as well. So you can see those 4 drones going about again. Melee upgrade coming through. Twilight Council will continue to come about. Just going to see the Oracle still sitting tight. Melee upgrade continues to build through here. Just for a moment or so, the Queens continue over. Move over. It's going to settle around. Just going to be seeing the melee upgrade coming about here. Again, Lair, Hatchery. Drones and the Lings going through. Bane Nest continues to build. Deb's going to step forward. Just put some pressure on. Nothing really crazy from them. There's the Oracles on the right side that will ping in as well. So the Queens are defending right now as the Lings will look for the wraparound on these Adepts. There's a couple of drones. 3 workers going down in total at the moment. Not too bad just yet. And melee coming through, the Bane Nest coming about. Just going to see those few extra Lings still building by as well, so continue to get those all set up just for the moment. And a couple hatches coming through, the Prism charging the +1 as well as the Adepts still building by. Those numbers continue to rise. Feeling is going to try and poke at the frontier for a couple seconds as well, try and break through. See if there's an opportunity to get something done. Archon charging the +1 while still building, the Feelings still coming out as well. Keep going with this just for a moment or two. This one, the Archon will be done shortly. Trigger. You can count right now, what, a couple of Archons and the Prisms, just going to harass around with that for a little bit against what is purely Lings. These Archons have a chance to get something done, plus charge. So the Banes are going to be important for knock down some of these Zealots and open up the opportunity. And Hive coming up, Lane the Bane coming through, +2, and the Bane speed continue to come about as well. Continue to get that going just for the moment. It's going to be there, Zealots, the Archon. Going to come around the Banes. We'll go in after those Zealots, and we're just going to be seeing these Archons continue to fight through. A couple Lings coming about. Ling's going to run through on the next on the other side. These Archons are not being cleaned up just yet, though, so this is a problem for Rogue if he can't deal with this army, and right now he can't. A lot of units counterattacking, but not actually killing many probes. It's only drones you're seeing on the worker kill count screen here, so the odds of the Rogue might actually be in a ton of trouble because he is just getting hunted down by Zealot Archon, and he only really has Lings shown up to deal with this. No Banes to deal with the Zealot part of this. And that's 6 more Zealots warping in, unless this Prism gets shot down 10 seconds ago. This is looking kind of done as Trigger might be about to take a game back in this series. Rogue's numbers are not looking pretty at the moment. Not looking good right now. GG gets called and Trigger takes game 3 of this best of 5. Alright, so Trigger takes a map as we ready ourselves for a game 4. So we'll run ads just before game 4, just because we had a couple of games now, so we'll take a moment. Kick off into a 4th map of this series, guys. Trigger versus Rogue. And then after this, we're going to do a ByuN versus Serral series, and that'll be our plan for the day. Like I say, it's been kind of been the plan for a while. It's a fun one. Excited for it. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you for joining us as we just show us some replays from last week that we didn't get to cast at the time. Cool. Cool. Where are we at? We're good. Perfect. Let's do this then. Let's jump into game 4 of Rogue and Trigger. Can we win to Madness? Rogue still a map away from advancing to the semis. Trigger looking to bounce back still. See if he can do so. Let's kick this off. Perfect. Just making sure we're set up before I send us away. As we have in the bottom right side, the blue pro display who will be Down a game only now, after that last game. Goes a little bit more quickly and goes in his favor. It's Trigger from Basilisk. And of course, in the upper left, our res Zerg is Rogue. Game 4 of the best of 5. There's the probe coming over, that's dropping down, gas in the pool coming up, the gateway and the probe continue to come about right now as well. All the drones coming around, so we just get that set up for a couple of moments. Early game PvZ. Peaceful as ever, huh? Peaceful as ever. Again, hope everyone's having a good day. Chill little weekend with us. Tomorrow it's WardiTV Mondays. Once again, we're back. And back on the grind with another Monday Cup. Like I say, Tuesday and Wednesday, WardiTV Winter Championship groups. Tuesday's group is banging. Solar, Hero, Percival, Shameless, and Geralt, I believe. So that's going to be a great group. Group D, we've got some... It's actually a fun group as well. I believe it's Zound, Bunny, Harston, Creator, Shin, I think? Yeah, I think that's Group D. That's going to be a fun couple days on stream coming up. Absolutely going to be a blast. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. A couple Lings going to come in. They're going to chase down the probe for a couple seconds. Stargate is very much so on its way up right now. So bring that through and get that going. Let's see where we go. Going to see a hatchery dropping on the low ground. The Adept is going to chase for the Zergling. Going to get it there. The Ling will go down. And that will be a pickoff for the moment. So clean up right there. Picking that out. Chasing that down. Just for now. On the Wolf Gate coming through. Just going to see the Ling speed coming about as well. A couple of the drones, the Overlord, that gateway. All building in for a few moments here. So again, just setting up with what we can at the moment. Try and get something ready to party here for a couple seconds. Oracle going to come about. Just going to be seeing that coming across the map. No surprises. Trigger Oracle opening is obviously the baseline standard for this matchups. This really should, surprise absolutely nobody as a few Lings come wrapping around for an Adept here. Adept's going to go down. The Oracle and the Wolf Gate still very much so building through. The Ling's actually able to grab a probe already. He's just going to nab that nice and quickly for a moment or so. Clean that up. When Serral's going to be our last match of the day. Serral ByuN will be our series after this one. So it's coming. Just not yet. This best of 5 ends, we can jump into it. Right in the Forge, the Nexus continuing through. We just have Lings, the Eva Chamber, and Rotron building up as well. Oracle activates for a couple of drones straight away. And Rotron, early upgrade coming through for a couple secs here. Get that on the way out and about. Oracle going to activate a few Lings, start going down. We do see this Oracle over here as well, gathering some energy and weighing. It's just +1 on Blink. against that melee upgrade again, though, so maybe Rogue has some opportunity here to get some work done, get some damage dealt. Maybe something can happen over the course of this. We shall see soon. Steps don't exactly deliver too much. Pretty well handled for the moment, as you just see melee upgrade continues to come by. Again, the +1, the blink coming through as well. So continue to get that up and running here for the moment. I think it's actually going to catch a Stalker. The Oracle trying to play cleanup on a few of those Lings as well. Not quite going to find too much just yet. Oracle comes back around on the left side for the moment. A few more Lings continue to move about. Melee upgrade still building. Continue to bring that through. Get that on the way up. Ling's going to run by onto that mineral line, and there's a battery here. It's going to make it difficult for the Lings to kill much, and the pros will just pull into fight, so Rogue loses a few Lings. A little bit of, a tad of lost mining time here, but nothing really super crazy. Realistically, pretty chill. And I don't think Trigger is losing much sleep over that defense. Seems like it's very easy and chill for him for now. Infestation Pit and Bane Nest both build up here. The Lings and the Overlord continue to come through as well, so we get that on the way. Burrow +2 melee continue to produce as well. A couple of Overlords coming about. Having ourselves the few Lings trying to run in toward those Stalkers again, trying to find just a little bit of the damage right off the bat. I feel like this is really a position that's just not doing anything though for Rogue. I mean, I guess you force the Stalkers back a bit, you drain the battery of energy, there's a lot of Stalkers across the map, but much rather the Lings be around here to help us play some defense right now than be messing around elsewhere. We kill a couple more Stalkers already, and the Oracle out of energy. We're going to drop the recall. How many Stalkers do we get? 2 more. Really not bad for Rogue, as that is going to be a shutdown. Going to see the +2 and the charge still building from Trigger, so we get that on the way. Bring that up. Away we party. Just going to try and fire. Do you see the Zealot already taking a couple shots of damage, so a few hits right there. Now we have the couple of gateways and company building through as well, so all of that coming about. Set here just for a couple seconds. Hive is on its way up. Just going to have our charge and our +2 coming online as well. Temple Archives and the gateways very much so going to be a part of this here. Hive is still building up as well, so we're going to go through with the Hive right now. So Hive building, again charging the +2 coming in. Temple Archives and the gateways all a part of this. We've got that Ultra Cav and the Lings and the Banes building up as well, so again, a bit more all of that as we see the extra gates finishing up already. Oracles will come by. Hot Stalker still positioning. A couple of Lings going to get chased away initially. Just going to see the couple of Archons morphing. Big army from Trigger against a Rogue supply that is a little bit less than what Trigger has, so I mean, to be fair, Rogue is about to hit Ultras, and if you get to Ultras as quickly as this, that would be kind of a big deal. Something we could definitely work with right now. A lot of Banes. Honestly, you can get rid of the Zealots quite effectively, then you can maybe get some pressure onto everything else. The Prism is going to get the warp in. The Banes just want to go for those Zealots that have just warped in, though. A lot of Banes that just got used, and we don't exactly have another round ready to go, so that was kind of it. That was your splash damage utilized, and now this army get cleaned up. Do we have enough? The Lings with +2 melee will deal damage, and man, the Archons get surrounded. We don't even save any Archons on the Prism, which is a real shame. We lived up a few Zealots. We killed a 5th Hatchery, but Trigger ends up losing pretty much everything. Considering those Lings didn't even have adrenal glands, they did some work, man. Like, they did absolute work. I thought there was no chance they were going to do as much as they did in the last. I was so wrong. And, yeah, big cleanup there from Rogue. What a shutdown across the board on that army. Just going to be seeing the Titan display and the Ultras and the Queens continue to come about. Five cannons, few High Templars still continuing in. The Kite display and continues up. The Lings move back down to the bottom side there. The couple Oracles will be moving. The battery and the cannons, the probes and the shields continuing through as well. Storm, and the shield upgrade will continue. A few probes on the way out. Cannons keep building. The battery continuing through. Going to finish very shortly. The Lings back into the center. Ultras +2 Carapace. The Chitinous Plating coming up. Things moving around. Going a couple different directions already. 5 more Drop Lords. The Ultra and the Banes all coming through. Again, +2 Carapace. Chitinous Plating coming online. A lot of that continuing into play. Here's the Storm. The shields build as well. A handful of Zealots will make their way around and try and figure out what direction they might want to go to the most at the moment. Things can wrap around onto this set of rocks. Clean cleanup. Rest of the Lings coming over. Going to drop into this natural expansion. Trigger going to have to deal with this. Rogue with the Spire on the way behind it, readying for a later stage of this game that mostly should be for preparation into kind of dealing with air units, although right now there's not many air units to speak of. We're going to kill a Robo. Obviously these Lings are +2 melee and they're Adrenal Glanded. Should really probably have +3 melee on the way. I mean, it's just such a good upgrade. Got a double Evo Chambers. It feels just like a mistake for Rogue to not have that on the way, as Ling's just going to run through into this natural, and we've already killed 13 probes. It feels like we're only going to do more damage here as we continue to work our way through a lot of this. This Robo facility just about survives, so the Robo stays online. Oracle activating, trying to get a little extra done. Couple Lings off to the side will hide away. Probes, Observer, all coming up. Just going to see the cannon coming through as well. Add a few more High Templar on. Ling Bane is still gathering, and we have again +3 melee, +2 Carapace continue to come about here. The Chrono Boost on a Nexus just for a moment. Bit more damage being done. As the Drop Lords, even with an Ultra inside this time around, just to really add to the excitement of this whole scenario that's currently ongoing. Very fun as the couple of Zealots going to get in after some Lings. The Robo facility there, Chrono boosting up the Immortal as well. Well, the Oracle drops another Revelation down. We will see a couple of these Lings being cleaned out right there, and again getting pushed kind of off to the sides for a moment or two. As the Drop Lord once again coming in, this natural has just been severely under-defended every time. This time we're going to lose the other Robo as well. So what? We just lost both the Robos. We didn't even rebuild one as Trigger, so now he doesn't even have a way to build Immortals against the Ultras. He already has 5 Immortals, but you know, having more Immortal production is never going to be a bad thing when your opponent's main unit in this game is the Ultralisk right now. So it feels like something that you just can't really do wrong against if you just rebuild more into it. You move over to the side. Templar Warp in once again. Just going to come back through. A couple of Archons gathering up. The Lings load up into the Drop Lords. Archons coming through. Changelings coming about. All those Lings getting straight through there initially. 10+3 attack going through. The double Robo facility coming up as well. Another Archon morphing initially. Just going to be seeing the Storm onto a chunk of those Changelings. Going to knock those down straight away as well. Pretty easy pickings right there as the couple of Mortals come through. 3 Spines on the way from Rogue, as you do see +3 melee, +3 Carapace all finishing. Well, +3 melee finishing, +3 Carapace just started. Happy to see the melee upgrade, because it did feel as though Rogue could really do with the melee upgrade +3, especially when he's just so Ling and Ultra focused in the game. It's only ever going to work out well for you. Nexus gets cancelled. Drop Lord comes in with some Banes, but we do pull away his trigger. Sorga's are going to get the kill. I like to believe Rogue didn't drop a single Bane there, because like, I don't even want you to know if it had stuff in or not. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction of knowing. Well, big push on the left-hand side. Trigger's army looking great at the moment as we step straight on through. Making some progress there immediately. Ultras continue to gather about. Corruptors and Broods continue to come back around there. The couple next are still on the way in. Just going to have our Ultras and the Broods continue to gather about for a few moments. We're going to see why Rogue wants to try and attack. Trigger is... Say where Rogue's going to try and attack. I guess more so where Rogue's going to try and defend, because Trigger is going to probably force him to be the one moving around in response to his army, which is obviously quite mobile, and it's kind of showing it as well. Zelda Archon Store going to knock a hatchery down there initially. Going to be seeing the storm coming about. Just going to see the couple Nexus still coming through. This army looking to fight, though, in the middle a little bit as Rogue looks to try and capitalize on this. Brutes coming about. The couple of Nexus coming about. Shields and the armor upgrade all building in. Things will run into the main. Stargate take some damage. Just going to be seeing. And again, the run-bys have been such a factor for Rogue all series long. This is nice. Catches a couple of these Archons. As Trigger moves back to deal with the run-bys, it's not just the run-by itself doing damage. It's the army movement in response to it that's getting punished now as well. So Rogue is doubling down on the effectiveness of the run-bys at this stage. So it actually turns out to be even freaking better. The Brutes continue to come through. Damage will be dealt. Big shots coming over as we are going to see those Lings running in once more. They need to put the pressure out right now. A little bit more being done. Lings going around. The Assimilator going to get jumped on as well. Just going to see a couple of Spine Crawlers. We'll put some shots in defensively. Again, Rogue's army is just very slow moving, so it can't be everywhere, and that's something you can work around as Trigger. Definitely kind of attack one way, maybe set up some run-bys elsewhere at the same time. I wonder if it'd be possible to split the army, although obviously very risky. Maybe viable if you have recall available, so you can recall away whichever portion of the army gets into more trouble. This might be an approach you could take. The Ultras on the right side will start to show him through and threaten, and Trigger is going to start coming back to deal with it. And once again, as he moves his army around, the Broodlords are trying to catch some of these units. These Broods are very on their own. The Sorgers recognize it. They try and make the jump in to deal with that as well. Coming straight forward there. Now the couple of Ultras going to get involved too. The Immortal Archon, High Templar, etc. coming around. The couple of Ultras left to swing their way through this Nexus for a couple of moments. Bit more damage being dealt right now. Lord Ultralisk. He thinks he's so sneaky, and alas, he is not. Ultra ain't sneaky at all as the Nidus comes through. Just going to see the couple of Lings still trying to make their way forward. Take their way through that forge. Temple Archives coming about, +2 armor upgrade as well, currently in production here as the Archons, the Immortals, will make their way onto the hatchery on the top side. Just going to knock that down as the Ultras work their way through the gates. Things still building. Quite a lot of Lings actually coming up at the moment, so I mean, not surprising the Lings have been so effective, and for minerals only, they're an extremely efficient way to play this game out at the moment, so we'll continue to make use of that to the absolute best of our ability. Why wouldn't we? Broodlings still coming down. A lot of these units going to get struck. The Broods and the Ultras together will keep moving forward. Nexus will go down. The couple Ultras turn onto the Stalkers, so these Stalkers going to take some damage onto that straight away right now. Going to be a pretty big factor as well. Stalkers actually going to get a chance to jump onto a few of these Broods, and now the Broodlords are taking a bunch of damage as well. Broods taking a bunch of hits, the Archon's coming back the other way. Storm's still active, the Archons and the Immortals continue to go for this. A bit more damage being dealt at the moment here, and just finding a little bit more right now. Archons, Immortals still gathering. The Broodlord's going to get shot at once again. Bit more damage being done. Just going to see This army of Trigger able to chase down some of the brutes. Trigger's supply definitely weakening here, and obviously his rebuild is not looking as powerful. Supply is... Well, bank is not looking great for him in that regard, so that's definitely one of the bigger issues at the moment. Again, the Corruptors and the Infests continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the Harkons, the Immortals still gathering in there. A few Lings and the Ultras are going to also try and make their way forward. Just going to see a couple of these Immortal shots firing through, hitting a few more units in return. A little bit of extra damage being done. The Queens going to try and fight back onto the Mothership for a couple of seconds. Not going to see too much success from this. The Storm's still coming down, raining in from above, as the Broodlords continue to fire their way onto these Archons. But this army just running through base to base at the moment, so Trigger not in a great position to rebuild. Obviously, all of his base is going down. His probe count low. Broodlings do not get an extra unit kill here. Rogue's army is decent. The main thing is that Rogue's army is able to kind of rebuild further if you keep any of these bases up. He's got a bottom left base right now. Love the Infestors. They're going to help. The issue is Trigger has to keep fighting. Like, if Trigger does not keep pressuring, then this game becomes worse for him, right? Like, it only gets worse over time for him. So I think he kind of has to keep going, but continuing to go in this situation does not exactly feel brilliant. Ling's going to catch these probes. That's the majority of the rest of the probes in this game for Trigger, by the way. He was on 27-age, now he's on 11. And the Nexus cancelled as well. Trigger just has no active mining. 21, 22 minutes into this game. Going to actually recall home this time. I guess we have to try and defend a base, because I think he realizes he can't just win attacking, so he's going to have to slow it down. But if he slows it down, he's going to need a base of his own. So you got to get home and actually defend somewhere for these probes to mine from. Otherwise, this really does end up being a pretty doomed situation. No Parasite still on the way up. Something else that Rogue can look to utilize, especially now as he just added on a bunch of Infestors. Where are we at in terms of observers? We have only 4 High Templars for Storms. There's 3 observers, so vision is there for the Infestors. One of the main things is obviously just like less Storms as well, though, so less Storms you can put toward the Infestors to deny the Neurals as easily. That's often one of the main ways that you try and deny those, so something else to think of. Tempest just... Tempest missing, yeah, I'm really chat. Tempest just would have made this a whole lot easier. And he had time to go to Tempest as well. It's not like Rogue was like... Trigger was the one that was initiating a lot of the positioning on the map and everything. Like, he could have set up to it while he had the bases. Doesn't really feel as though he got kind of denied from going there, right? Like, he just chose a... I wonder, like... I mean, yeah, I just feel like it could have only helped. Didn't have the money to do both and keep up. You think he was just getting bullied that hard by the run buys? Because the run buys were good, but like Rogue wasn't exactly... Rogue wasn't exactly making major army moves though, so I actually feel like... I actually think he could have done. You say the bank be too low on the rebuild, but then what if he doesn't need to rebuild as much because the Tempest just takes slower fights? You don't have to commit into such massive fights every time, right? He's also lost his 38.2 to 36.7k, guys. Pretty close. Yeah, he just... I mean, maybe he should have just... Maybe it was too late to go Tempest. Maybe he could have just... I still think... I mean, obviously hindsight for us, right? So it's easier to say. But like maybe he could have just sent it and just said, play the recall game and then start to bank up a Tempest camp behind it. Because this went on for so long that he probably could have gotten away with it. But obviously, like I say, that's the power of our, of us being able to see the game and kind of say it backwards, right? It's like, well, you should have done this. Yeah, that's maybe a bit more obvious now than it was originally, right? So... yeah, it's fair statement, I guess. It's gonna pull back along. Couple of moments here. Just gonna be seeing the Archons trying to get in after the Overlord for a few moments. Again, Stargate coming up, Corrupt is coming through, Hatch building. A lot of that coming straight by at the moment. I mean, at this point, Trigger just loses because Rogue actually had mining already, so his rebuild into more mining just goes so much sooner, and he has more drones. So, and he also has an army that at this point I think Trigger knows he can't fight, and hence why Trigger is kind of approaching it the way he is. But it's just kind of a doomed situation already, sadly. Very unfortunately. Talking like you lost already? You don't think so? This army looks pretty doomed for Trigger, man. Like, 18 broods feel unkillable for this army. Especially with some infested support. Like, maybe when they slowed down a little bit, it wasn't as far apart, but like, Rogue was clearly gonna grow bigger faster. That's why I said Trigger has to just go. And the moment he recalled, it's like, well, he realizes he can't keep attacking. So he recalls to secure a base, but that feels like a losing move. You know? Yeah, it's very difficult for him from here. If not just straight up impossible, maybe. Fun game though, honestly. Very fun game. It's been kind of wild. Little revelation coming down. Just gonna see the rest of this army still moving through. Just see the mothership overhead. And then the next is coming online, but Rogue's maxed. I guess we start asking ourselves, does Rogue maybe look to do something now? Does Rogue move onto the map? Does Rogue, you know, press the issue a little bit? What's Rogue grain on? I mean, I don't think Rogue had any reason to go any sooner. So I don't really hate his patience here. I think it's probably just that. Like, he had no reason to necessarily go any sooner. Revelation goes down. The Broodlords get caught. The Corruptors will try and chase the Tempest for a couple of moments, and they will succeed in hunting that for a few moments there. The Broodlord's going to drop some Broodlings down. We continue to chase. A couple of Infestors going to get feedback instantly. Now the Corruptors are going to turn back onto this mothership. Archon, Tempest, Immortal, Stalker, caught in this fight. Rogue should never lose this. Rogue does not lose this. Rogue takes the series 3-1 with a map win here on the beautiful landscape of Winter Madness. GG. What a game. What a game. What a series in the end from Rogue and Trigger. Kind of a wild full best of 5, actually. A lot of crazier things happening in this one. All right, we're gonna wrap this up, guys, and send it to one more series today. We've got one more best of 5 we're gonna head into, which will be Serral versus ByuN. So we'll go into a Serral ByuN series here in just a few moments. Just get this all settled and let some ads play, and we'll go into one more best of 5. Thank you for joining us for some replays. If you want to watch the rest of these replays, we're not going to do the semi-finals and stuff today. I'm probably going to do those next week. So I'm probably going to do those next week. Let me just double check my schedule and stuff. So I'm probably going to do those next week. But if you guys want to watch them sooner, there's a bunch of people that covered these, like Roddy and so on. So if you do want to watch the rest of this tournament and you don't want to wait for me to cast it, I advise you to go find somewhere else. Like I say, I'll probably cover them next week because they're still cool games. They're still fun to watch, and I'm still going to enjoy watching them myself because I didn't get to watch them live. So for me, this is me enjoying them for the first time. But I appreciate if you guys are invested. You might want to just kind of go and watch. So yeah, like I say, probably a reasonable way to do it. I would cast them sooner, but obviously I'm super busy the next 3 days already. We've got tournaments every day, and then after the next 3 days, I'm away for a couple days at least. So cool. When you down that much supply, I have no eco, but a mothership with many Archons, why not at least try and go emulate an Archon toilet? What, you mean like fly across the map and recall into the Broodlords? It's just not... You just don't have enough splash and enough radius. Archon toilet was very effective because the Broodlords were clumped as a stack when they came out, right? So the splash actually deleted them. But if you're talking about it the way that I think you are, like, the Broodlords are just never that stacked. It's just unrealistic. Like, the Broodlords now, in this game, the Broodlords take up, like, you know, a third or 2/3 of your screen, depending on how you look at it. In an Archon toilet, when the Broodlords pop out, they take up, like, 5% of your screen. And that's the moment they all die in. Because they all pop out within the space of the vortex, so... Yeah, it's just not enough damage output. And obviously, I mean, crazy if you get the mothership on top of the Broodlords anyway, that's kind of sick already. But then you're basically asking for like a fight that just never works. I mean, it's basically like, you know, I don't disagree. Why don't you do something that tries to win you? I mean, he did. He tried to take a fight in the end, but like, it was just doomed no matter what. And you could argue maybe stopping and building back up gave him something of a chance. Obviously, from inside of the game, sometimes it's hard to make the best possible call to give you a shot, especially when the play feels bad in the first place as well, you know? Stuff. Would have been a legendary attempt. I think it would have more been like, well, that was terrible. I don't know. The visual possibility, epic. The actuality of any attempt of it, terrible. Yo, Hobbit Kabul, thank you so much for the 59-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you priming us up. If you guys enjoyed the stream today, then do, of course, hit the follow, the like, and subscribe buttons. If you've got a Prime sub, if you consider using it, help us out with rebuilding the sub count up a little bit. And we'll mention as well the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. Unfortunately, we had a big Patreon drop-off overnight. We had someone who had to drop out of supporting, which is all good. Always not calling anyone out, just saying it happens. So we're now back on the road to $2,000 on the Patreon if you want to help us out with that. Patreon.com/WardiTV. As we jump into game one of this best of 5, ByuN and Serral. Well, definitely a matchup where you got to favor Serral. Just straight up from the very get-go, not going to beat around the bush. Serral is an absolute beast. We know this, and we definitely expect this to be a difficult series for ByuN. I think ByuN can kind of force Serral into some later games maybe, but I think ByuN's going to struggle to kill Serral, and I think ByuN's also going to struggle to win against Serral in the late stage as well. So I do think that is very likely going to be a possible part of the problem. Tracks and the gas is coming through. He commences into coming up. So you can see the SCV building in. Let's see what ByuN Serral brings us. Let's pick this one off. I was watching some ByuN Serral when I went live today over in Pig's event. So yeah, saw a little bit of that earlier. Let's see what happens here. What's up? Yeah, I'm Toast. Thank you so much. Take my money on the 9-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much. Gladly taken. Appreciate it. We will put it to very good use, I promise you. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. Couple lings is going to gather about. We'll take a few moments. I guess the lings be coming up, couple lings gathering around. Nothing too crazy for the first couple of moments here. Again, this will be our last best of 5 today, guys. Like I say, I will cover the rest of this tournament next week or so. Probably Saturday. I come home on Saturday. I don't know what my plan is on Saturday necessarily, so it might not be on Saturday. Maybe a Sunday thing. I'm not sure yet. My plan for next week's kind of, or for next weekend's not completely set, so yeah, we'll see, but I definitely want to cast the rest of these games, and I'm sure we'll find time. It's just, like I say, next few days are already a bit busy. As you see, a couple Hellions will move their way down to the bottom side of the map initially, just to get some scouting done, get some figuring out made, and just see a little bit of what's up in the early stages. A few Hellions continue to gather about just for a couple seconds there. The Marines and the Hellion continue to join through. A couple Marines, Queens, and all the rest of it coming by for just a hot second at the moment. Bringing all that through, the Hellions will move about. Marines on the medevac will head to the bottom side of the map. And yeah, those couple of Hellions will come around. Still going to have our lair. The Lings, the Overlords, and the Queen setting up. A few Marines are going to be there, hitting the Overlord for a little while. Factory going to load and relocate itself off to the side for a couple moments. Just going to see that factory moving over for a little bit of time. Move that into position. And just going to have our Hellions and the Queen continue to build up as well. So all of that coming through. The few Hellions poised on the right side. Take down a creep tumor just to start us off. We're just moving our way into the Stim and the 1-1 upgrades. So pretty standard out of ByuN. The Liberator is interesting, but it's not completely unheard of. It is 8 Marines, which is maybe kind of fun as well. They like medevac too. Like maybe there's potential to kind of deal some damage here. You know, some Marines plus Hellions and the Liberator to distract a little bit. It's just a little bit of an off number of each of the units, right? So against someone like Serral, who is very well practiced in knowing exactly what is what in what situation, something that's a little bit off like this maybe has a little bit of potential, but not really much happening right now either. And to be fair, it's not like ByuN's probably expecting much out of this until upgrades finish. That's going to be barracks number 4 and 5 already. He is triple CC, so the 4th and 5th barracks are not really kind of amiss or kind of misplaced or anything along those lines, obviously. Just seeing where exactly they go as a couple of things. We'll finish off the Overlord in a second, clean that up, and on we shall continue. And 1-1 on the Stimpack coming through, the Evo Chambers, the drones, the Overlords coming about, the Lings looking to threaten for the wraparound here onto these Marines, and they will go for that. That doesn't really go very well. These Lings get absolutely destroyed. It's not great for Serral, giving up a bunch of his early units. Orbital Command is going to float down to the 3rd base location. 4th hatchery coming up. That was just a bad call of a fight for Serral. He's lost 19 Lings here. Resources lost in a terrible position. This little push right now from ByuN's a little scary. Serral is setting up into Bane speed, 1-1 upgrades, Hydra Den. A lot of things building, not a lot actually just in the game and ready to go right now, unfortunately. And if you're not ready to go in that regard, then there actually might be a little bit of trouble right here. Like, this might be an opportunity for ByuN to, if nothing else, deal a bit of damage, right? So, aggressive opportunity right now. Try and get something set up. All the upgrades, Bane speed, the Muscle Augment still all building in, the extra Marines and the Combat Shield coming up as well. Needing to get that going, the Medivacs too. We are going to push forward. We actually have Hellbats available, so Liberator sets up for some damage. The Queen's on their own, no Banelings ready. Serral's not really ready for this. The Lings have to run into Hellbats to Spore. Not getting burrowed up to help. There's a few Banelings, but they go down instantly, and that's actually just going to be GG. It's going to be ByuN to take an opening game off of Serral just like that. Damn, that was not what I expected to happen at all, if I'm just going to be completely honest with you guys. Like, not the expectation in the slightest, plain and simple. Yeah. That's, that was a little bit shocking. Just didn't expect him to kind of die like that. Wild. Alrighty, guys. Well, that definitely happened. It definitely happened. I just watched it. So yeah, let's get into the next one and jump into game 2 here, which will be on 10,000 feet for our second map of this series. So Serral and ByuN going to go to 10,000 feet. We'll get this on the way. What's up, XFAT Fireman X? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you on the 2 months. Wardy Hype is right back at you. Thank you so much for supporting. Appreciate you. That lib spot's so strong. It is very strong, but I don't think he really died because of the lib either. I mean, don't get me wrong, the lib was annoying. Serral's just a bit out of position in general. Didn't really have Banes ready immediately, and when he did have a couple of Banes, they got shot down. I think, honestly, minus 20 Lings early makes such a big difference there, because a few more Lings to run in to help buffer and to kind of stop this get into position immediately as well can make such a big difference. It actually does feel like Serral made a bit of an overcommitted mistake in that game, and then ByuN actually just capitalizes on it and puts himself in a great position because of said mistake and pulls himself out into a great spot, able to win game 1 of the best of 5. Now heading to this game 2, let's see what will be the situation for the second map upon us. Alrighty, away we go. Hatchery into the natural location. Start us off here. Virax and the Gas both coming up. It's the warm-up game, we're good. Yeah, I'm not worried for Serral. I think you lose a game like that, it's the kind of game you lose and you say, okay, well, I made this mistake, and Serral so often just fixes those and it doesn't happen again. But, yeah. Overlord, I'm gonna move for a couple of moments. Gonna see the CC coming about. Just gonna see the commands in the factory coming about for a couple of moments. We get that on the way. Setting up here. The link speed and the queens coming about as well. Nothing too offbeat to begin with. Throws the grenade down. Just gonna see the couple of things will still take some shots. And ByuN tries to poke for as much value as he possibly can find early. Gonna be seeing the factory lifting off. Gonna move over to the reactor for a couple of seconds. Just gonna step in over there for a moment. Again, we got a couple of overlords coming through. There's speed building up as well. Okay, comes over. Queen is gonna be there. Again, starport building up. Just gonna have ourselves a couple of Hellions and so coming through as well. Just get all of that underway for a couple seconds. Queen's on the way through as well, so just gonna get those out as the starport swaps to a tech lab. So looks like we're gonna have Hellion Banshee this time around from ByuN. Something, I mean, a little bit more regular. To be fair, last game was a little bit intriguing. Banshee and Hellion setting up. Queens and the Leaves gathering. Drones keeping on coming through. Queen's going to be there. Hellion's going to chase the other direction. Just going to have the Marine going to go in after the Overlord for a sec. So finding some opportunity to put some damage on this Overlord as the Hellion sit underneath. And just have the Orbital Command going to finish up there as well. The factory moves to a new reactor. Stim on the way, faking the cloak with the Interference Matrix, so not actually going to get cloak for the Banshees. Probably only gets one Banshee then, and then, okay, no, he's still going to go two, just not going to invest into the cloak, so wants Serral to play as though there's cloak, but is not actually going to use cloak, which is fair enough. Like, if your opponent's already made the spores and an Overseer protectively against the cloaking, then you've kind of already achieved your job with cloak, and in this case, it's not even going to cost you the cloak, right? That's never a bad thing, never a bad situation here at the moment as ByuN, with his 1-0 lead in this series, sets up into, feels like a nice little macro focus for this game too. I'm sure Serral is going to be pretty okay with that as well. He's not going to be shying away from macro games. I think ByuN, like I say, beating Serral in a long macro game is always going to be difficult. I'm very curious if ByuN can do it against Serral. I'm not saying that this is necessarily going to go along. There's a lot of twists and turns that can happen yet. Like I said, I watched a couple of pig games earlier as well, so kind of some longer Serral ByuN games are kind of on my mind, because a couple of longer games happened there as well from what I saw. So, yeah, I'm kind of curious if that's something that ByuN can pull out here, and if it's something he can see success in. Set this up. A few Hellions going to be there, and the Queen's taking some damage. 1-1 upgrades that coming through. Going to be in the lead for ByuN, so you'll have some upgrade timing windows to potentially make use of here at different points in this game. Can step over. Hellions have to back out off. The extra drones coming through. The Overlord still building. Couple OVs building through. The hatch coming up. Just going to see the depot on the bottom side going through as well. Tank is going to get placed and come down the low ground here. 1-1 upgrades in the combat shield while building by. Queen stepping over. Hellions and the Reaper back away. I'm just going to have the next depot coming down as well. So I'm going to put that depot into place straight away. Put that in position. That I'm moving. Queens go after the Banshees. Just gonna grab one creep teamer. little bit to be done to start us off. The Marine tank joining together as well, getting set up there for a moment. I'm just going to see still melee upgrades, the Bane speed coming through. 1 upgrades in the combat shield in production as well. Aliens will take a chance for a moment or so to knock down some more of this group spread, so we work through some of that. Again, the Queen stepping up to just be there and to say, hello, what's up, what we doing? Again, the Banshee's still moving around as well. The rest of those things move about. Medevac, tank, Marine, 1 upgrades in combat shield, all of this building by. The Infestation Pit is about to finish up as well, so get that Infestation Pit finished in a few moments. Rocks will be knocked down, open up this left-hand side. ByuN pushing in this direction. ByuN is going to the 8 racks without the 4th command center, so he is going to kind of get toward the more aggressive build in this game and look to push. Killing a hatchery right now would be a fantastic start to that. Man, these Banelings are so desperately needed for Serral, and they do finish up, and there's the Ling Bane on the counterattack, going to catch both the siege tanks. Okay, we do melt most of the Banelings there, at least, that were coming in from the upper right-hand side. That helps keep ByuN much safer, but that's going to be about it for the moment, as we do have the Hive, the Lings, the Banes, the melee, all regrouping here. +2 armor, +2 attack will start up, and now, again, 11 more Marines, the Medevac, and a tank continue to build by as well for the moment. Tank sieges, Marines sell. Ling Bane will take a chance to run after the Marines. Things will come around. Just going to be seeing the Medevac's going to be there. We're going to collect in together for a couple of moments. Going to be seeing the scan coming down. The hatch taking damage. Bane's going to roll through. Just going to get in straight after these Marines right now. ByuN's been really committed to this position, but I feel like with these rocks being down, it just opens the potential for Serral to come in for the wraparound. And every time Serral's wrapping around here, it just feels so powerful, no? It just feels like there's so much potential for what can kind of go on in that situation. The Marines are going to start pulling back a little bit. The Ling Bane wanting to maybe threaten the idea of coming through and forwards here as well. And the 2G upgrades also built into play currently. Just going to be seeing the rest of these Marines coming about. I'm just going to knock down a couple more of the crew teamers. Queens, Lings, Banes continue to come through. The Adrenal Glands, 2G upgrades on the way out. Ultra Cavern continuing in as well. Nice tank over here, ByuN. One of the things that ByuN will do is he really is so good at positioning himself to kind of abuse all the positions possible on the map. Against Serral, it feels like that's the kind of thing you need to do, right? Really use the maps in your favor. That is what ByuN is doing to try and leverage something of an advantage for himself here already. Again, those 2G upgrades coming about. A few Marines unloading just in the corner for a second. And then just going to have ourselves the more damage still being put out onto that hatch. A lot of Lings going to run around on the other sides of the map, and now we have ByuN having to deal with Serral running into these mineral lines. Lings and Banes going to threaten straight through here pretty much and try and get something done. And we've seen the Medevac's going to have to lead up, so good job from Serral kind of pressuring elsewhere and actually using it as an opportunity to also just break the positions that ByuN has set up on the map otherwise. So it really does a lot to kind of help you out in that regard and pushes you in the correct direction there in general. So yeah, puts you to a much better place here, as now the Marine's going to catch a bunch more of the Sturglings. Those things start to go down. It's going to be a cleanup for the moment as everything else regathers. Ultras, +3, +2. Chitinous plating all on the way in. So a lot of those upgrades still being brought about. The 3-3 upgrades coming about as well from ByuN, so he will continue there. Funny that he kind of fell behind on upgrades in the end after having the upgrade lead early. He finally kills the bottom left base. So has a base on the right side. Is it well enough protected? Lings are scrambling over here to defend this, but I think ByuN... I was going to say, he's absolutely going to kill that base, but then he just started to move away from it like he didn't want it. He does get it. I think that's a massive deal. There are Vipers nearby, but the Medevacs are boosting out of that, and that's just going to be ByuN killing off this base. What a big factor that is. Knocking an important base of Serral down, especially when you just knock down the left side as well. Reduces Serral to a 4-base Zerg for a moment. Those are nice Parasite bombs, though. We can't take too many of those, otherwise they add up and really work against you, so gotta be a little careful there. Infestors, Lings still coming through, the drones as well. The Medevacs end up pulling back for a little while. Rest of the Medivacs moving through as well. Drop loads on the way. Spire and the hatcheries in production as Serral sets up later and later into this. Continues to go for as much as he can get involved for. As do wrap around, the Marine's going to get cleaned up, so that's going to be an easy pickings. The rest of the Marine stim in the center. Now we're going to have the 3-3 and the +2 vehicle weapons. The Marauders and the Siege Tank building as well, just for now. Need to get that on the go here for a couple of moments. Hatchery trying to build over on that right-hand side, continue to get that position. The Marine tank going to be there. A couple of tanks will continue to deliver some shots, put some damage out. Get some of this into position right away. Trying to see what we can achieve in these next couple of moments. It's going to get in after the Overlord. We do see the rest of this army still moving about. It's Serral, again, having to move around defensively here, trying to find the opportunities at this current point in time. Means we'll take a chance to knock down a hatchery. Dropper Lords moving in. Plenty of Lings in those Dropper Lords, ready to make some moves. It's fun to see the Dropper Lords against a Terran, and Serral going to drop straight in there. Pretty decently defended initially by ByuN, although not perfect, to be completely frank. Right? You know, we got some work to do here still. As Lings come about, Siege Tank going to get grabbed. Going to be seeing the rest of this continue to join up together as well for a couple moments. Everything gathering through for a moment. Going to see a lot of this bio still coming across, and those Lings jumping onto some different locations still. Now 15 SCVs go down. Obviously, attack on the right side running in as well is going to help with those numbers, especially as these Banes blow up the SCVs. This base should just die. I don't think there's a way we save it. You do use the Banes to speed up the process, and that process sped up, and the work is killed. Now at 32 for ByuN, so some big hits from Serral. Again, a very methodical game of just slowly breaking through positions and then kind of creating his own positions that are very beneficial to him. Does he have one more fungal here? Nope. Would have been a beautiful catch. I think he did have another infested showing up that was very close to having the fungal off. Would have been a kill on 2 medevacs, would have been huge. More ultras coming in, the Banes in production, the bio there just going to grab a Zergling. Manson is still floating up overhead as a couple tanks and Marauders all build through. +3 carapace, +1 missiles, the fire attack upgrade on that Spire coming in as well. The rest of this Ling Bane continue to move across the bio medevac force, gathering up once again. Just going to see Serral. Most importantly, I think, is securing enough bases right now and really not letting ByuN near any of these bases. The map really starts to become Zerg focused here. ByuN is establishing a 5th base. Again, a lot of extra CCs on the way, including these ones. If he resumes building them, he just put an SCV across now to get that fixed. But yeah, we kind of need to obviously keep those bases coming back through. See success at the moment. Tank, Marine, Marauder, Liberator still building. Lings looking to drop through the Dropper Lords here, so in we go. A couple of command centers getting jumped on the bio. Unloading into the base. The Lings will continue to fight, just chasing after the Siege Tank for a moment or so. Tank taking a lot of damage, and the bio continue to come through, hitting the rest of those Lings. And SCV's going down. Bane's crashing through over there as well. Okay. Thank you as well, ATZ33, for the 7-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for the resub. 10 SCVs falling. Serral maxed against the 180 supply of ByuN at the moment. Spores coming up. Hatch building through. The extractor still coming into place. A couple command centers and the Siege Tank still building by. ByuN's actually building 4 command centers, just not all of them are in production at the moment. Some of them have still been halted on that production tab, and something that we need to probably work on a little bit here, fix up for the near future, as the few extra Banes still taking a bit of a beating, to be honest. Some tanks just here and there getting some work done. ByuN trying now to expand to that top right-hand side of the map to retake some control in this game and to kind of give himself some more economy to work with here, which he's not had for a hot second. Needs that economy for the future, right? Like, his bank is not building up as quickly as Serral's is. And while the Terran can work with kind of a smaller army, you do still want a bit of a bank to work with there to rebuild. Sorry, a bit of a smaller economy. You want the bank there to rebuild a little bit. That army supply needs to be massive. We're not there yet. ByuN needs to lose like another 10 to 15 workers, and that army supply will look a lot better. Still good, though. 135 to 90. But I guess 135 to 105 of Serral actually maxed here. It's still a good army supply advantage. It will create some efficiency for you and remove the need for some of the eco differences in this game. Ghost on the way, Neo still played in, high-sec auto tracking, all building as well. The Lingbane Ultra turned around once more. A couple of tanks shooting away. Fast is being chased. The Marauder's going to be there as we knock down a bunch of the creep spread already. Creep team is going down. Another nice fungal lance on some of the ByuNs up in the front. The Banes are going to keep chasing forward. The Ultra's going to crash through. Liberators up in the sky doing their job, doing their duty as they fire through this. The Ultra's still taking some additional shots right now, so big hits coming by. For the moment, the Ultras, a couple of them very low at the end of this actually, as now the rest of the bio gets involved once again, turned onto the Spore, turned onto the Hatch. Tank Corruptors, the couple of Ultras, all building through. Bio Ghost going to continue to hit the hatchery for a few more moments here, so a bit more damage being dealt. Libs in the tanks, building in. Setup across the board is still just Serral with a ton of money available. 4.5k, 2.5k. Not easy to break through a lot of these positions of the Terran though, so I can understand Serral is not necessarily rushing into a lot of these spots either. Playing it patiently, which is absolutely probably the right call at this point. Mine out these two central bases on the left and the right side, central in terms of like midway up the map. Mine out those two bases in this game becomes a whole lot easier for you in the grand scheme of things, so that's definitely going to be one of the targets we probably focus on for Serral. If we can make that part happen, the rest of this really does start to kind of line up into play already. You know, everything else just kind of slots into place, and it's going to be very difficult for ByuN to have enough resources to move through. And you don't necessarily even have to go headbutting your way through the Terran. Right now, the Terran still needs to take the left side base at some point as well. It's going to be a challenge for ByuN. Serral has denied it successfully when he's tried to take it previously. Snipes for some overseers, denied this Nidus network. Trying to at least stop Serral from setting up some game-killing moves with plays into the main and so on. Can't let Niduses get up, because that's just going to be way too effective a way for Serral to harass and deal damage over the course of this. A few more Banes going to finish up. They're going to move around as well. And of course they spray down a planetary. Seems like a pretty easy grab. It's going to be the Viking. There's the turrets coming through. Now we have the push continuing forward. Again, factories coming up. The +3 vehicle weapons coming into play. The couple of orbitals coming through as well. It's the kind of the moment where if Serral's not going to keep throwing units, into ByuN, then we do kind of just sit and wait. Serral's bank has grown. I mean, kind of feels like Serral wants to trade a bit, but then none of these fights look great for you, so then I can completely appreciate just not committing through to anything. Like, I do not disagree with that concept right now. Makes a lot of sense to not commit in a situation like this. I can get behind it, so yeah, we kind of do a little bit of sitting and waiting to see where we actually go overall. So the missiles, +2 flyer attack upgrade. Trying to see where we maybe send this as +3 vehicle weapons comes into play as well. The units are going to start surging forwards. Let's see a couple Liberators getting shot down pretty quickly. Vikings going down too. The Ultras going to dive in. It's actually not a bad fight at all for Serral. Getting some good blinding clouds off. Cleans up a lot of the units in the skies. Kill a bunch of the Libs. The Ultras are still moving through. The Ghost not able to just stop and snipe down every Ultra straight away. Now most of the Ultras will die, and Serral has to replace this with 100 Lings and 3 Ultras. So I feel like he killed off a lot of ByuN, and again, ByuN is not rich, so especially, rebuilding Liberators and so on, these very expensive units, it's going to be very, very difficult, and you can see ByuN trying to drop the left side, but even that is not going well. He did not deny a base of Serral during this, so Serral keeps mining. ByuN's still on 72 drone SCVs, which actually means the army supplies, when maxed, are not even going to be that far apart, which definitely doesn't feel good for ByuN. Smart service on the way. ByuN +3 vehicle weapons as well. Some of the final upgrades you'll probably get in this game. He might continue with the vehicle plating upgrades as well, to be fair, so something else we might look to get a bit of. Sling Ultra still gathers through. A couple more missile turrets setting up as well. We do have the Ghost moving around. The Bioforce still gathering. A little bit more Ling Bane gathering up as well. Another scan coming about. But an eye on everything. One more scan. Yeah, scanning everywhere, just seeing what's going on to start us off. And those Ghosts gather together. The command center will make its move. Just going to get into position in the next few moments. Again, help out to the tank and the rest of this continuing through as well. Ling's going to take the chance to run through and clean up a couple of these siege tanks. A couple of tanks begin to go down. You're not going to see the Ling's going to have to pull back. But again, Lings for tanks feels pretty good for you, especially if you know that ByuN's hurting. I think Serral has a pretty good read on the eco of this game. He has 9,000 resources worse off in terms of the trades, but when you're mining both the middle bases, that's what makes up for that resource loss difference. That's what allows you to play like that. And to keep playing like that is this Ghost got to be careful, man. These Banes are going to be catching up, and these Ghosts are very flimsy nowadays. Parasite Bomb, Corruptors as well, so you can't just lift the Ghosts into the Medivacs. Banes are going to keep chasing. They're going to make a pretty good case for kind of jumping on these Ghosts, and yeah, they get very close to killing a bunch of them. On the left side, we deal with the drop that tries to come through as well once more. There's a successful push forward from Serral. Every time he attacks through, it feels like it's just a success story. It feels like there's just no wrongdoing from him in these scenarios at all. He's just playing out some very comfortable positions and getting into better and better places as time passes by. Things come through. The chase after a couple SCVs. Overseer still overhead as well. Just going to have the Infernal Pre-Igniter, tanks, Hellbat. The extra Banes coming through as well. A couple Snipes going to go. Try and find a little extra as well. Not really going to see too much there, though. Changing, still gathering. Corruptors and the +2 Flyer Carapace on the way. Got those few Banes coming up as well. Continue to get that on the go right now. A couple of those Ghosts going to fire, and we do have Medivacs gathering up. And a couple of Infestors still being added on just for the moment, so we keep bringing that through for the moment. Ghosts, Hellbats just going to push straight into this. The Banes and the Ultra's going to come back the other way. Couple units in position to deal with this right now. Just going to be having the Hellbats able to push through that hatchery. It's taking some damage. Shots coming down. The Ling's going to come through. Try and run onto this position. Also not really going to be allowed to do too much there initially. Not going to see much success at all in that one. Festas, Neurals, Broodlords all continue for the moment. ByuN replacing this base. I mean, the problem for ByuN really is just, again, the rebuild potential, and he essentially needed his army to probably clean out 2 full-force Zerg armies, and this isn't just like Zerg armies that are made to like headbutt into you, like Ling Ultra, trade out, you know, deny bases. This is going to be Zerg armies that like Broodlord, Infesta, upgrades fully available, you know. That's the issue. Like, you're not just asking ByuN to hang on 2 or 3 times while Serral throws units at him. These are going to be proper, fully fledged fights that ByuN has to succeed in. And like I said, I could maybe see him succeeding in one, but not well enough to take on a second or take on a massive wave of reinforcements, which is pretty much exactly what's going to happen here. There's almost no way that Serral is not just going to come swinging through with a ton of units at some point in the near future of this, to be honest. So, yeah, +3 Flyer attack upgrade coming through, Microbial Shroud coming about, a couple Corruptors coming through as well. The Thor and a couple Libs will be building. Some Ghosts getting caught. Every grab on something like a Ghost is just so expensive. We're going to have, I mean, the Thor is very important. Oh, that's a nice fungal, no? Follow up with a few more Broodling shots, and those Ghosts keep on dropping. Tank has to unsiege, because that's going to be the next target. Again, I mean, for now, ByuN is replacing and replenishing these units, but the economy is just not going to last forever. I mean, that left side base being pretty fresh is probably one of the saving graces right now. Without that left side base, ByuN is probably in a state of complete inability to rebuild at the moment. Serral sits. Bottom side, a couple Liberator siege up. The Queens take their step forward and will be met by some Liberator shots, and we continue to put the damage back out in the other direction. A couple more Broodling shots coming in. Just again, this army getting pushed back a couple moments as well. Broodlords coming up. The Vikings on the way through. Goats being built. Pushes forward. A couple more scans come down. The Broodlords and the Corruptors come up as well. Broodlord's going to get after the Orbital Command deck. Corruptor's going to be a target. Just going to see the Hellbats working their way through the hatchery. Ghost and the Vikings still building through. The Broods and that Infested just going to be chilling. A couple moments. Hellbats and the Thors step up. Broods are going to step their way forward as well. Jump onto a couple of these missile turrets. Ling, Bane, Ultra are going to step on forward to chase those ghosties down. We've seen again the Broodlords have a chance to kind of do a little bit of cleaning up here and there. Nice for these Broods to be able to get involved in these fights. We've got so many minerals and not enough gas for ByuN. Even just losing this refinery on like the left side would be a problem, because he needs as much gas mining as he can get. The Infestors trying to zone out the Ghosts with the Fungals. In the end, we get an EMP onto some of the Infestors. There's still some Fungals available, but Serral's going to start respecting it a little more and give it a little bit more space to be worked with. And we've seen the rest of this army coming straight through, and away we head into that. Big fight goes in. The Banes, the Ultras starting to get blown up in return, but again, I think Serral is the one with 10k, 5k. He can probably just rebuild and be okay, guys. I think he's going to be alright. I think he's going to be alright, to be honest. I can't really say any otherwise. Yeah. This, seems pretty doomed for ByuN. He's maxed out, but how does ByuN win a fight so convincingly? Like, I could imagine if Serral was on like Ling Bane Ultra, you know? But this is 12 Broods and 8 Infestors still. I just don't see how that fight against this specific army goes that well for ByuN. You know, like I say, there are ZVT scenarios where, you know, the Terran wins from this position despite the bank because he can just wipe the army, not lose much, and just go with 30 army supply more. I just don't think it happens. That's the whole point of all these spellcasters and the quality that Serral's playing with. There's a reason he teched into these better units that are maybe not as great for just kind of running at the Terran. They are very good for ending the game in a scenario like this. And you just see Ghost after Ghost being sniped down. That is just expensive, right? Those are just kind of, you know, costs you have to pay at this point as ByuN. But alas, again, it's a struggle to rebuild. And for now, he's still just about hanging in there in terms of the rebuild. You can see Serral, this base on the right side, may get denied again. He has a bit of mining left to be made here, so it would not be a terrible thing for him to be able to continue with that. Medevac coming back around. The Broods, the Corruptors, the Infestors, the Ultras coming about as well. Just going to be seeing, I mean, another rebuild from Serral. He's at 6k, 3k now. I mean, it's genuinely something of an issue if this continues in this direction, I guess, where ByuN is just about rebuilding off the mining. You know, keeping himself alive on the mine and rebuilding off of that. And then Serral eventually gets his bank train, but Serral is still mining a bit himself, although we're getting to the point, I guess, where Serral will have mined out most of the map soon. That right side base that's not mining at the moment is probably the big thing on his mind. So if he can get that base, he probably feels a whole lot better again. The Broods taking some shots. Most times do get to go down. Snipe's obviously able to delete a little bit. And yeah, probably your secret of finding some of these kind of fabulous later game fights. Difficult for the Broods to get shots off now as well, the Vikings zoning them. Serral does have Corruptors though, so I don't think it's going to be that difficult. Just a case of trying to keep a few units away from trouble where possible. Parasite bomb coming down. You can see that Viking falling now. The rest of the units still just hanging back a couple of moments. Ghost Hellbats, the tanks gathering in. Just going to be seeing the few Infestors and the Lings coming up as well. Couple of tank shots. CC, a couple of SCVs coming over as well. So again, moving back over there. Take a couple moments. Everything else still joining together. Corruptor will come about. Still trying to land those fungals to combine this damage. We're actually going to commit with the Broodlords here. Nice fungal to follow up, but this time you're going to get a lot of damage done. The tanks being siege is an issue, and we see another fungal growth coming down. These tanks can't do any good right now. They're just going to die themselves, or they're going to friendly fire onto the ghost, it feels like. It feels like they're barely helping. Serral wins that fight in the center. That might be a few units that ByuN just can't replace, actually. He's already replacing stuff, and he's not maxed out straight away this time, so ByuN's replenishment not happening. Denying this base is massive. We talk about this base being the lifeline of ByuN. There's the one thing that was kind of still mining a little bit for him and kind of keeping some of the rebuilds going too. We're going to see another fungal coming down. The Ghost's going to get stopped. The Banes roll up. The Ghosts and the Marines on that right side are going to get picked away at there. The rest of this army still just chasing through. The Corruptor's going after the Medivacs. Parasect bombs fading away. The Medivacs still getting hunted down by Corruptor after Corruptor. Obviously, ByuN's supply really just plummeted off the cliff at the end of this one. GG's. Serral takes game number 2. 32 minutes is what it took him, but kind of felt like very controlled for Serral. I mean, it did not really feel like Serral was in trouble from, say, I want to say from like minute. It's fair to say. Didn't feel like Serral was in trouble from like minute 10-ish. Like from minute 10 or so, it felt like he was in a pretty okay spot. Once he started to break through some of those positions that ByuN had on the map against him, it felt like it was pretty okay for Serral. It's just playing against a Terran in a long game sometimes can be very difficult to kind of close out and everything properly. So, GG's, and that is going to be a 1-1 scoreline as Serral takes 30 minutes to drag it back to 1-1, but he does indeed get there, which is the most important thing. We'll be heading into game 3 of this on White Rabbit to see whether or not Serral can rebound even further, or if ByuN can actually retake a lead in the series. That would be a little bit of a shocker, a little bit of an upset. Definitely probably needs to focus a little bit earlier if you want something like that to go his way. Get into White Rabbit here and get this ready to go in just a moment. Top right hand side will be the blue Zerg player. This is Serral taking on the red Terran. Bottom left is ByuN. Game 3 of our series, Serral ByuN. Who will break the tie in their favor? Who will get onto match point? Will it be the expected Serral warmed up now, or will it be ByuN to find something else kind of early to maybe find his way into a strong spot? Let's get a couple barracks coming down. The refinery setting up for a few moments. Hatch casting pool coming through for a couple of moments. We'll just get that on the way. Bring that about. Have the hatchery coming through. Just going to be seeing a couple of barracks coming down. So a couple of Reapers are going to get set here for a couple of moments. Get that into place. See what we can do for the next couple of seconds. Nothing super wild in the early stages. Reapers coming about. The orbital coming in. CV building forwards. Queens in the feelings continue to come over. The Overlord will be building through. The Zergling speed coming online. Slug grenade comes down. I'm just going to chase the drones for a second. Some damage out. Again, chase things away. Just for a moment or two. Got the Lings retreating back. Reaper going to move through for a couple seconds as well. See if there's anything going on. too much just yet, as we are going to see that link speed still coming about as well, so we continue to build that up. It'll take a couple of moments to get this all underway. Building, queens are coming through. Again, stimming the link speed building up as well. The few lings will go with those queens to try and fend the Reapers off for a moment or so. So again, just pushing that back for a moment. Trying to get into position. Again, that stim pack coming through as well. Overlord chilling. A couple of Reapers going to be chilling too. Stim pack, the Marines still coming online. Overlord is going to take a chance to move forward. Going to have a look to see what's up. Turns around. Just trying to scout in. Stim pack and combat shield is on the 3 racks, right? So triple racks in the setup. That fast stim on the way in. He's going to have the Marines here to get rid of a bunch of the lings. So that's just Serral running through. Kind of wants to look at the front, I suppose. Again, extra Marines coming about. The Queens and the drones building through. The Overlord still building. Continue to get that underway right now. That's just building through again. Stim and combat shield both building up. The Marines and the SCVs continue to come through for a moment or so. Get that all settled in. The Warriors is just going to hit the creep tumors there. Actually going to knock one down. Another creep tumor coming about. So we'll play it back and forth with that just for a few moments. Again, Stim pack, combat shield, all building for the next few moments. And you have the extra Marines still building through as well. The Lings and the Queens coming through. The Marines are going to step forward. Serral. Defense against this will obviously be very Queen focused, but then a bunch of Lings available as well, more than likely. Combat shield still coming through. Command Center, Factory, and SCVs building up as well. Bringing a lot of that over for the moment as the Marines will stim up the ward. A couple of those Queens. The Ling's going to run forward. A couple of those Lings going down. One Queen falls already. The Queen's still pushing the Marines back for a few moments. Iron base coming up. Mules dropping into the natural mineral line. Into position there right off the bat. More upgrades coming through. Still got the engineering base building. Has a starboard on. Command Center and the STVs as well. A few Marines. When they get surrounded, they try to stim to the side there to minimize the surface area, but they take too much damage on the way into that corner. So I was going to clean this up. The last few moments are maybe the most successful for ByuN. The last few units actually survived a while. Imagine he got tucked away sooner. He just lost too much on his way over there initially, so unfortunately unable to really capitalize on the amount of units he really had. Gets shut down on that one. Still got the 1-1 upgrades building up from ByuN. As he tries to get into the next step of this, but not like where his army supply is at. It feels like he's playing a biocentric kind of on-the-map style to start this game, and alas, we are now... Yeah, we're now in this kind of weird position where it's not really... he doesn't really have any map control anymore. He's actually building Hellions off the reactor factory. I do not think that was the plan. I think that is purely a case of him. As Rex falls, unfortunately. Oh, then maybe they must have recovered or something. Anyways, whatever. So the real pain is he's making Hellions off a reactor that I'm 90% sure is meant to have the starport on it already building medevacs. It's just he doesn't have a way to be on the map if he doesn't build some Hellions anymore, so he just finds himself in a ton of trouble. I mean, that is absolutely wild. What a crazy little position to be in that regard as we continue through. It's going to be seeing the Overlords coming about. We will have the Lings coming up. They're going to knock down at these rocks, so nibbling away there. +1 melee, +2 carapace, Baneling speed all coming through. The upgrades from ByuN continue to come about as well. Extra medevacs on the way up. Continue to get a lot of this settled into play for the next couple of moments. See, ByuN can start making a bit of recovery in this one. Because it's not feeling too hot right now as that Ling Bane force collects together. Another few moments. 1-1 coming about. Just going to be seeing the upgrades still building on the side of Serral, bringing those straight through. Marines will step over the depot at the front. The 1-1 will finish very shortly. Hydralisk Den will finish up. The Bane speed about to be done. +1 melee, +2 carapace. Building in right now. Just going to be seeing the Marines up into the center. The medevacs are going to be there. Try and help out with this. Libera gets a nice teach. Does not have the vision for all of those bat patches, but can get to some of them. Being run by immediately on the third base. And do we have any units against this? Yes, they were just out on the map. Pulling back, he actually catches Serral in a bit of a funky corner. Serral doesn't not really escape away from that position very easily at all. Ends up taking a lot of hits in the end, so comes a bit of a spicy position for Serral as now ByuN continues to go onto the map as he was originally intending to do. Trying to push up towards the top side and in towards some of these bases. Lots of Banes on the way for Serral. He's down a melee upgrade right now, so that's something to watch for. But it's not far from being done, and then he'll be equal upgrades, and he'll be much faster on the +2 carapace. As for the moment, ByuN's not even finding a way to move forward. And what I don't love for ByuN is just the lack of splash damage. This is Marine medevac right now. And plain and simple, that's just not going to cut it for you. As this game kind of progresses through, like, it is just not going to do much for you at all, actually. So, don't really love that part of this at the moment. Seeing the rest of these Marines coming back through again. Just going to reposition for a couple seconds. And again, Queen's gathering up. The Bane's coming over. Going to see the Ling's going to try and fight here. Bane's actually getting a decent connection for a moment or two. Able to move in position and get a little bit of work done. The Marines coming back over. Medevacs will go and unload and then reload, figuring that there's not much else to be done there. +2/+2 upgrades still coming by from ByuN, who is just not finding any access anywhere really on the map at the moment. He's kind of being shut down across the board currently. This defense from Serral is looking pretty golden so far. I like what we're seeing out of him. We'll get a really good defense out of this up until this point. And us into a really good position as the Ling Bane still continues through. The Queen going to be there now. More Banes rolling at these Marines. Boom, boom, boom. Damage being done. It's a bunch of damage being done this time around as you see the medevac's going to unload and going to start putting some work onto an evolution chamber straight away. So that's going to be damage we can start a deal right off the bat. Medevac does end up being shot down. The rest of these medevacs can do some healing, but yeah, okay. Medevac's being shot down. ByuN just says GG. We're not going to stick around anymore for this one, guys. ByuN truly thinks that this one is just done, and I can't really disagree with the statement. It did feel like it was getting to be pretty miserable. And that is going to be GG's. So, we are going to have ByuN falling down. All right. Coolio. I think we're gonna... jump straight into this game 4, guys. Was just waiting for the ads for a second, double checking something, but yeah, we're gonna go game 4 here. Mothership gonna be our map. Kick this off. Let's get this moving. Let's get it moving. Do. All right. I'll start the observer quickly. Yeah, what's up? A little bit dicey. How you doing? Thanks so much for the 28-month resub. Appreciate you. You guys enjoying the stream today? Do you consider subbing up? Might be our last game of the day, guys. It's going to be all we cast today. This series is definitely our last, so if Serral wins this, it's going to be our last one. He's that blue Zerg in the top right from Basilisk, of course. So yeah, just as it's our last game of the day, again, quick mention to like and subscribe if you're watching over on the YouTube. If you're watching on Twitch, hit the follow button. If you've got a Prime sub or you're feeling generous and have a regular sub available, use it. We appreciate it. It helps us to keep on producing the content. You can obviously give some subs if you're feeling extra generous. And yeah, we're going to have 3 days of WardiTV content in a row coming up. Monday, WardiTV Mondays, aka tomorrow. And then Tuesday and Wednesday, WardiTV Winter Championship Groups C and D. Going to be a lot of fun. So that's all happening over the next few days. Go and check out for that. And come here, be on the stream. This is where it all happens. This is where it all happens. There's the Rex and the gas and the drones and the hatch. Come on through, as we are going to go double barracks opening and some Reapers to start us off here from ByuN to begin with. this live or a recast? Sorry, question was a few minutes ago on the YouTube, but this is me. I am live casting replays. Just to try and make it so you guys can hear what's up. There's a couple of drones coming through. Hatch gas pool coming up. Racks in the orbital and the Reaper continue to come in. Get that underway for the moment. So far. Reaper's coming about, just going to be moving through. Gonna see Outling Speed and a couple of queens on the way out. Nothing super crazy just yet as we settle ourselves in and see where things will take us. A couple of moments here. Get this all settled down. Setting up into action. Coming over, settling around again, moving about for a couple seconds. See where we go. So the few Lings going to jump onto the Reapers for a second as well. Let's put some damage out there. Nothing much though, and to be fair, ByuN only built 3 Reapers, so together they're just going to hang around the front. Can't really delay the third base, but they can maybe grab a couple of units to try and cross over the barrier toward that third base at certain points. Command Center, Factory, and the Reactor continue to build straight into play. Got a lot of that up and running. Just bringing a whole bunch of that through. Again, the few Reapers hanging about there. They're going to move around a little bit as well. CCs, the factory building up. The Ling speed still building up as well. The Reapers end up going back around the other way. The Queens are going to be there. The Lings are also moving in a similar direction. Starport Tech Lab. Orbital and the Command Center building into place right here. We're going to see the Marines will start up on the barracks initially. It's going to see a bunch of those Marines starting up to begin with. It's going to be a starting point for us. Reapers just pull back around on the bottom side for the moment. The drones and the Queens still gather up. We just have the Stimpack building through for the moment. Get that online. Get that rolling out. Making some progress. Banshee Marine and the Stim all coming through. A couple of Queens still building about. Again, drones, the Overlords coming online. A lot of that in. Just for the moment, the Reapers are going to hop up to the high ground here, and they're going to try and make their way to the top general. So, drop some grenades. Hey, we killed a creep teamer. There's not been a lot going on in this game, so we will take a creep teamer denial as a victory for the moment, if nothing else. Why the heck not? You gotta take what you're given, you know? You gotta take what you're given, and that is one of the things we're given. Punching the Marines and the Stim, all continuing through. Just have ourselves the SUV still gathering about again, just minding away. Stimpack coming up, and online, the Queens building through. Put some energy in, bro. Do you want me to yell and scream about literally... Hang on, let me again just double check. 1 Ling and 1 Overlord has died. Okay. Can you believe it? ByuN, 5 minutes in the mothership, 3-player map, and he's managed to find an Overlord, but not just that. 1 Zergling dead for Serral. Is this it? Has Serral been quelled and quashed and qualmed, and is it over? It might just be 143 resources lost. Is pretty much the GG kind of number that you see in these games. ByuN microing out of his mind. 2 engineering space building at the same time as 2 supply depots. It's actually insane how much macro is in this man's bones. He's even at the same time as building 4 structures, he's got a Banshee moving to the top of the map. Banshee, insane unit by the way. If you don't know what this can do, it can shoot ground units for insane damage. 2 shots workers. See how fucking stupid it sounds? Ay, ay, ay. I'm already exhausted casting like this nonsense for like 10 seconds. there's just nothing going on. I'm sorry. I can't be excited when nothing's happening, guys. They're really setting up for a little bit of a chill time. Yay, okay, ByuN's pushing now. He's got the Marines ready to go. That is entertaining. Yeah, but... was it really entertaining, though? It's entertaining because it's funny because it's dumb, no? It's not entertaining if we actually try and cast like this. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I can't cast like that. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. If you want me to cast like that, it's not happening anyway, so... A couple drones will move over, though, and obviously at this point, melee upgrades will come up. The 1-1 upgrades, engineering base coming over as well. And we just have our combat shield continuing to produce through. Obviously, as upgrades finish, it's going to give ByuN an opportunity. Hatchery takes a few shots off the Banshee, nothing too crazy. As the Marines will take a stim in. Queens, I'm trying to get jumped on. We will kill a Queen. It's not a bad starting point at all here for ByuN. How much more can we do? Banes do not have their bailing speed for, what, 15 or so more seconds? So we got a little bit of opportunity with these Marines before they can really be shut down much more easily by Serral. For the moment, the Marines and the Reapers do pull back over around the left side. So no commitment yet. Lings do set up for the counter-attack as the Marines in the siege tank just going to hold there. Not going to let those Lings get through for the moment, as a couple of Lings will go forward and nibble at the SCVs. Just the Banes roll forward, and not going to quite land on the Medivacs just yet either. He got used to Tastosis casting. Look, if I get paid like Tastosis, I too will cast full energy for the 3 hours a day that they cast games. You know? Like, no hate, it's a very different situation when you're casting freaking GSL and stuff, and you cast like 5 best of 3s in a day, offline, in person. Like, it's a bit of a different vibe. Like, I've always said this. Like, that's just not what my stream is about. So, sorry to disappoint, sadly. It's not happening. Marines get the Overlord. Gonna be a nice little catch as DC ByuN playing a little bit of a split, right? A couple of different directions, couple of different positions on the map right now. It's gonna be seeing the +2 armor upgrade coming about, +2 melee, +2 carabase coming in. The burrow upgrade is gonna be done soon from Serral. I love the burrow. I mean, it's just one more thing, one more tool in your arsenal to already use with the Banelings. It's nice to have later on once Infestors are out as well. Obviously, like typically you would always get it later. But if you can afford it early and you can get it early, then let's do it. Because like I say, some burrowed Banes around the map could absolutely be substantial. That base goes down, and ByuN again doing a good job of kind of playing around the map. Actually cleaning out a lot of creep on this right-hand side. So you get rid of a lot of the creep spread on the right at the moment. And then you have a lot of the stuff on the left side is where Serral's going to try and expand to instead. We still have a drop there to at least try and threaten that position. Serral also runs it by to sort of send some damage in here. Gets a cancel also on a CC. Is that actually a kill? Just a cancel. So cancels a command center, and that's about it for the moment. That went by. Not doing too much. ByuN going to try and dive in the main. That's not going to be pretty. Medivac! That doesn't go down. The rest of these Marines are going to be stranded, though. Can't really go back in and save those when the Medivacs are so low, and actually ends up still losing a Medivac, although we lose a Queen as well. Some damage kind of coming in on both sides. This is a bit of an awkward one. Some Banes and some Lings move back up this ramp, and we try and see if there's anything else for us to do here. Moving up into position, the 2-2 upgrades coming through from ByuN. Serral's actually going to decide to just jump on this position now. He feels like he has enough to completely clean this out, which is not incorrect. He probably does have enough to clean this out, and it's kind of what we're seeing here as the Lings wrap around this siege tank and put a finishing touch to that one. So that tank will go down. That will be cleaned up. The Ling Bane still going for a few more of those Marines just for a couple of seconds. So we clean all of this up. And yeah, the Adrenal Glands coming in, +2 melee upgrade coming in. The Concussive Shells building from ByuN as an additional final touch on his bio upgrades. +3 armor, excuse me, +3 armor, +2 attack coming about. Again, the Viper's still building as well, so bring those Vipers up, get that additional tech available here. Serral is starting to withstand the pressure. Supply has been pretty good for ByuN. His army supply has been great, but this is also him playing the 8 racks and now into the 4th base after, so he's kind of meant to have had the pressure. It's not really a great map for 8 racks, I always feel like. It feels like it's so tough to push into the Zerg bases, and while he's done a good job denying some of the extra Zerg bases, he's not really broken into the heart of the Zerg that you generally want to be breaking down to give yourself a, you know, a leading position or so in a game like this, so yeah. Going to see the Marines, the Marauders coming about. Just going to see the sensor tower setting up, the Widow Mines building as well. Now, the +2 attack's about to finish. The ByuN will equal up the upgrades. We'll see how long it takes to start +3 attack. It was drilling his armor upgrade, typical ByuN move. It's the kind of moment where it's like, let's really not forget to start the next one along, though, because that could be kind of dangerous. Again, the +3 attack upgrade. Okay, it gets it pretty quickly, so it's not going to be too delayed. That should be absolutely fine. Thing's going to run up. Marines are going to get jumped on. A bunch of these Marines begin going down. The medevac's taking damage as well. Rest of the bio army over here, I'm going to be chilling for a couple of moments. We are going to see the Ling Bane regathering the queens as well. A little bit of the bio, just going to hit after a couple of the drones, so we find some more damage on that. Rest of the Ling Bane still coming over. And a couple of Widow Mine shots going in to clean up some more of this Ling Bane as well. So we continue to play cleanup for a couple seconds. One more Widow Mine shot is good for a Baneling once again. Marine, Marauder, Liberator all still producing through. Add on those mines. Drilling Claws, 3/3 upgrades coming about as well. +3 melee, +3 Carapace, Infester, and the Bane Hydras and the Lings continue to come up. You can see the Banes stepping over. Medevacs will be there as well. We'll have the Spore Crawler firing away. Medevacs takes more damage. Another Spore coming down. Again, Libs, Marauders, and Mines continue to produce at the moment. Bane Hydra still just settling the medevacs back to the middle of the map here currently. Lurker Den in production right now. Stemming through, a couple of creep teamers being picked away at. Widow Mines obviously have a good chance to help out here a little bit. The Hydras, if they can get in reach, will put some damage in. Man, I felt like those Banes were so close to getting some juicy connections, but not quite able to get there overall. Rest of the Lings still coming across at the moment there, and just going to have ourselves the couple Libs still coming through. The Widow Mines building about. Clipper is still coming over, just going to have the +3 attack and the +1 vehicle plating coming over as well. Serral just getting a defense here now. He's lost a few drones, so his economy is absolutely taking some hits. Gonna lose a base in the top left as well. Oh no! It was like a Marauder shot or two away, so that just survives. It would have been a 4 base. I guess he has the right side hatchery, so he's still kind of 5 bases without it, but the drones at least would have had to transfer for a while, so it would have been some lost mining. Maybe helps ByuN out just that little bit. It's one of those games where it's like ByuN maybe doesn't need too much to kind of still let this be okay for him, taking his own 4th base, readying up for a 5th base as well. ByuN's position here overall still looking pretty respectable. We'll see what kind of happens next as the Hydra Ling Bane gathers. Libs, Marines, Marauders continue to come through too, so again, a lot of that continues into action right now, and yeah, this medevac mine bioforce will start making its way around the map. Couple orbital setting up, seismic spines still coming through, missile upgrade, groove spines, all of that goodness on the way for the moment, as we just have the bio pushing through for a couple of creep tumors as well, so knock some of that down. Widow Mine's going very nicely into that army. A couple of Vipers going to have to hold back. The Marauder's going to make a play onto the hatchery. Big stim up into the center at the same time, so ByuN once again trying to always be hitting in at least a couple of different places. Constantly trying to keep the pressure on Serral. He's going to kill a forward base. Remember that top left base is low, right? So kill that as well. And Serral might actually have a base issue in the near future. It's a possibility. But you might not, might get try and talk. Might get knocked down a little bit here. So possibility arising as you see the bio running, the Widow Mine is firing. Liberator is still holding their own against a few of those Hydras right now. Infester coming up. You see the Hydras continue to push through. The Overseer stepping over to the sides. Again, the Libs and the Advanced Ballistics continue to come online as well. So we bring a lot of that still up and into play. Again, Advanced Ballistics going to be done very shortly. Rest of this army from Serral just figuring out where to go, but he is counterattacking around the left side as well, so keeping our eyes on that because ByuN is not to deal with too many run bys. We'll see how he starts to deal with them now as a couple potentially threaten to hit his front doorstep and to potentially make his life a little bit more difficult as this base is immediately in trouble. His units are not super far away, but he's not pulling back to this just yet, so he's actually going to double down and shoving forward while he has this Liberator count. I think he just really believes in the Libs, but the Banes are just going to roll through. The Vipers have ducked a bunch of the Libs out of the way, and the Banes are going to crash in. What a fight for Serral. ByuN Kind of felt like he pulled a little bit of the desperation switch there. Kind of felt like he looked at this, he was like, yeah, okay, okay. I guess we kind of just go because of the counterattack. I mean, he actually straight up lost the base over there, by the way, so talk about a little bit of a rough situation, and that is definitely one of the rougher situations you're going to find in the business now as the Bio comes across, just going to fire up a few shots in return. Some Lings, some Hydras taking some damage to get punched back the other direction. Bioforce at least coming through and delivering a few hits. Now the Hydras going to try and fight back. Serral, okay, I mean, Serral's got the work account still to kind of rebuild out of this, but again, his base count has not been perfect throughout this. Lurkers are such a massive addition to the game right now. It's something that you're not really prepped to deal with here as ByuN. Unit count, 0 ghosts. It's 2 tanks, 2 libs, and then it's just Marines and a handful of Marauders, like 8 Marauders as well. Not even a Ghost Academy in sight. Libs can help you kind of survive through the first wave of Liberators, but... first waves of Lurkers, but obviously we just had a lot of libs killed in that previous fight as well. So I actually really think Serral's position becomes extremely solid right now as this Lurker count will begin to get ready to grow. I feel like that's going to become very difficult to really deal with here. It's going to make this kind of tough. Fire trying to move up onto that hatchery. We are going to have the Lingbane Hydra coming through. A couple of mine shots trying to go off, not really landing just yet on anything in particular. We are going to see the rest of this army coming through. The Lurkers are going to burrow up, put some damage out onto this planetary fortress, so it will take a few shots just for the moment. As now, like I say, these Lurkers are going to be difficult to remove from this game. ByuN, can he get rid of these? The planetary is actually fighting back against them at the moment, but the planetary is not going to last forever. Banes crash through. ByuN loses his 5th base, 14 SCVs with it. Got a few units diving up to the top side of the map. That's where both players are looking right now. It's not really very much from ByuN. That's not going to take a lot to get dealt with. And now we reposition elsewhere as ByuN tries to boost away with this medevac. Serral's army on the bottom right is gone, but obviously as he rebuilds up and gets set to go again, I can't imagine it's going to be long before he tests the waters of pushing through one more time. So, feeling a little scary here. We do clean up a final couple libs. ByuN obviously losing a 5th base. Big point of economy lost for him there. I think that if we could get in reach to abduct the medevacs would be nice. Playing Cloud on the bio is going to make it tougher. Maybe even a Parasite Bomb because the medevacs were also low. Could have also been effective. I think it's one of those scenarios where you can't really do any wrong in terms of what you pick to try and deal a bit of damage on that one. Bio, medevac still coming through. You can see the bio taking a chance to stim forward again after a couple of Hydralisks already. So Hydra's taking some damage, a few shots still coming through. The bio will chase. A couple of Zerglings continue to go down. Banelane's going to turn around and crash into a little bit of the bio as well. Now we're going to be seeing the medevacs and the ByuNs back up to the top side, +3. And missile upgrade coming in from Serral. A couple of Hydras, a few Zerglings coming over. It's going to be seeing the Lings going to run through at those Marines for a couple of moments. The rest of the Lings running at this. It's going to be seeing the Widowmine shot trying to go off. Hit a few of those Zerglings as well. Grab a few of those. Get some damage dealt. The Hydra's lunging forward, looking for the cleanup and looking to try and shut this down. ByuN retreating. Obviously, last game of the series for him if he loses this, and that's why he's going to try and hang on in here. He's tried to hang on in a good amount of day, but yeah. Well, just going to be seeing the Lurker still building. Drones and the +3 missile upgrade coming up as well. Extracts coming through. Ghosts, Marines, Libs in the mines continue to produce. We just have the rest of the Lings gathering. The Banes morphing in. Serral still max. Now, ByuN's army supply is not terrible. It's 100-ish. So he's similar-ish army supply, but obviously similar army supply for a Terran is not exactly ideal. It's not exactly how you typically want to play these scenarios outright, so still not exactly beautiful for him as we do see a couple of units clashing in, a couple of drones going down. This army of ByuN being forced away once again. Really feels like we're teetering on the edge of any fight potentially being the last fight of this matchup, because I don't think there's much else to really be hanging on for anymore at this point in time. Bio, a couple of ghosts gathering about. Just going to see the Hydras and the Banes are going to step over. Going to try and launch a couple of ghosts into this as well. Still not quite going to succeed on that one. So not going to be able to succeed there at all. Medevacs boosting up to the top left-hand side, so they will move through that position. Got the hatchery coming in as well. Serral going to basically just see he's essentially trying to control the entirety of the map, as he should do. He's just got full map control, so why would you do anything else? +2 flyer attack upgrade still building in. The spines and the spores and the hatches coming up. Marine Marauder. Fine rebuilding through. Here come the Banes and the Hydras looking to push down onto that Bioforce. A couple Water Mines still coming through as well for now. Hydra stepping over. Medevac steps away. Again, tanking the center, settling down as well for the moment here. Marauders, Marines, Mines, and Refineries all building up. Vipers pull back over. We do take a couple seconds. Extra Banes morphing in right now. The Knights Network coming through. The Overseers in production. Hatchery still building. Just got Serral ready, poising to... Again, I feel like at any moment we're on the brink of a final fight, essentially. So, feels like at any point Serral could kind of just launch this and just... That's it, right? So, seeing if that's going to be the case here. Because he's maxed. He's ready to go. He is fighting into a defensive Terran, which is a little scary. ByuN is attempting to re-establish bases too, so maybe a forward attack into the center isn't it. Maybe picking away at some of these bases that ByuN is trying to re-establish into would be the smarter and just kind of more logical choice. I don't hate this fight though, because he does crash in from two sides, and actually this area doesn't have a lot of the stacky defense kind of stuff. ByuN's just going to say GG. He gets overwhelmed there. It wasn't actually that defensive position. I'm talking like there's tanks set up everywhere and stuff and libs, but there's actually only such a low number of those, and whatever there was, Vipers dealt with the majority of the libs and so on. And so actually it's not that difficult a position to attack into for Serral, and hence he is able to take it into GG territory for Game 4, and Serral advances to those semi-finals. And there's actually quite a set of games. We actually had quite a lot of long games, didn't we? We hit the 30-minute mark a couple times today, so... Yeah. So yeah, guys, these games were from last week. That's going to be it for us today on the quarterfinal coverage. And like I say, unfortunately, the next 3 days, I am busy with WardiTV tournaments, so we will continue these replays some point later next week. Like I say, if you're super eager to see the semis and the finals and stuff, they are available on some other channels. I'm sure you can check those out if you want to find them. You can search for them. It's the LIULI Cup. But yeah, they are available and out there. Just I don't have time to cast them again until next week. And I was away last week when it was played live, which is why we're playing catch-up in the first place. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us, guys. It was fun to cover some of these games and just see how they played out and everything. I'm going to wrap it up for the day, and I will see you guys tomorrow for WardiTV Mondays, and then Tuesday and Wednesday we're going to be live for WardiTV Winter Championship action, so you guys can join us Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday for more games. I will see you guys over the next 3 days for WardiTV tournaments, all part of the WardiTV 2026 series, which is what I will leave you guys with, a little bit of WardiTV 2026 series hype. So enjoy this, and I will see you guys for some Mondays and Winter Championship action over the next 3 days. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys later. Like, subscribe, and follow. Bye. Welcome to the WardiTV 2025 Championship. It's Championship weekend. Oh, massive fungal growth comes down, and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment. Blaze just going to be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god. Here we go, Reynor going to dive in. He does drop a mega fungal on everything. He's going to refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's going to be on the way already. We're going to get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is pulling through for the siege tank, but leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots, because that's the level that we're playing at. On the high ground, so the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred, though, as Clem just says no. And you're ready to blow up on the Adept. Oh, the worst Adept shade of all time. Classic is your WardiTV 2025 champion. .4-0 dominance.